1. Why there? Martinez asked over the intercom when I told her where we were going. Colonel Crawford and I had climbed aboard the Huey 5 minutes ago, just moments ahead of a charging phalanx of infected females. Once on board, he had introduced himself to Katie before I had a chance, or frankly even thought about it. She told him she'd heard a lot about him from Rachel, making him smile when she thanked him for helping me. She has a way of making men smile when she wants to. And grimace and groan when she wants to. The colonel and I were the last boots to leave the ground when Tinker Air Force Base fell. Spooky, an AC-130U gunship, had kept the infected beaten back while the last of the defenders boarded a waiting C-130 and escaped. Our ride couldn't swoop in and pluck us out of reach of the infected until the 2 large planes cleared the area. The C-130 was carrying the Marines and Rangers that had volunteered to stay behind and face certain death so that all of the civilians could be evacuated, but the Navy had showed up at the last minute to help and everyone that was still alive made it out. They were winging their way to the southeast, heading for the Bahamas, but we weren't going with them. Not yet, at least. When the evacuation order had been issued, Air Force Tech Sergeant Scott, Irina and Igor had set out in a Bradley fighting vehicle to find me. It turned out that I hadn't needed finding, but now they did. And we weren't going to go lounge in a tropical paradise and leave them behind on the Oklahoma plains. Because we're out of everything, I said. There's food, water, shelter, weapons, and ammunition there. And fuel too, if we can find a way to transfer it from the Pave Hawk into this. I had told Martinez to head for the casino where we'd rescued Katie. We were dangerously low on supplies and had been running and fighting for days. We needed food, rest, and more bullets. Not necessarily in that order, but I was ready to take anything I could get. A few moments later the Huey banked as she put us on our new course and I leaned against the rear bulkhead. Katie was still strapped into the door gunner's position, catching my eye and giving me a bright smile. I winked at her and leaned my head against the vibrating, steel wall. Dog, at the end of his safety tether, lay down next to me and put his head in my lap, big golden eyes staring up at me. I placed my hand on the back of his neck and closed my eyes. Holy shit! Colonel Crawford's voice roused me and I realized I had drifted off. He was next to Katie, looking through the open side door at the ground below. Moving Dog's head out of the way, I scooted over next to them and looked down at the wreckage of the Osprey I'd been in when it went down. I had seen the results of the crash from ground level. But as with many things, the perspective from the air is dramatically different. The gouge in the field looked like something dug with heavy equipment, and the scattered debris and bodies really drove home just how violent the impact with the earth had been. Martinez, make a couple of orbits to see if it's clear, then set down for a few minutes. I said. Katie, you see anything moving, light it up. What are we doing? Crawford asked as Martinez cut our speed and began a slow, wide circle of the area. Weapons, I said. I can't tell you what the civilians at the casino had, but I suspect it was a little of this and a little of that. Probably a bunch of different calibers, and doubtful they had anything other than semi-auto only. There were several soldiers and Marines that were killed in the crash. There will be M4S and probably some ammo we can grab down there. Crawford nodded and I turned my head when Katie called over the intercom. There are half a dozen males bumbling around, but no females. Want me to take them out, or save the ammo? She asked. Take them, I said. I've got exactly 3 rounds left. The M60 began hammering out short bursts a moment later. Katie used the tracer rounds to adjust her aim and quickly chewed up the handful of infected. Clear, she called to Martinez, who spun us around and dropped to a hover a couple of feet above the dirt. I led the way out, jumping to the ground, Colonel Crawford right behind me, Dog voicing his complaint that he was still tied up and couldn't come with us. We ran, clearing the area as Martinez gained altitude. She would stay in a low orbit, keeping an eye out for any danger while we scavenged. There were a lot of dead bodies in and around the wreck, and they'd been baking in the sun for a couple of days. They were ripe. eye watering, stomach turning ripe. I didn't even have a shirt I could pull up over my nose and mouth to try and filter the stench. Katie was wearing it, and all I had on my upper body was a blood and mud-stained tactical vest. Ignoring the odor that is all too common in my vocation, I headed for the remains of the Osprey's fuselage. I clicked on a weak flashlight I'd taken from a liquor store in Tulsa, but it didn't do much of anything. Here, Crawford pulled the high-intensity light off his rifle and handed it to me without taking his attention off our rear. I was pleased to see he hadn't forgotten what to do in the field. Clicking the light on, I shined it around the interior, glad when I didn't see anything other than wreckage and bodies. Well, happy I didn't see any infected waiting to attack, not that there were dead soldiers and Marines inside. Going in, I said in a quiet voice to let Crawford know what I was doing. Go, he replied, letting me know he was watching my ass for me, and I climbed over the first large piece of debris. The odor of decaying bodies was worse inside the partially enclosed space. Way worse. I held my breath as much as I could, moving carefully. There was wreckage everywhere, and much of it had sharp points or edges. I remembered how it kept shifting when the female had been looking for me, and I was concerned about something moving and causing me to fall and seriously injure myself. It took longer than I liked, but I wound up scrounging 4 pistols, 5 M4 rifles and an armload of full magazines. I'd taken several mags off the bodies previously, before setting off across the plains to follow Katie's captors, but there had been a lot I hadn't been able to carry. Opening one of the dead Marines' packs, I hit the jackpot. 4 unopened battle packs of ammo and another 10 fully loaded magazines. Humping all of this out into the fresher air, I piled it up and was turning to go back and search for more when the M60 began firing. Spinning, I looked up to see what direction it was firing, following the path of the tracers to a point on the ground 100 yards to our south. There were a lot of figures sprinting towards us. Infected females. Martinez slipped the Huey sideways as Katie kept firing nice, controlled bursts into the group. I dropped the AK-47 I'd taken from the terrorist I'd killed in Tulsa, snatching up one of the M4s. I checked it over, happy it had a sound suppressor screwed on the end of the muzzle. Loading my vest with full magazines, I raised the rifle and fired a few rounds at the females that were still alive. Everything worked exactly as expected, and I let the rifle drop to the end of its sling as I gathered up supplies in my arms. A few moments later the door gun fell silent and the Huey touched down between the point where the females had been and us. I could see Katie through the open side door, facing the direction the threat had come from, constantly scanning back and forth for any additional infected. Damn, but I had married well. Shame she couldn't cook. 2. Martinez quickly got us back on course as she climbed a few hundred feet. Clouds had moved in, the humidity going up, and the first raindrops began to fall. We didn't see any more infected as we covered the short distance to the casino. Well, to be accurate, we didn't see any living infected. There were several bodies, all of them appearing to be male from our altitude. Vultures were feeding on most. I idly wondered if the birds were infected, and if they were, where they'd been. I'd noted before that there was an odd absence of scavengers, especially considering the millions of bodies for them to feast on. Had they been holding up somewhere because they were infected? Maybe there had been so much readily available food in the cities that they hadn't needed to venture out. I started to dismiss these thoughts, but reminded myself that scavengers could become a problem, especially if infected. Normally a healthy human, or dog, had nothing to fear from vultures or crows. But what if the supply of carrion for them to feed on started running out? Would they then become predators? One more thing to keep in the back of my head. The casino complex came into view several minutes before we reached it. As the Huey slowed, I could make out the bodies of the infected we'd killed before scaling the wall. The pave hawk still sat on the helipad. Nothing looked disturbed or changed. I scanned the ground for the spot where Roach had landed when I dropped him off the roof, but couldn't find any sign. Oh well, good riddance to a fucking waste of skin. As we hovered in the rain, surveying the area, females began appearing from the far side of the structure. Hueys are far from quiet and we were probably drawing them in from miles around. The numbers on the ground continued to grow until I guessed there were about a dozen of them. And I suspected they would keep coming. "What do you want to do, sir?" Martinez asked. "We're getting low on fuel. Pretty soon someone is going to have to rewind our rubber band so the rotor keeps turning. What do you think about the roof?" I wasn't wild about landing at ground level. Sure, we had the door gun and could clear out the group below us before we touched down, but I had little doubt there would be more showing up. Landing and getting inside safely was only half the problem. If enough infected showed up while we were in the building, we would be trapped. Cut off from the helicopter. Besides, how the hell would we refuel if it was parked that far away from the Pave Hawk? I think I'd never try it normally, but now that's our best option. The Pave Hawk occupied the spot designated for helicopters, which meant the roof was reinforced at that location. There was plenty of empty space available, we just had no way of knowing if it could hold the weight of the Huey or if the surface would collapse when the skids came down on it. "I'm going to come into a hover, first. Everyone off, then I'll try touching down. If there's a problem, I'd rather it just be me," she said. My initial reaction was to argue with her plan, but I realized she was right before anything came out of my mouth. It would be bad enough if we lost the Hello and Martinez. It would be downright disastrous if all of us were on board and it broke through the roof and crashed down to the floor below. She got the Hello in position as I told Crawford what we were doing. There had only been 3 headsets in the Huey and none of us had given up ours when he joined us. While he helped Katie unstrap from the door gunner's position, I released Dog from his safety tether and removed the makeshift harness I had wrapped around his body. He shook vigorously, then sneezed in my face, happy to be free. "Out!" Martinez shouted when she had us in a stable hover, the skids just inches above the roof. I slapped Dog on the ass and he shot out the side door, running across the roof and waiting. Katie jumped down, sprinting to join him, Crawford and I right behind her. I was glad to see Dog let Katie stand next to him and even scratch his ears. His mistrust because of her infection status, whatever that might be, had finally passed. We stood watching as Martinez lowered the Huey until the skids came into contact with the roof. I moved so I could see both of them, shielding my eyes from the maelstrom of water and debris that was being kicked up by the rotor wash. I nodded at her when everything looked okay. She let the full weight of the Hello come down, but kept the rotor spinning at full speed in case she needed to make an emergency takeoff. The surface seemed solid, and after nearly a minute I waved at her and she slowed the engine before shutting it down. "Not something I want to do every day," she said a minute later when she climbed out of the pilot's seat. I grunted, wiping water out of my eyes, and began digging through the weapons and ammunition I'd retrieved from the crash site. Katie walked up and helped, and soon everyone was armed and well supplied with loaded magazines. Martinez headed for the Pave Hawk to do a more thorough inspection than she'd previously had time for. "What's your plan, Major?" Colonel Crawford asked, watching Dog sniff around the far edge of the roof before lifting his leg and peeing on a vent pipe. "There's food and water here," I said. "And it's secure. We're going to get some rest and try to figure out where to start looking for Scott and the Russians." Katie had a look on her face I recognized. The look that says she's not happy about something, but is keeping her mouth shut. "What?" I asked her. She met my eyes and let out a sigh. "Nothing. Nothing, my ass," I said. "What's on your mind?" "Just remembering the last time I was here," she said. "No biggie, dot." I nodded, and not for the first time wished I was one of those wise husbands who knows exactly what to say to comfort their wife. But I'm not. A long time ago a former girlfriend, on her way out the door, had told me I wasn't capable of empathizing with other people's emotions, whatever the hell that meant. Maybe this was what she was talking about. That, or she was as batshit nutty as I'd always thought. So, I settled for taking Katie's hand in mine and leading the way to the Pave Hawk, ignoring the look that Crawford gave me. "Well," I asked, interrupting Martinez's inspection of the damaged avionics. Radio and navigation are beyond repair, she said, then flipped some more switches. Plenty of fuel, and she may fly. Maybe. I need some time to go through the systems and catalog all the damage. There are a lot of systems that are mechanical on that old girl over there that are computer-controlled on a Pave Hawk. I'm worried there's too much damage to the electronics to get her in the air. Okay, I said. Food and rest first, then play with your toys. I'm fine, sir. Really? Martinez didn't stop working. Do I need to make it in order, Captain? I asked in a firm tone. You've been shot, in a plane crash, and walked across half the damn state in the past 3 days. She paused what she was doing and turned to look at me. I saw the intent to keep arguing. Releasing Katie's hand, I stepped closer and looked directly into her eyes. Jennifer. We all thought you were dead. You should be dead. Something's going on that is keeping you on your feet, but no matter what that is, your body needs food and rest. Don't work yourself to death and make me think I've lost you again. Please. I said in a low voice. She looked back at me for a moment before lowering her eyes and powering down the damaged Pave Hawk. Climbing out of the cockpit, she stepped over the body of the pilot Roach had killed and headed for the door to the VIP area. You can be a real sweetheart when you want to be, Katie said, taking my hand and smiling. That wasn't so hard, was it? Bite me, I said, leading her across the roof. 3. We all moved to the opening in the roof bulkhead, stepping around the door I'd pried out of its frame to gain access to the casino when I rescued Katie. The stairwell was dark, so I knew the solar system that powered the giant building was out. Power's out, I said quietly to the group. The EMP, Crawford mumbled. So that's what it was, I said. Know anything about solar systems? Will it have been fried or just knocked offline? No idea, he said. Shit. It would be really good if we could get the power on. Much easier and safer to clear the building, and a whole lot more comfortable while we rested. In fact, I wasn't even sure I wanted to go inside if we didn't have light. The casino was just too damn big to clear by flashlight. I'd rather spend the night in one of the helicopters. I had seen a large array of solar panels from the air when we'd arrived, but didn't know if there was any equipment located adjacent to them that I could check. For a moment I thought the power was out because the sun was down, but remembered it was on the last time I was here, which had been night also. Okay, I'm going to go see if there's something I can do before we go in, I said, heading for the edge of the roof. It didn't take me long to find what I was looking for. As I'd suspected, when Zemek, Martinez and Rachel had climbed the grappling rope, he'd pulled it up and left it coiled on the roof. Saying a silent thank you to my dead friend, I stuck my head over the edge and looked down. A small group of females milled around, one of them seeing me and screaming. A moment later they were all standing perfectly still, staring up at me. Moving back, I turned and looked at the others. Females, I said. Not a lot, but too many for me to go down. If we all get on the edge we can take them out. Colonel Crawford nodded and was the first to step to the low parapet. I kneeled down next to him, my rifle over the edge and pointing down. Katie and Martinez joined us a moment later. I fired the first shot, knocking a female off her feet, then they opened up and 3 more fell. 2 of the females instantly turned and began running away from the building, but the rest kept standing there, heads tilted back to watch us. I've got the runners, I said, tracked one of them for a second and pulled the trigger. She tumbled to the ground, dead. Adjusting, I sighted in on the second runner and fired, but missed the bobbing head that was moving away from me. Changing aim, I fired again, my round striking the middle of her back. The way she flew forward and rolled in a loose limb tumble, the round must have severed her spine. She began screaming, thrashing her head back and forth, but she couldn't move her limbs. Fuck me, I said, actually feeling a moment of pity for the poor creature. Taking my time, I lined up for a headshot, pulled the trigger and silenced the wounded female. The rest of the infected were down and I made a quick scan of the area, not seeing any more. Standing, I grabbed the rope and after making sure the grappling hook was still tightly secured, tossed it over the edge. It unrolled smoothly, slapping against the side of the building a second later. "Going by yourself?" Katie asked as I bent and grabbed the rope. "You need someone to watch your back." I paused. She was right, but then if there were two of us on the ground and a lot of females showed up, we might have a problem getting both of us back up the rope. I thought about it for a moment, but Crawford ended the discussion. "I'll be right behind you," he said. I nodded and gripped the rope tightly, scrambling my way over the edge. "Watch yourself," I said. "The rope's going to be slick in this rain." Going down was easier than coming up had been the other night. Bracing my feet against the wall, I moved my hands down a knot at a time, walking down with my feet. It's not hard. The biggest thing to focus on is making sure you keep your center of gravity above your feet. If you don't, well, you turn upside down, lose your grip, fall on your ass and break half the bones in your body. Fortunately, I did it right and stepped onto the ground in a short amount of time. Immediately I turned, moving away from the rope and raising my rifle. Scanning my surroundings, I didn't see any movement, but kept watch as I heard the scrape of the colonel climbing over the edge and starting down. Soon he was standing next to me, rifle up and ready. I glanced at him and hands signed the direction we were going. He nodded and I stepped off. Crawford fell in 5 yards behind and was so quiet I had to glance over my shoulder to make sure he was really there. I guess I had expected less from a colonel who had spent most of his time behind a desk, even though I knew it hadn't always been that way for him. He hadn't earned that beret by being a slacker desk jockey. It took us 5 minutes to work our way out of the maintenance area at the bottom of the wall and across a small, paved area to a massive solar array. There were hundreds, maybe thousands, of panels and each was 6 by 12 feet. They were mounted on iron brackets, held a few feet off the ground with enough space between each for a man to walk through and perform whatever maintenance they might require. They also created a maze with enough space below the surface for infected to be lying in wait, ready to drag me down to my death. I stopped a few yards from the edge of the first panel. Where to start looking? For that matter, what was I even looking for? Standing there, I took a moment to scan the area as I thought about what to do. All was clear and I checked on Crawford. He was behind me, facing the opposite direction, keeping an eye on our rear. Okay, what did I know about solar? I knew the electricity generated by the panels was direct current, or DC, and not compatible with the lights, motors, and pumps in the casino that ran on alternating current or AC. That meant there had to be some inverters somewhere that converted the power before it was supplied to the building. And since there had been power at night, there also had to be a bank of batteries to store electricity generated during the day for use when the sun was down. But where the hell was all that equipment? Copper wire is expensive, so I suspected that it would be somewhere between the generating array and the destination for the power, but after turning 2 complete circles I couldn't spot anything. Would they have put it inside the casino? Maybe the inverters, but I didn't think they'd put massive banks of batteries inside. Too great a risk for explosion and fire if something went wrong. Even if the local building codes didn't prohibit it, I was pretty sure their insurance company would. With that in mind, where the hell would the equipment be? Raising my rifle again, I scanned the perimeter of the array, stopping when I saw a sprawling, squat building on the far side of the sea of panels. Focusing on it, I realized why it hadn't caught my attention before. It had a very low-profile roofline and was well screened from view by trees and shrubs. I was fairly confident this was what I was looking for when I noted the forest of vent pipes sticking up from the roof. Gases from batteries can be extremely toxic, and if allowed to build up can also be very combustible. Proper venting solves that problem, and this building was definitely well vented. There, I mumbled to Crawford, pointing across the array at the distant structure. He nodded, then turned back to watch our rear, waiting for me to lead the way. But which way, through or around? The array was massive. Probably every bit of 10 acres. It was a long way around, but as I looked at the maze with about 1,000,000 hiding places for an infected, it was an easy decision. We were going around. 4. I made another slow scan of the perimeter of the array, then carefully surveyed the field of solar panels itself. Nothing was moving and I didn't see anything to concern me. We were standing at almost the center of the long edge of the giant rectangle defining the area, so there was no distance advantage to going either right or left. Going to the right brought us to the far edge of the property and nothing but open prairie. To the left took us closer to the main building of the casino and kept us on asphalt. I opted for the easier path on a smooth surface and signed to Colonel Crawford that we were moving left. Stepping off, I glanced over my shoulder and noted him falling in when I'd opened up about 5 yards of space. I'm not one to get easily spooked, but something about this whole situation was making me nervous. Maybe it was the spectral feel to the area, brought about by the faint light of the moon penetrating the broken cloud cover and reflecting off the rain-washed panels in a pale, bluish hue. Maybe it was the thought of all that open, hidden space underneath the panels. There could literally be thousands of infected hiding under there. It didn't help my nerves that it was raining. Rain does a great job of creating white noise that will mask a lot of environmental sounds. Sounds such as a female infected sneaking up behind you. But that was ridiculous. The infected didn't hide. They attacked. But what about the females? They had shown a level of cunning that I hadn't seen before when they took Katie and the others. Posting sentries. Cooperating and coordinating their efforts. Why couldn't they be smart enough to hide and attack at a vulnerable moment? I'd made the mistake of letting my mind wander too far afield and managed to come up with scenarios that weren't reality. Or were they? Oh, fuck it. Holding up a clenched fist, I signaled for a stop. Carefully I squatted, rifle at my shoulder and eye to the night vision scope. Looking under the closest edge of the panels, I began a slow scan. Trash blowing in a night breeze nearly caused me to pull the trigger, but I stopped myself in time. Continuing to sweep and look, I saw nothing that shouldn't have been there. Of course there could be some females hiding on the far side and it was too far away for me to see, but there weren't any imminent threats. Letting out a deep breath, I stood up, glanced at Crawford and got us moving again. It took us most of 10 minutes to reach the end of the long side of the rectangle and I adjusted my estimate of the overall size of the array. It was closer to 20 acres. Sure, that's really not that large, but we were moving slow and careful. It would have been easy, and perhaps satisfying, to stride right along and cover the distance in a couple of minutes. But why not just go ahead and put on a cowbell to announce our presence while we were at it? At the turn I called another halt to stoop and check under the panels. More of the same, or more nothing to be accurate. Moving again, I checked the open lot to our left, then turned back to keep an eye on the front. I froze and whipped my rifle to the right when I thought I detected movement out amongst the panels in my peripheral vision. But after a full minute of watching I didn't see anything. Squatting, I checked the underside but it was still clear. At least I hoped it was clear. In all fairness, there was a veritable forest of iron brackets supporting the panels. I didn't think I could see more than 100 feet into the array before the view became too jumbled to identify any individual shape. Unless something was brightly lit or moving fast, I wouldn't be able to see it. Shaking my head, I stood and took a step, detecting movement again out of the corner of my eye. Frozen, I didn't look in that direction, just tried to focus the edge of my vision on whatever was out there. The human eye's night vision has a blind spot directly in the center. It has something to do with the way the rods, what allows us to see in low light, are aligned. Anyway, the ability to see after dark is much better when you use the periphery of your eye. So that's what I did. Of course I could have swung the rifle in that direction and looked through the night vision scope, but that hadn't worked last time. If we were being stalked, then it was by something or someone that could recognize I was looking in their direction and would take shelter beneath the solar panels. At first nothing moved, then I saw it again. 3 figures moving amongst the maze created by the panels. But they were only visible for a quick moment, then disappeared. Without turning my head, I signaled for Crawford to move up next to me. "We've got company out in the array," I said in a low mumble when he was standing beside me. "Infected?" "Can't tell. We're being stalked for sure, but I can't get a good enough look," I answered. "Go back or continue?" I was glad he was deferring to my judgment in the field. "Continue," I said, and started moving again. I intentionally picked up the pace, hoping to force the hand of whatever was tracking us. We reached the back edge in a couple of minutes and I made the turn without slowing. I was dividing my focus between what was in front of us and trying to catch another glimpse of movement in the array, but whatever it was wasn't showing itself any longer. Good or bad? Had they realized where we were going and stayed hidden below the panels, moving to arrive at the building first and set up an ambush? As we drew closer to the building, I slowed, pausing to squat and look under the panels. Nothing. Where the hell were they? And what were they? We were within 30 yards of the corner of the structure and I could see a heavy, steel door when I caught the movement again. I've never been one to fire at something that I wasn't absolutely certain posed a threat, but I didn't hesitate. Spinning, I fired 4 fast bursts at the area where I detected them. As far as I could tell, I didn't hit anything and decided it was time to put on some speed. Breaking into a sprint, I dashed for the building, Crawford running lightly behind me. Reaching the door, I grasped the knob and turned, but it was locked up tight. Stepping back, I fired a burst into the knob, raised the muzzle slightly and blew out the deadbolt. I kicked hard and it slammed open, a pitch-black opening in front of me. When we had scavenged at the Osprey crash, I'd found a working, high-intensity flashlight, and I clicked it on to illuminate the interior. I could see banks and racks of equipment, but the building was large and there could have been 100 infected out of the reach of my light. Crawford was right behind me, facing out across the array, so I stepped through the opening to start clearing the space. A quick sweep revealed nothing more than dark racks full of switches, miles and miles of thick electrical cabling connecting everything. Moving deeper, I kept scanning and picked up the smell of burnt wiring. Shit. This was probably going to turn out to be an exercise in futility. "Clear," I called over my shoulder. No, the entire building wasn't clear, but the immediate area was, and I wanted to get both of us inside and that door secured before whatever was outside decided it was a good time to attack. I heard Crawford's foot scrape on the threshold at the same time I heard the screams from outside. Not just one or two, but a whole fucking chorus of voices tore through the night. "Shit," the colonel said. I turned just before he slammed the door and braced his shoulder against it. In that brief instant, I saw what had to be at least 100 females charging directly at us. They were popping up from within the array and flowing out from underneath the closest edge. Damn it. I had felt something was wrong before we even started around the solar panels, but I'd ignored the warning and now we were trapped. "Find something to block this door," Crawford shouted as thumps began sounding against the steel. He had turned and wedged his back against the door, feet braced on the floor, and was pushing against it as hard as he could. It rattled from the female's assault, pushing in an inch before he was able to overcome the pressure and force it closed again. The door was set in a smooth concrete wall and there was no equipment or racks within 15 feet of it. Nothing that could be used as a barricade. Shining the light around, I spotted several giant spools with wire as thick as my wrist wrapped around them. They must have been there in case any repairs were needed and probably weighed 1,000 pounds each. They wouldn't have something on hand that large and heavy unless they had some way to move it. Running farther along the wall the spools were stacked against, I saw a small, electric-powered forklift next to a charger. Hoping and praying it was charged, I jumped into the seat and couldn't believe my luck when I saw a key in the switch. Turning it to on, I slapped the lever that raised the hooks, shifted into reverse and mashed down the throttle. Forks going up, backup alarm beeping, the tires spun on the smooth concrete for a second, then grabbed and I shot away from the wall. Forcing myself to slow, I got the machine under control and came to a stop, spinning the wheel to head for the closest spool. Not really getting the hang of the forklift, I kept at it until I got one of the giant spools raised a few inches off the ground. Maneuvering, I looked down and noticed the switch on the dash marked lights. Flipping it up, bright headlamps came on, and now I was able to better see how badly I was handling the machine. It wasn't pretty, but I was getting the job done. Turned and moving forward, I headed for where Colonel Crawford still struggled to keep the door closed. He was losing the battle, the door pushing open slightly farther every few seconds until he could force it closed again. "Get clear!" I shouted as I roared straight at him. At the last moment he leapt aside, the door coming partially open and females starting to press in. Then I arrived, the giant spool ramming into the door and crashing it closed. 2 females lost limbs as the steel door slammed into its frame with several thousand pounds of force behind it. The forklift came to a hard stop and I was nearly thrown out of my seat and into the windshield. I had braced but was still a little stunned by the impact. Shaking my head to clear it, I released the load so it would sink to the floor. There was a horrible screech of metal on metal as the forks were ground along the surface of the door by the weight of the spool. Shutting the machine off, I set the parking brake and stepped out to look at my handiwork. At least a couple of tons were now wedged tightly against the door. There was no way the infected were getting through. But for that matter, there was also no way, with them outside, we were getting through either. "I'm starting to think coming out here wasn't one of your better ideas, Major." Colonel Crawford sat on the floor where he'd landed after jumping out of my way. "I'm just getting warmed up, sir." I grinned. "Just wait until you hear how I plan to get us back to the casino." 5. We spent half an hour clearing the building. It was even larger than it had appeared from the outside, and was full of hiding places. Row upon row of racks of switches, inverters, and monitoring equipment. Spare parts stacked to the ceiling and creating alcoves just the right size for a female intent on an ambush. And so many more bits, parts, tools, and assorted mystery items that I couldn't even hope to identify. The battery banks were there and took up over half the building. The smell of burned wiring was strongest at one end of the space, and when I shone my light around I could see a massive burn mark on the poured concrete wall. Tracing the pattern of the burn, I found a cable the size of my arm that penetrated the wall from the outside. It fed into a large cabinet from which a dozen smaller cables fed into subsequent cabinets that divided it even further. Ignoring the warning label, I pulled the first cabinet open and immediately spotted the problem. The cable was attached to a large, silver connector that would normally have been bolted to an electrical bus that distributed the power to the 12 smaller wires. But the connector had been melted by the massive energy surge of the EMP. "So what is that and how do we fix it?" Crawford asked, peering over my shoulder. "I think it's a lightning arrestor," I said, staring into the cabinet. "If I'm right, then maybe it did its job, stopped the electrical surge, and the system is still operational. But isn't this where the power comes in? If that's the case, why wouldn't there be electricity going to the casino?" He leaned forward and thumped a sticker on the cabinet that labeled the thick cable as supply. "Maybe enough of a surge got passed to trip some failsafe in the controller?" I stood up and walked over to the closest rack of switches and began looking it over with my flashlight. "I'm going to look through the spare parts and see if there's a replacement for that thing," Crawford said. "And by the way, you still haven't told me your plan to get us out of here." "Working on it, sir," I said, carefully examining every switch and button in front of me. An hour later I had covered half of the control panels and as of yet hadn't found anything that didn't seem to be set in the correct position. Of course I could be wasting my time. The system might have been completely fried and nothing short of ripping it all out and starting over would solve the problem. But I'd come this far and wasn't ready to give up. Still looking, I'd paused when I heard an electric drill start up. Noting the number of the rack I was examining so I could come back to it, I went to see what the colonel was doing. When I found him, he had a large, commercial-duty cordless impact driver in his hand and was removing the bolt that connected the supply cable to the lightning arrestor. Once it came free, he pulled the melted part out of the cabinet and tossed it on the floor next to a shiny new one resting in a plain, cardboard box. "How did you know that supply cable wasn't hot?" I asked him. "Because it's dark outside," he replied and began installing the replacement part. Feeling like an idiot, I grinned and left him to his work. Picking up where I left off, I continued my inspection. 10 minutes later, I finished the rack I had been working on and moved to a new one. I moved my face closer, recognizing it was different than what I'd been looking at. The switches were larger and each label had the word master in front of whatever description was printed on it. Halfway through the panel, I found a large, rotary switch that wasn't out of position, but directly above it there was a small window and an indicator that was red with fault printed in white lettering. I was excited, but I've lived long enough to know better than to jump at the first pretty face that comes along. Noting the panel number, I kept checking. Nothing else within the same rack was showing a fault, but on the very last rack was a switch twice the size of the previous one I'd found showing the same red indicator. I'd heard the colonel running the drill again, and not knowing where he was or what he might be touching, I went in search of him before resetting either of the switches. He was just finishing doing something in another cabinet, and I had a pretty good idea what when I saw several more melted arresters lying on the floor. "Found 2 master switches in fault," I said as I walked up. "Good. This was the last damaged part one could find. At least the batteries should charge now when the sun comes up. If the panels outside aren't blown out," he said. "Time to find out," I said, leading the way back to the master control panels. But now I had a problem. There were 2 switches in fault mode, one obviously controlling a much larger current than the other. Which one did I reset first? And did it matter? I looked around hoping to spot an operator's manual, but there wasn't one to be seen. Making my best guess, I selected the smaller switch first. It made sense to me, but I didn't try to explain my reasoning to the colonel. Grasping the switch, I tried to turn it towards the on position, but it didn't budge. I remembered a house Katie and I had owned years ago. Something was wrong with the wiring, and it was an almost daily occurrence that she would pop one of the breakers with her hairdryer or curling iron, and I was usually the one to go out into the garage to reset it for her. Turning off first, then back on reset them. Holding my breath, I rotated the switch to the left until it clicked and the red fault indicator went away, replaced by a black indicator that set off. Turning it back to the right, it clicked in place, the indicator changing to white and reading on. Other than that, nothing happened. Moving to the other panel, I grabbed the large switch. Its handle was long enough that it completely filled my hand. It was stiff and hard to turn, but I succeeded in muscling it to off, took a deep breath and rolled it to on. Immediately, fluorescent lights mounted to the ceiling buzzed to life and the sound of several exhaust fans spinning up came from the direction of the battery bank. I let out the breath I hadn't realized I was holding and grinned. "Good job, Major. Now, how the hell are we getting out of here?" Crawford asked. While I'd been looking at switches, I'd had an idea. It hadn't taken a lot of concentration to check them, so I'd let my brain work on the problem of how to get out of here. And if I do say so myself, I'd come up with a good one. Keeping Colonel Crawford in the dark, I went searching for what I needed. First, and most importantly, we needed access to the roof. I suspected there would be a utility ladder leading to a hatch. There were too many fans and pipes on the roof for there to not be easy access for the maintenance staff. I found the hatch quickly but didn't bother to climb up yet. Gathering what I needed, I lugged it up the ladder, getting soaked when I pushed the hatch open. Good. It was still raining. On the roof, I dropped 2 coils of heavy gauge wire and walked to the front edge. Sticking my head over, I was surprised to see as many females as I did. I had expected 100 at the most, but there were probably double that number. They milled around the barricaded front door, one of them occasionally testing it. Striding back to the hatch, I picked up an end of each of the wires and fed them down to where the colonel waited. I gave him enough slack to make the connections below. There was a set of positive and negative terminals, controlled by a switch, which would pull power directly from an inverter tied to one of the battery banks. Nothing was labeled to tell me voltages or amperages, and I had no idea if this would work, but it was worth a try. I spent a minute telling him what I had in mind, a grin spreading across his face as I spoke. While Crawford made the connections below, I stripped several feet of insulation off the end of each with my K-bar. Once this was done, I began uncoiling the two lengths of wire. Reaching the front edge of the building, I put one of them down and dragged the other to a point above the left edge of the group of females. Pushing the wire over the parapet, I was satisfied when the exposed end came to rest in a large puddle of rainwater. I repeated the process with the other wire after taking it to the opposite side of the group. It didn't land in a puddle, but the bare copper was in direct contact with the wet ground. Taking one last quick look, I ran to the hatch and leaned in. "Ready," I shouted. 5 seconds. Crawford shouted back, giving me time to get to the edge of the roof before he pulled the switch. I ran back and looked down. The females still hadn't noticed me and were apparently not interested in the two wires hanging down the outside of the building. Too bad. I guess I've seen too many movies, because I was expecting spectacular sparks and arcs of electricity when Crawford hit the switch. But, like so many things, what happens on the screen is nothing like real life. At first I wasn't even aware that the Colonel had started the flow of electricity. Then I noticed that all of the females had begun twitching like they were parroting a Miley Cyrus performance. Next, despite the rain, I began to smell burning hair and flesh. Then they began falling, jerking as the electricity surging through them overrode all control of their muscles. Other than the sounds of bodies falling and arms and legs drumming on the ground, the death of over 200 females was almost silent. I thought I could hear an electrical sizzling sound, but that may well have been my mind playing the soundtrack I expected. I was mesmerized, watching their spasming bodies, and had lost track of how long the current had been flowing when there was a loud pop from inside the building and an alarm bell began ringing. The females stopped all movement and went still. I wanted to watch to make sure none of them got up, but was worried Crawford was in trouble. Racing to the roof hatch, I started to step through, pausing when the alarm bell went quiet. "You okay, sir?" I called down, noting a thick cloud of smoke being vented out of several of the pipes that stuck up from the roof. "All good." "I was around the corner," he shouted a moment later. "Overloaded the battery bank and one of them exploded. There's battery acid everywhere. Don't come down the ladder." "Did it work?" "I think so." "Stand by," I yelled and ran back to the edge. None of the females had moved, and the smell of burned hair and cooked flesh was even stronger. I stood in the rain watching them for a couple of minutes. It had worked. I jogged back to the hatch. "All down, sir." "Just a whole bunch of crispy critters now," I said. "That's good." The battery that exploded spread acid on most of the surfaces in its immediate vicinity, including the ladder. "You're going to have to find another way down." I stood and looked around but didn't see any more hatches in the roof. "How secure are the wires we just used?" I shouted. "Will they hold me?" "Negative. Both of them are burned most of the way through. Hang tight and keep an eye out. I'll be out the side door in a minute and pick you up." Crawford shouted back. "Pick me up?" Did he inhale too many toxic fumes from the battery that just exploded? I decided to trust him and returned to the edge of the roof and used my rifle's night vision scope to scan for threats. The rain was slacking off, and as I stood there I thought about how what we just did wouldn't have worked if it hadn't been raining. Without the water we wouldn't have been able to get the entire group. Was luck finally swinging in my direction? I didn't see any movement and a moment later heard a rolling door open somewhere in the far wall of the building. A few seconds later the forklift I'd used to block the front entrance turned the left corner, Colonel Crawford behind the wheel. The forks were already coming up as he drove, and by the time he reached my location they were level with the roof. Stepping over the parapet, I put a foot on each fork and held tightly to the back of it as he lowered me to ground level. I started to step off, but he waved for me to stay put. "Why walk when we can ride?" He grinned and headed for the casino. 6. We didn't encounter any additional infected on our drive back. As we pulled up to the base of the wall, Martinez tossed the line over the edge. I would have preferred to just ride the forks up, but the edge of the roof was more than 3 times as high as they were capable of reaching. The rope had been sitting in the rain the whole time we were gone and was slick as hell, which made for an interesting climb. I had a couple of bad moments when my feet slipped, but I made it. Colonel Crawford followed, a little slower than me but not enough to mention. Katie and Martinez were soaked and shivering. Both of them had waited at the edge of the roof for us to return. Dog had taken shelter under the belly of the pave hawk but trotted over to see me when I appeared. Kissing Katie, I got us all moving towards the bulkhead door. As I approached, I could see the lights in the stairwell. We were starting to get worried, then the lights came on and we knew you were okay, Katie said. Piece of cake, I said, the colonel nodding in agreement. Focusing on getting us in out of the weather, I led the way down the stairs, one cautious step at a time. The rifle was up to my shoulder and ready to go. I wasn't confident that everyone that had been in residence was dead from my raid the other night, and neither was I willing to bet that someone else hadn't shown up and moved in. Dog stayed next to me as I descended, Katie and Martinez right behind and Colonel Crawford bringing up the rear. Reaching the bottom step, I paused to check Dog. He was alert but remained quiet. Holding up a clenched fist to signal the rest of the group to freeze in place, I stepped fully into the VIP area and scanned. No bad guys and no infected waiting to pounce. Moving across the room, I stepped over a dark stain on the red carpet where Martinez had lain bleeding. Checking the small foyer that was at an angle to the room, I quickly returned to the stairs and signed for the group to join me. On the far side of the space was a large door covered in thickly padded leather. It was unlabeled, and other than a small kitchen was the only remaining location in the VIP area where someone could be hiding. Leading the way, I paused and signaled for Katie and Martinez to stay in place and watch the rear as Crawford and I checked whatever was on the other side. I held a flattened hand in front of Dog's face to tell him to stay. The doorknob was on the right side of the door and Crawford and I stacked up against the wall just to the left. I was in front, closest to the opening, and dropped to a knee as he tucked in tight against my back. Gently turning the knob, I pushed the door open and pivoted my body around the doorframe, rifle pointing into the hallway that was revealed. Crawford remained standing and swiveled around at the same time I did so that his rifle was above my head, pointing in the same direction. The hallway was at least 200 feet long, ending at a fire door with an emergency crash bar. There were 5 closed doors, 3 on one side and 2 on the other. A discrete brass number was on each, labeling them 1 through 5. Nothing was moving, and after a moment Crawford tapped my shoulder. Standing, I pushed the entrance door firmly against the wall, taking a second to peek through the gap on the hinge side to make sure there wasn't a surprise waiting for us. Seeing it was clear, I moved into the hall, staying on the left side, Crawford to my right and slightly behind me. We moved to the first door on my side and repeated the room entry process. The room turned out to be a suite, almost certainly exclusively reserved for high rollers. The floor was marble, the counters granite and the fixtures gleaming gold. The furniture was substantial and stylish, subdued art on the walls. I quickly checked the entire suite while Crawford remained at the open entrance. He was only feet away if I needed backup, but I needed to be kept on the hall in case someone or something came out of another door. Space cleared, I rejoined the colonel and we stepped across to clear the next suite. It was as opulent and empty as the first. Continuing on, we moved down the hall. The next suite was clear, then a pair of infected males greeted me when I opened the door to number 4. They were both Indians and dressed like casino workers. Dropping the rifle to hang on its sling, I drew my kukri and quickly dispatched them before clearing the rest of the room. Suite 5 was situated at an offset from the others so that when the occupants exited they weren't directly across from another door. I expected this one to be the largest and most luxurious, and I wasn't surprised when I pushed in. It took me slightly longer to check the space as it was nearly twice as large as the others, but it was empty. "Dibs," I mumbled to Crawford as I walked past him into the hallway. I took a moment to check the fire door, glad to find it was securely locked as well as having a stout chain and padlock that would prevent it from being opened. The Colonel and I made our way back to the VIP area where Katie, Martinez, and Dog waited for us. They were behind a long bar, rifles trained in the direction of the stairs and the exit to the casino floor. Behind the bar was a paneled swinging door that blended well with the surrounding wall. It led to a small kitchen. "Did you check it?" I asked Martinez in a low voice, tilting my head towards the door. "Didn't go in," she answered without taking her attention off the area she was responsible for. "Just pushed the door open and stuck my head in. Dog's keeping an eye on it." I patted Dog's head and shot a look at Crawford. He nodded and we moved to the door, a moment later pushing it open as both of us aimed into the room. It was most likely there to service the 5 high roller suites. This time, with the ladies at our backs, he followed me in and we cleared the space quickly before returning to the bar. "All good," I said in a low voice. "Just don't open number 4 down that hall." I left a mess on the floor. "What's next?" Katie asked. "We're going to get some rest, but first this whole building has to be cleared. I don't know if we accounted for everyone when we got you out, and I'm not about to go to sleep until I know we're alone. After that I want to find a maintenance closet and get some tools to put that door on the roof back in place. We stay in pairs. You and Martinez remain here and make sure no one slips into this area behind us, or comes down the stairs. The Colonel and I are going to take Dog and go clear the building." "Big building," Martinez said. "The power's on, so why don't you find the security office? I'm betting the cameras are on, and there's probably not an inch of floor space in a casino that isn't covered by video." I nodded, glad she was here. Digging in my pocket I pulled out 2 small tactical radios with earpieces. I had taken them off the bodies of the 2 Marines in the downed Osprey. Handing one to Martinez I clipped the other to my vest and inserted the earpiece. We briefly tested them and I was happy when they worked. Giving Katie a quick kiss I headed for the exit to the main floor, Dog at my side and Colonel Crawford right behind me. We spaced out several yards so as not to give anyone lying in wait a nicely bunched up target. They might get one of us, but by keeping some distance between us it would be much harder for an ambusher to get both. Dog stayed close to me, ears straight up and nose twitching as we moved. I had forgotten just how large the building was. And how many hiding places there were. Martinez was spot on, as usual. With only 2 of us we needed an advantage, and finding security would hopefully give us just that. We made our way through the dimly lit interior. I kept half an eye on Dog, counting on his keen senses to alert me to any danger before I could detect it, but he remained quiet. The smell of the bodies had been noticeable as soon as we'd left the VIP area and grew as we progressed across the floor. Soon the stench of decomposition was nearly overpowering, but it wasn't anything we hadn't dealt with before so we pushed on. Passing the poker room that Martinez had assaulted I noted the carnage from the grenades she had used. Bodies and body parts were tossed about, blood and other fluids staining the carpet, furniture and walls. Nothing was moving and I pushed Dog farther away so he didn't step on any of the shattered glass that was scattered across the floor. I remembered seeing an entrance to the administrative offices and suspected that was also where security would be located. Reaching a set of heavy wooden doors I tugged on the handle, but they were secured with an electronic lock and didn't budge. Stepping back I fired a burst into the bolt that held the doors closed. Wood splintered, but I had to fire a second burst to damage the mechanism enough to force it open. We made entry into the hall the same way we'd cleared every other space, and it took a long time to work our way through a rabbit warren of small offices and cubicles. The casino apparently had employed a lot of people that worked behind the scenes. One of the rooms we cleared as we moved through the area was a large space with banks of monitors mounted to the wall and a control station that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. Satisfied the entire area was clear, we moved to the monitoring room and stepped through the door. All of the monitors were dark, but the control station had numerous lights of different colors glowing softly. It looked like things hadn't come back up when the power was restored. "You have any idea what you're doing?" Crawford asked me as he turned to check the hall behind us. "Nope," I said, pulling out a rolling office chair and taking a seat at the station. "But it's not like I'm going to start World War III if I push the wrong button, so?" I took a close look at the buttons, switches, and keyboards in front of me. Everything was neatly labeled, but it was all technical terms specific to the system and none of it meant anything to me. Saying the hell with it, I reached out and began flipping switches and pushing buttons. It took some time, but I finally hit the right sequence to activate all the monitors at the front of the room. They flared to life, each resolving into a blue screen. Several minutes later I finally figured out how to start the computer that ran the whole thing, a large screen set into the console winking on. Once the PC finished its boot sequence, it automatically loaded a menu for controlling the casino cameras, and I smiled when I realized it was actually very user-friendly. I grasped the mouse next to the keyboard and began clicking. With each click a monitor changed from blue to a sharp, color image of part of the casino. On the lower half of the PC monitor a graphic outline of the building appeared with about 500 red dots scattered across. As I activated each camera a corresponding dot on the schematic changed from red to green, letting me know what part of the structure I was viewing. I clicked until all of the monitors on the wall were in use, but only a small fraction of the dots were green. This was going to take a while. Getting the hang of the system, I took a video tour of the large property. When I got to the VIP area I could see Katie and Martinez still behind the bar, keeping an eye on the two entrances into the space. They were talking, but the system didn't seem to have sound, so I couldn't listen in. Rolling through the cameras I moved up to the roof, getting a clear shot of both helicopters, then came back down into the building. I eventually spotted a maintenance area, making note of where it was. I kept moving, having failed to detect any sign of life by the time I'd viewed every location. But there were still some areas that didn't have video. Restrooms and a few storage closets couldn't be viewed. "We're in pretty good shape," I said to Crawford. "Have to clear the restrooms and 4 closets on the far wall, but I've been able to see everything else and it looks like we're alone." "Let's get moving," he said without taking his attention off our rear. "I saw some food in that kitchen that's calling my name." 7. The restrooms were clear, the only occupant the dead sentry I'd killed while rescuing Katie. Once we had checked each of the closets I led the way to the maintenance area where I had to shoot my way through another electronically secured door. Inside, I found some power tools and large screws and tossed them into a canvas bag. Approaching the VIP area I alerted Martinez on the radio to let her know we were coming in. We held back until she acknowledged, just in case. It's rare, but I'd known guys who were the victim of friendly fire because they just suddenly appeared right where nervous men were watching and waiting for the enemy. Not that I didn't trust Katie and Martinez, but why tempt fate when all I had to do was make a simple call? All quiet. "We're alone," I said when I walked into the room. Both women visibly relaxed. "We need that door fixed and we need food," I continued. "Am I going to catch a load of shit for being sexist if I ask you two to put a meal together while the colonel and I go up on the roof to work on the door?" If it had just been Martinez I wouldn't have worried about it. But with Katie, well, there's a reason I've been married as long as I have. "No worries, sir. We'll take care of the women's work," Martinez said before Katie could open her mouth. "You go kill a bear or whatever." The two women snickered as they turned and pushed through into the kitchen. "Makes me think I should have gone to the Bahamas," Crawford mumbled as we began climbing the stairs. "Welcome to my world, sir," I said, stepping through the opening and dropping the tool bag. It had taken a long time to clear the massive building. The clouds were gone and the sun was well above the horizon when we stepped out onto the roof. It was going to be another hot day. Sweat immediately popped out when I left the shelter of the stairwell, but I'd take heat over cold and wet any day of the week. As long as you have enough water, heat is just uncomfortable. Cold and wet? That's downright miserable when you're in the field. Crawford lifted the top edge of the door and walked it into place while I dug through the tools. While he held, I drilled several new holes in the doorframe, then drove long, thick screws through into the surrounding structure. Door secure, we packed up and headed down to eat. The meal they had prepared was simple, and unsure of the last time I'd eaten, I devoured every bite. Katie is normally a very light eater, consuming about a third of the calories that I do, but she ate like a ravenous teenager. So did Martinez. I noted this, wondering if it had something to do with whatever effect the virus was having on them, but chose not to bring it up and spoil their meal. Dog devoured whatever it was they had put together for him, burped loudly and stretched out under the table. Bellies full, Crawford and I cleared the table, returning the dishes to the kitchen and washing them before all of us headed down the hall to select our rooms. He and Martinez each took a room, Katie following me down the hall to room 5. We walked in, Dog leading the way, and I locked the door behind us. "Wow," Katie said, looking around. "I always knew there were good things in store if I stuck with you." She looked over her shoulder at me, smiling as she headed for the bedroom. I followed after, tightly closing the heavy drapes that covered the window looking out onto a greenbelt. By the time I caught up with her, she had already stripped off her meager clothing and cranked on the shower. "Hot water," she said, holding a hand under the stream. She grabbed a wrapped bar of soap and bottle of shampoo off the granite counter and stepped under the steaming water. I tossed a fluffy towel onto the top edge of the shower wall, stripped and followed her in. Sometime later I stepped out, dripping water on the shiny floor, and rummaged through the cabinets. Thankfully there was a supply of disposable razors. Back in the shower, Katie shaved my head, careful to avoid all the gashes in my scalp. 20 minutes later I was clean and had a freshly shaved dome and face. Leaving my stinking clothes where they were, I carried my weapons into the bedroom while Katie finished showering. I deposited everything on and near one of the nightstands before crawling into the bed. Dog tried to join me, but I made him stay on the floor. He curled up at the foot of the bed with an indignant grunt. The linens were crisp and smelled like an April shower. The mattress was firm and the pillows were soft. The ceiling fan over the bed turned lazily, stirring the air and keeping me just cool enough. I lay my head back, thinking I'd close my eyes for a few moments until Katie joined me. I woke to a dark room, still in the same position. Katie's nude body was sprawled across me, her steady breathing telling me she was asleep. Careful not to wake her, I craned my head around to see the clock on the nightstand. 11:37, had to be p.m. since it was so dark. We just slept almost 14 hours. Katie has always been a light sleeper, and as I turned back to lay my head down, she raised her face and kissed me as her hand began wandering down my body. Soon I didn't care what time it was. 8. It was 0300 by the time Katie, Dog, and I walked out of our suite and down the hall. We were both freshly showered and wearing thick, terrycloth robes that had been hanging in the bedroom closet. I probably looked ridiculous with a rifle slung over the robe and flip-flops on my feet, but I didn't care. I was in the best mood I could remember being in for some time. Martinez looked up and smiled a bright smile when we entered the bar area. Katie smiled back and I groaned inside, just waiting for it to start. Mercifully, Martinez somehow managed to keep her mouth shut, but the look on her face told me she had several good one-liners prepared. "Seen the Colonel?" I asked as we walked over to where she was sitting with a tumbler of something from the bar in front of her. "Nope," she said, taking a sip. "Still sleeping as far as I know. Care for a drink? Maybe some food first," I said, looking at Katie. She nodded and sat down next to Martinez, leaving me to wander into the kitchen to get us something to eat. Sometime later we had finished our meal and Katie went to rummage through the back area of the bar, hoping to find her favorite brand of vodka. Dog had inhaled his breakfast and lapped up what had to be a quart of water from a silver serving bowl I'd filled and placed on the floor. "So, what's your thoughts on that pave hawk?" I asked, taking a sip of the tequila I'd poured. "Is it worth trying to get in the air, or are we better off to pump the fuel into the Huey and stick with it?" "I've been thinking about that," Martinez said as Katie let out a small cry of triumph and held up a bottle. I glanced over at her and grinned. "I think we should just transfer the fuel to the Huey. There's too great of a chance that something in the pave hawk is going to cause us a problem once we're in the air. Not that the Huey isn't older than my grandmother, but it seems to have been well maintained and quite airworthy." I nodded, taking another sip and watching Katie walk towards us with a glass in one hand and a bottle in the other. I wasn't wild about any of us drinking, me included, but we were probably as safe and secure at the moment as we would ever be again. And all of us had earned a little break. Then I thought about Scott, Irina, and Igor out there somewhere. They had gone out to help me, and I doubted they were getting a break. But I didn't have a clue where to even start looking for them. The best idea I had come up with so far was to get airborne in the Huey and start transmitting blindly, hoping they would pick up our signal. Thinking about them soured my taste for the alcohol and I pushed the glass away, drawing curious stares from my two companions. Thinking about Scott and company, I explained, pushing my chair back and standing up. "What are you doing?" Katie asked. "Going to find us some clothes," I answered. "I'm guessing out of all those people in the group that held you, at least some of them had some spare clothing with them that will be clean. Want to come with me, or do you trust me to pick something out for you?" We all looked toward the stairs when Dog whined. He was sitting near the first step, staring at us. "You'd better walk your dog first," Katie said. "I've got him, sir." Martinez pushed her glass away and stood up. "It'll give me a chance to check over the pave hawk one more time." I nodded my thanks and headed for the casino floor. A moment later I heard the slap of Katie's flip-flops as she hurried to catch up with me. When we pushed through the door she wrinkled her nose at the smell from the bodies, but stayed right next to me. "So what's the plan?" she asked. "Find our missing people and get our asses to the Bahamas," I answered. "Nothing left here for us and I hear the beaches there are topless." "Down, boy," she said with a laugh. "You have a plan to find these people?" "I have an idea, but don't know if it will work. Once we find them it should be easy enough to locate a plane that Martinez can fly and we're on our way." "Then what?" Katie asked, reaching out and taking my hand as we walked. "Then I don't know," I said. "I guess we live our lives." "I don't know. Haven't thought that far ahead. I've been focused on staying alive and finding you." "Do you miss her?" Katie asked after a few minutes, referring to Rachel. "Of course I do," I answered honestly. "But not in the way you're probably thinking. She's my friend. We walked through hell together. I wouldn't be here with you if it weren't for her. But I'm where I want to be." Katie tugged on my hand and when I stopped and looked at her she stretched up on her toes and kissed me. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her to me, enjoying the feel of her body against mine. We stayed that way for a few long moments before continuing on. I had guessed right that the group had brought luggage with them. A large pile of duffels was in one of the rooms they had used for sleeping. Picking my way through the rubble and broken bodies in shower shoes wasn't exactly fun, but it had to be done. We'd stopped at a large gift shop and found plenty of t-shirts and sweatshirts, but no pants. At least they had underwear and both of us had found a package in our sizes. As I pulled each duffel free of the pile, I turned and tossed it through the missing window. Katie grabbed them, took them to an area that wasn't carpeted in glass and started going through the contents. It took a while, but we were both eventually dressed. I had hoped for cargo pants, which are much more practical than jeans, but didn't find any, so jeans it was. A rough, canvas shirt completed my ensemble. It would be hot, but it would also provide some protection. Katie found a pair of jeans that were so tight they looked like they had been painted on, but every other choice was way too big. We stopped in the gift shop on our way back so she could grab a bikini top. She hadn't found any bras, and that part of the bathing suit would work as a substitute. It had taken us a while, and when we walked back into the VIP area, Colonel Crawford and Martinez were sharing a drink at the bar. Dog was sprawled out near them, his tail thumping the floor when he saw me. "Major." "Ma'am," he greeted us. "Please, Colonel." "It's Katie." "Ma'am is my mother." Crawford smiled and nodded before turning his attention to me. "The captain tells me we need to transfer fuel to the Huey." "Yes, sir," I said, joining them after pulling a stool out for Katie. "I'm thinking let's get in the air and start broadcasting for Scott and hope he's in range. Unless you have a better idea." "I do, but, well, this is a little embarrassing." Crawford reached into his pocket and placed a satellite phone on the bar in front of us. I had this and a charger in my pack. I'd love to place a call to Pearl Harbor and have them look on satellite and find Scott, but I don't know the number. "Sir?" I asked, not understanding. I knew he'd been talking to Admiral Packard for weeks. "This isn't my phone," he confessed. "Somehow I picked this one up when I was throwing stuff in my pack, and none of the working numbers at Pearl are in it. Blanchard had programmed them into my phone for me, so I just hit a speed dial button without ever even seeing the number." We all sat there for a few moments, staring at the phone as if we could magically cause it to have the information we needed suddenly appear. I knew how Crawford felt, but it didn't have any bearing on my plan. "May I?" Katie asked, reaching out and holding her hand above the phone. "By all means," Crawford said, giving her a quizzical look. Katie picked the phone off the bar and powered it on. She sat staring at the screen for a couple of minutes before standing. "No signal in here," she said. "I'm going to the roof, Dot." "Dog, go with her," I pointed. He stood up, shook, and ran up the stairs ahead of Katie. "Who's she calling?" Crawford asked. "An old boyfriend," I said, suppressing a laugh at the look on his and Martinez's faces. "He's with the CIA, stationed at a listening post in Western Australia. He's how she got out of Arizona and to tinker." "Okay, sir." Martinez poured a drink and pushed it towards me. "We've got time. Give with the story." 9. Tech Sergeant Scott cursed in frustration, barely restraining himself from smashing the FSOC communications panel. It had worked fine the last time he'd spoken with Colonel Blanchard, but ever since, the system would not lock onto the orbiting satellite. He'd tried a dozen times, from an equal number of different locations, with the same result on each attempt. A little wheel would spin on the display while it flashed a message that the system was attempting to make a connection, but that's as far as it ever got. He'd rebooted the system. He'd climbed onto the roof of the Bradley and inspected the laser system that transmitted the beam. He'd cleaned the lens. He'd even said a prayer, not thinking about the irony of using every four-letter word in the book as part of a plea to God. None of it helped. "Still not working?" Irina asked. She was seated in the back of the Bradley, sharing an MRE with Igor. "No," Scott said, frustration clear in his voice. "The goddamn thing won't lock on, or maybe it will lock on but the software won't sync, or who the fuck knows what's wrong with it." Irina translated and Igor laughed before saying something in Russian. "Igor says you should try the Russian fix," Irina translated. "Yeah, what's that?" Scott turned to look at them. "Drink some vodka and slap the side of the computer really hard. Tell him if he's got some vodka I'm happy to give it a try," Scott replied with a snort. Irina translated and Igor smiled and shrugged. "So what do we do now?" she asked. "Tinker is abandoned. We don't have comms with anyone. Should we head back towards the canyons where we found Rachel?" Scott sat back and let out a long sigh. Forcing himself to be calm, he reached out and hit the button to reboot the FSOC system. Once it completed the restart, he initiated the sync process, willing the spinning wheel to go away and the status to change from red to green. But it didn't. "That's our best option at this point," he said. "But we can't spend much time looking for the major. We need to head to Idaho. Rachel's on the ground." "And where in Idaho do we start looking?" Irina asked with her eyebrows raised. "I believe it's a fairly large state." Scott looked at her but didn't have a good answer. His frustration threatened to boil over, but he held back. There was no point in losing his temper with Irina. She was right. Idaho was big. And it was a long ways away. Shutting down the call map, he loaded the navigation system and started looking. Idaho was about 1,400 miles away from where they were sitting on the windswept Oklahoma prairie. And the damn state was over 80,000 square miles. Clicking a couple of icons, he had the system generate a route to Idaho. Once it came up, he had the system calculate drive time. A Bradley's top speed is 40 miles per hour. Maintaining that speed for 1,400 miles wasn't reasonable, so he calculated using a 30 miles per hour average. 44 hours without fuel stops, but they'd have to stop 5 times to fill the big vehicle's tank. Best time would be 48 hours, but it would probably be longer than that, depending on what they ran into along the way. Then, once they got there, where the hell did they start looking? Not. Okay, so going to Idaho may not be a smart move. Let's get rolling and see if we can find the major. Scott cleared the route to Idaho and set up a new path that would take them back to the area where they had found Rachel and Joe. At least they had a starting point to search for the major. Irina finished up her meal and went back to the front of the vehicle, where she climbed into the driver's station. Starting the engine, she goosed the throttle and put them on the route Scott had sent to her NAV station. 10. "Why do I only hear from you when you need something?" Steve asked with a petulant tone in his voice. Katie suppressed the sigh that wanted to escape from her mouth. She knew better than to let him hear that she was frustrated with him. It might very well push him over the edge and result in his refusal to help. "I talked to you when I got to Tinker," she said patiently. "You know I couldn't have made it without you. After that, things were crazy and I didn't have a chance to call you. Then I was kidnapped." "You were what?" The switch to concern in his voice was immediate. "Kidnapped," she said again. "Some psycho Air Force officer tasered me and tied me up and took me off the base. He killed the pilot he had forced to fly us, and I thought he was going to kill me." "Oh my God!" Steve exclaimed. "How did you get away? What happened?" "John found me and rescued me, but not before I was shot," she said. "What? You were shot? Are you okay?" He was nearly shouting into the phone. "I'm recovering," she said, not willing to give him any more details. "But we all need your help. Tinker has been evacuated. It's overrun with infected. There are 4 of us still here. We stayed behind to find a small group that was out searching for us. That's what I need your help with. Finding them." "I can't help you," Steve said after a long moment to digest what she'd told him. "Please, Steve. It's not for me. It's for the 3 people that stayed behind to find me." Katie hated begging, but she would do what it took to enlist his assistance. "No, you misunderstood me. It's not that I won't help, it's that I can't help. All of the satellites over North America have gone dark. Don't know if it's the Russians or not, but I can't connect to any of them." Katie cursed, this time letting Steve hear the sigh of frustration. "There must be something you can do," she said. "I don't know what," he replied. "I've been trying for days, and nothing is working." Katie stood quiet for a few moments, watching Dog as he wandered around the far end of the roof looking for a good spot to take care of some personal business. Wait a minute, she said, feeling a little hope. I'm talking to you on a satellite phone. If all the satellites are down, how is that happening? Hang on, he said, and she could hear his fingers flying over a keyboard. Your signal is heavily encrypted. I can't pull your location or number or any other data. You must be coming over an NSA satellite. If it was commercial or even military, I'd be able to get in. Whose phone are you using? I know just who to ask, she said. I'll call you back in a few minutes. Katie broke the connection and whistled for Dog. He came running, following her through the rooftop door that she had propped open. They descended the stairs and she found the rest of her group still sitting at the bar. She explained the situation to Colonel Crawford and he jumped to his feet. Call him back and let me talk to him, he said. He's right, it is an NSA satellite. He won't get in, but I'll bet he can put me in touch with Pearl Harbor. Crawford and Katie headed for the roof, Martinez turning to me and smiling. So you were saying? They were engaged and you took her away from him? She prompted. I didn't even know about him, I said, shaking my head in emphasis. I met Katie and, well, it just happened. We'd known each other maybe 3 weeks when we got married. I don't know when she told him, for sure, but he didn't take it well. Now, enough soap opera. It sounds like the Colonel will be talking to Pearl soon, which means we'll probably have a location on Scott soon. We'd better get busy transferring the fuel from the Pave Hawk to the Huey so we're ready to go. Martinez frowned that I wasn't going to tell her anything else, then stood up and drained her glass. We need to find a hose and some tools, she said. We can probably find that in the maintenance room, I stood, leaving my drink unfinished. Don't need a pump? Nope. Going to disconnect one of the fuel lines from its engine, connect it to the hose and use the Pave Hawk's fuel booster pump to move gas to the Huey. It won't be fast, but it will get the job done, she said. Nodding, I took a moment to return to the suite Katie and I had slept in, retrieving my boots and vest. I'd also found clean socks and was very happy to have them when I pulled the boots onto my feet. Martinez dressed in clothes Katie had found for her while I was getting ready, then we went scavenging. We easily found what we needed, lugging it through the casino and up the stairs to the roof. Crawford was still on the phone, but I couldn't tell if he was talking to Steve or had managed to reach someone at Pearl Harbor. Steve got him through to Pearl, Katie said when she walked up. I think he's still trying to get through the maze and talk to some admiral. And Steve's going to try to get access into the satellite in case we need his help again. I nodded, keeping my mouth shut when it came to Steve. Dropping the long, coiled hose next to the Pave Hawk, I bent and removed the ties that were keeping it neatly rolled. Martinez already had the aircraft opened up and was pulling maintenance panels off to access the fuel lines. While she worked, I grabbed an end of the hose and started stretching it across the roof towards the Huey. I'm kind of surprised Steve is willing to help you, I said to Katie, who had fallen in next to me as I dragged the hose. Okay, I couldn't keep my mouth shut forever. I feel bad every time I talk to him, she said. He's not over me. That's obvious, and I feel like I'm playing with his emotions to get him to help. You know you're doing what you have to, I said. His feelings don't stack up against people's lives. You feel bad because you're a good person. I had reached the Huey by now and stuck the hose deep into the fuel port. Looking back across, I could see Martinez still working on her end. Yeah, well, that doesn't make me feel any better, Katie said. Reaching out, I put my arm around her shoulders and pulled her to me. There really wasn't anything else I could say. Found them. I looked up to see Crawford waving at me. Removing my arm from Katie's shoulders, I took her hand and led her across the roof. The Colonel was just wrapping up his conversation when we walked up. Where? I asked. They're about 50 miles east-southeast from here. Heading towards some canyons, he said. They're still looking for me, I said. How did they find them so fast? They're in the only Bradley that's moving in all of North America, Crawford replied. It wasn't hard, at least according to the petty officer I just spoke with. How long before we're ready to go? I shrugged and stepped over to the pave hawk where Martinez was just climbing into the cockpit. How long, Captain? I asked. I can't remember the flow rate of the booster pump, so I'm guessing an hour. Could be more, could be less. Sorry, sir. Best I can tell you at the moment. Crawford had walked over with us and nodded his head when she spoke. We've got another problem, he said. The plane Rachel was in was shot down. At first I wasn't sure I'd heard him right. I stood staring at him with my mouth hanging open. Martinez had frozen with her hand hovering over the switch to activate the pump. She and the pilot ejected, he continued. They made it down, but they're in the Sawtooth Wilderness in Idaho. Damn rugged country, and they've got weather coming in. SAR on the way? I asked, hoping a search and rescue flight was in the air. No go, Major, Crawford said. The Russians have surged. Thousands of troops and hundreds of aircraft. They're flying a 24-hour CAP over most of the western U.S. The Navy has already lost multiple aircraft trying to get to them. We can't put anything in the air. I stood there, controlling my emotions. I wanted to rage. Wanted to throw something or break something, but that wouldn't help the situation. So we go on the ground, I said. We know where a perfectly good Bradley is. We do, Crawford nodded. If we can get there in time. Bradleys are slow and it's a long way to Idaho. There's a weather front coming in, dropping down from Canada. The temperature is going to drop and it's going to snow. And there's infected. There can't be that many, I said. There were something like 70 million or more bearing down on Tinker. Right? That was infected out of the Midwest, Northeast, Texas and Colorado, Crawford said. These are herds moving out of the West Coast cities. The Admiral thinks the Russians are moving them as they prepare for occupation. California is emptying out and the problem in Idaho is what's coming out of Portland and Seattle. More than 6 million infected between the two cities and they're heading due east. 11. Rachel shivered, scooting a couple of inches closer to the fire. Across from her sat the Navy pilot, Lieutenant Commander William Smith, who was also pushed as close to the flames as he could get without risking burns. It was dark and a strong wind was blowing out of the north, sighing through the tops of the pine trees surrounding them. The wind brought the smell of damp and cold, and it cut through the flight suits the pair wore. Rachel guessed the temperature was in the upper 40s at best, but the wind chill was almost certainly in the low 30s. Her toes, fingers and nose were numb and she wished for the hot weather that had nearly killed her in Oklahoma. The pilot knew they were in Idaho, but beyond that he was as lost as she was. There had been 5 terrifying minutes as he had made every effort to evade a flight of 6 Russian fighter jets. Then a klaxon in the cockpit had begun screaming. Missile! He had shouted over the intercom. A moment later the world around Rachel had exploded. First, the clear canopy over her head had been blasted free from the airframe. An instant later, without warning, her seat rocketed straight up with an ear-splitting roar. Only a moment behind, the pilot's seat had also shot out of the doomed jet, trailing a plume of flames and smoke. As they were still accelerating upwards, the Russian missile slammed into the rear of their jet, detonating with a force that knocked both of them over onto their backs. Then she was falling, still strapped to the seat. She had no idea how far they dropped, but after what seemed an eternity she heard a flapping in the air over her head and looked up to see a small drogue chute at the end of a long tether. There was a loud thump from her seat and the straps holding her fell away. Rachel screamed as she started to fall, but as her body separated from the ejection seat, the parachute on her back was triggered. The canopy fluttered out above her, then a hard jerk took most of her breath as it filled with air and slowed her descent. She still wanted to scream but got her fear under control and looked for the pilot. After twisting her head around, she finally spotted him hanging in the air above and behind her. He was gripping a handle with each hand. A line ran up to the parachute from each, and she assumed that allowed him to control his fall. She saw the same handles flapping around on either side of her, but with no idea how to use them, decided it was best to leave them alone. Looking down between her feet, she couldn't begin to estimate how far above the ground she was. It could have been 100 feet or 1,000. Or much more. She felt a thrill of fear looking at the rugged and unforgiving terrain she was steadily falling towards. Tall peaks were to her right, and she was just now coming level with the highest summit. A thick forest blanketed the mountains, and there wasn't a sign of civilization anywhere. The ground approached faster than she thought it could have. She was now low enough to make out individual treetops and started to panic at the thought of crashing into one and getting tangled in its branches, left dangling 100 feet in the air. Thinking she was imagining it at first, Rachel looked up when she heard a faint voice again. "Pull the toggles to slow down." It was the pilot, shouting instructions to her. What the hell were toggles? The handles. It had to be. Rachel grabbed and pulled, surprised how easily they moved. She immediately began to slow, then started to move in a broad spiral. Frightened, she let go of the toggles and the circling stopped, but her speed increased dramatically. Reaching up and pulling on them again, she was relieved when her rate of descent slowed, but she started into a slow spiral again. This time she realized that she was pulling one toggle farther than the other and backed off slightly on the one side. The turn stopped as soon as her hands came level with each other. Watching between her feet, Rachel spotted a small clearing to her left. The wind was from her right, pushing her towards it, but it looked like it would push her too far. Beyond the clearing was a thick stand of trees, then a sheer rock face dropped for what appeared to be hundreds of feet. Taking a chance, Rachel played with the position of the toggles, trying to guide herself to the clearing. It looked small but was growing in size as she fell. Her rate of descent increased as she adjusted. The spiral started again, the radius of each orbit increasing as she spun faster and faster. As the spin rate increased, she started to swing out from beneath the canopy like a pendulum. Her motion tilted the parachute off horizontal, spilling air out and letting her fall faster, which increased her spin speed even more. "Let go!" The pilot screamed from somewhere above her. Rachel was terrified. With every spin she pulled harder, her brain focused on the only things her hands could grasp. "Let go or you're dead!" He screamed out again. This time his words broke through the fear and she released the toggles like they were burning hot. She continued to spin, but immediately the rate began to slow. Her descent also slowed slightly as the parachute came back level and its entire surface filled with air once again. Then she flashed by the tops of some trees. "Pull hard now!" the pilot screamed. Rachel pulled hard on the toggles and felt herself begin to slow and turn, then she slammed into the ground only feet from the trunk of a massive pine tree. Her legs went out from under her, unable to absorb the impact, and she fell on her right side. Fortunately, she landed on a thick carpet of dead pine needles, which significantly cushioned her impact, otherwise she would likely have broken one or both of her legs. Lying on the ground, panting, Rachel was facing the clearing and watched as the pilot controlled his descent and lightly landed on both feet. Quickly he shrugged out of the parachute and raced over to where she was lying. "Ma'am, are you hurt?" he asked, skidding to a stop on his knees next to her when he saw her eyes open. "If you call me ma'am one more time, I'm going to kick your ass," Rachel gasped. "Yes, ma'am," the pilot grinned, helping her sit up and remove the parachute. After catching her breath, Rachel stood and looked around. She had come down at the very edge of the clearing, missing the closest tree by mere feet. The sky was cloudy and the wind was gusting, cold air causing her to start shivering. "What do we do?" she asked the pilot, who was busy checking the pistol that had been holstered at his hip. "We wait," he said, holstering his weapon. "My wingman made it, or at least I think he did, but either way there'll be a SAR flight along as soon as it can be organized. So we stay put and wait for rescue." While he was talking, he led the way back to where he'd discarded his parachute. A small, cushioned pack was attached to a long tether and he picked it up and disconnected the line holding it. "What do you have in there?" Rachel asked. "First aid kit, sunblock, water ration, a couple of MREs, a compass, waterproof matches, flare gun and water purification tablets," he said, looking into the pouch as he spoke. "No more weapons?" Rachel asked. He just shook his head. As the day wore on, the wind grew stronger and the temperature continued to drop. They talked little, exchanging names and not much more. Neither was in the mood to socialize. Shortly before the last of the daylight faded, Bill gathered fallen tree branches and piled them in an area that was somewhat sheltered from the biting wind. Rachel stood and began helping. Soon they had a respectable pile and he spent a few minutes clearing pine needles until he had a large spot of bare earth exposed. Stacking twigs and smaller branches, a few of the open spots were filled in with dry pine needles. He was digging through his pack for a match when a bone-chilling howl sounded on the wind. Both of them leapt to their feet, looking around. Bill already had the pistol in his hand. The howl sounded again, loud in the dark forest, sending gooseflesh creeping up and down Rachel's entire body. She shifted position until her back was pressed against Bill's so that together they could watch in all directions. "Is that what I think it is?" Rachel hissed. "If you're thinking wolf, then that's what I think too," he answered in a not-so-steady voice. "Will they attack humans?" she asked. "They'll attack anything except maybe a bear," he said. "I'm going to get the fire going," Rachel said. "You keep an eye out." He didn't say anything and a moment later she struck one of the fat matches and held it to a tuft of pine needles. They were dry and caught easily, Rachel hunching over the small flame to shield it from the wind until the larger sticks and branches began burning. Once it was crackling away, Rachel reached back into the pouch and pulled out the flare gun. She looked at it a moment to figure it out, then pressed the release lever and broke it open. She could see brass in the chamber and, satisfied it was loaded, snapped it closed. 3 more flares were in a small plastic case that she stuffed it in her pocket. "What are you going to do with that?" Bill asked when she stood up and he saw it in her hand. "Maybe I'm wrong, but," she was interrupted by another howl, this one sounding like it was no farther away than the far side of the clearing. Rachel and Bill both faced that direction with their weapon at arm's length, pointed at where the howl originated. They stood that way for a minute, then Rachel began to worry that while they were distracted they were being stalked from behind. Turning, she started to move so her back was against Bill's but froze when she saw a pair of yellow eyes watching her from the edge of the forest. "Oh, fuck," she breathed as the eyes began approaching. The fire wasn't large, what light it cast creating shadows in the forest that danced as the wind fanned the flames. But there was one large shadow that approached slowly, not wavering. The eyes were bright, reflecting the firelight, and Rachel didn't think the animal was more than 30 feet away. It was considerably larger than dog. Rachel was shaking with fear, her heart pounding as she tried to steady the flare gun. The eyes were mesmerizing. Unblinking. Focused. A fear as primal and instinctual as any she'd ever experienced washed over her. Forcing herself to hold steady, Rachel aimed and pulled the trigger. There was a loud pop as the flare was triggered, a burning trail marking its passage through the air as it raced across the open space between her and the wolf. It struck the ground a foot in front of the animal, ricocheting up and impacting its chest as the second stage ignited, exploding into an intense ball of fire. The wolf yelped, stumbling backwards into the forest, its fur burning from the compounds in the flare. It raced away, screaming like Rachel had never imagined any canine could. She was able to track its progress for a few moments as it disappeared into the night. "Holy shit," Bill said softly. Rachel was shaking but forced herself to open the flare gun, discard the used shell and load in a fresh one. They stood back to back, only taking their attention off the forest long enough to stack more wood on the fire. After close to 3 hours they hadn't heard or seen any further sign of the wolves. Shivering from the cold and exhausted after the fear-induced adrenaline surge, they finally huddled around the fire and tried to stay warm enough to survive the night. 12. I paced while the Huey was being fueled. Up and down the roof, then when the thought struck me I headed down the stairs and out into the casino. Dog trotted with me but Katie headed for our suite to finish dressing. That was her excuse, but she knows me well and I'm sure she was letting me stew and work out the frustration I was feeling. Making a beeline to the gift shop, I pushed in and looked around until I found what I wanted. Besides gambling, Indian nations have discovered that they can sell cigarettes without having to charge state sales tax, at least in some states. As a result, they usually have a very large stockpile of cartons of smokes on hand, and this place was no different. There was a locked wire cage, stuffed full of brightly colored cartons. A couple of rounds blew the lock off the door and I yanked it open. Taking some of the cheap, cloth bags embroidered with the casino's logo, I stuffed them full of my brand of choice. I also scooped a few dozen disposable lighters into one of the bags, then took the time to open a pack and light a cigarette. I know, not good for me in any way. But now wasn't the time to think about quitting. Inhaling, my racing mind slowed and I calmed. With an armload of plunder I headed back to the VIP area, walking slowly and thinking. Dog gave each bag a through sniff, seemingly dejected when there weren't any treats to be found. Katie was just coming out of the kitchen with a heaping platter of food when I walked in. She looked at what I was carrying, smiled as she shook her head and headed for the stairs. I fell in behind her, appreciating the view as she climbed ahead of me in the skin-tight jeans. Exiting onto the roof, I paused to crush out the cigarette, well away from the fueling process, then followed Katie to the pave-hawk. The side door was open and she set the food down, telling Martinez to help herself. Dog took up a seated position about 3 feet from the platter, eyes locked onto our meal. So, we're going to go find your friends and go to Idaho in a Bradley? Katie asked as she picked up some food and started eating. I sat down in the open door after Martinez grabbed something to eat and returned to monitor the fueling. Tossing Dog a treat, I shook my head as I started eating. I could see Colonel Crawford across the roof, pacing as he talked on the satellite phone. No, I said. That will take too long. If there's weather coming in, like the Colonel said, they could freeze to death before we were even halfway there. Then what? We can't fly. Katie said. I need to talk to whoever is watching with the satellite, I said, standing up and heading for where Colonel Crawford was just beginning a new lap around the roof. Before I reached him, he ended his call and turned, pausing when he saw me approaching. Sir, can you get me on the phone with whoever at Pearl is controlling the satellite? He didn't ask why, just thumbed through a couple of numbers he must have programmed in and hit the call button. When it was answered, he identified himself and explained he was handing the phone to me, holding it out a moment later. This is Major Chase, I said into the handset. Petty Officer Simmons, sir. How may I assist you? She sounded really young. You have eyes on the 2 people that went down in Idaho, correct? Yes, sir. That's correct. I've got them up on a monitor right now. They're huddled around a campfire and look like they're really cold. I took a deep breath, worry for Rachel gnawing at me. Do you have my current location? I asked. Yes, sir. Got you, she said after a few moments. On the roof of a building with 2 hellos, correct? I looked up, involuntarily, as if I could see the camera that was watching me from somewhere in orbit. That's me. Now, can you overlay a road map and plot a route from my location to where they are? Yes, sir. Give me a moment, please. I could hear her typing furiously, muttering to herself as she worked for close to a minute. Okay, sir. I have it. Good. First, how many miles? 1,574 road miles from your current location, sir. Can you do a quick scan of the roads on the route? Are they open? Clear of herds or anything else? I asked. Stand by, sir. Again I could hear her working, but this time it was nearly 5 minutes before she came back on. Colonel Crawford had wandered over to get some food while I was waiting. Finding my stash, he hadn't been shy about helping himself. He returned with an open pack, waving me farther away from the Huey so he could light one. "Sir, the roads are mostly clear. What I mean by that is in the Denver and Salt Lake City areas there is a lot of congestion. Abandoned vehicles. Wrecks. There are also small groups of infected wandering around both cities, but I've adjusted the route to bypass the worst areas. It added 23 overall miles but will probably save hours," she said. "Excellent. Now what about the large herds coming out of Portland and Seattle? Are they on track to go through the area where our people are down?" "Yes, sir. They are." "How long until the leading edge is in their area?" I asked. "I'll need a few minutes to run the calculations, sir. Please stand by." She didn't wait for me to say anything, just immediately set to work. "What are you thinking?" Crawford asked while we waited. "I'm thinking I'm going to find a fast car and haul ass," I said. "The rest of you pick up Scott, Irina, and Igor, then Martinez flies you to the Bahamas." "Good idea," Katie said from behind me. "But where are we going to find a car?" Crawford suppressed a grin and walked away. With a sigh, I turned to face my wife. "Not we," I said. "Me." "Anna," she shook her head. "We." "Honey," I started to say, but she stepped forward, grabbed the back of my neck and pulled my head down to kiss me. "We," she said with a smile, turning and heading back to the Pave Hawk. I don't think I imagined that she put a little extra sway in her hips as she walked away. "Sir, are you still there?" "I'm here." 13.5 hours, sir. That's what the computer is coming up with. In reality, I don't think the infected will climb up into the mountains where they are, but once they're in the area, the herd will cut off access. "Thank you, Petty Officer. One final thing. Can you send the route you've mapped out to this phone?" "I don't need a map, just text directions are fine." "I'll send both, sir." "Thank you," I said, ready to hang up, but she stopped me. "Sir, if you call me when you get on the road and let me know what you're driving, I'll track you. That way if anything changes I can call and give you a heads up." "Petty Officer, why you're not a senior chief already is beyond me. Remind me to talk to your CO when this is over," I said. "Thank you, sir. And don't forget to call. I don't sleep much anymore. You can pretty much always reach me." 13. "That's not a good idea," Martinez said when I told the small group what I had in mind. The fueling had completed and we were all back in the VIP bar, eating another quick meal before we departed. Yes, we were eating a lot, but there was no guarantee of when we would have anything other than an MRE again. When you're on the move, fighting to stay alive, food is very much like water. You eat as much as you can, when you can, because it may be a long time before you get any more. "You have a better one?" I asked in between bites. "Look, I understand you need to get there fast because of the weather front coming in. I get that. But once we link up with Scott, we should all follow in the Bradley. We'll be a few days behind, but you may need us. Have you thought about where you're going once you find Rachel?" Martinez asked. That caught me unprepared. My concern for her had driven all thoughts other than getting there as fast as possible out of my head. I looked around the table at Katie and Colonel Crawford. They just looked back at me. "I agree with the captain," Crawford finally said, wiping his mouth with a heavy linen napkin before taking a drink of water. "You may very well need support, and that Bradley can keep moving in just about any kind of weather. We have no idea how bad it's going to get, and I can't stop thinking about how bad the tornadoes in Arkansas were." "What does that have to do with snow in Idaho?" I asked. "When the storms were bearing down on West Memphis, it was mentioned to me that there's a theory that nuclear detonations would have an adverse effect on the weather. Cause storms to be stronger. I don't know if that was the case, but you saw the aftermath of those tornadoes. I was raised in the southeast and have experienced a few in my day, but these were like nothing I've ever seen or heard of. My point is, it's early in the season for a winter storm to be dipping down out of Canada. Not unprecedented, but very early. And if it's magnified as much as those tornadoes seem to have been, you may need us and the Bradley to get out of those mountains. I sat there chewing, thinking about what the Colonel had said. As much as I wanted all of them to head to the safety of the Bahamas, he had a valid point. If only a few inches of snow fell, I was confident in being able to find a four-wheel drive truck that could make its way through. But what if he was right and this was a big storm that wound up dumping feet, not inches? We'd be stuck. Okay, you've convinced me. I nodded and pushed my empty plate away. But what about the Russian surge? They're going to have air assets up. We already know they're flying in around-the-clock CAP. They might ignore me in a civilian vehicle traveling on the roads, but I'm willing to bet a Bradley moving will draw unwanted attention. I don't have an answer for that, Crawford conceded. But I think we need to take the chance. I shook my head, not in disagreement but at the thought of the level of risk the people traveling in a U.S. military vehicle would be taking. Then I thought of another problem. Comms, I said. I was planning on taking your sat phone so I could stay in touch with Pearl. Use them as my eye in the sky. How do we stay in contact? The Bradley has comm gear, the Colonel responded. Blanchard issued an FSOC unit to them before they headed out to find you, and there's also HF radios on board. Then why haven't we been able to reach them? I asked. We'll figure that out when we catch up with them, he said, pushing his chair back and standing. Shall we get moving? We all stood and I tossed some scraps to Dog, who snatched them out of the air without bothering to stand. Let's go get Rachel, boy, I said to him, scratching his ears as I walked past. He jumped to his feet and raced up the stairs ahead of me. I took a moment to situate my vest, adjusting it to a comfortable fit. It had been soaked with sweat, covered in blood, and dirt was ground into every fiber. I had washed it as best I could, and it now only stank badly enough for me to notice if I took a deep breath. Ready? I asked Katie as I loaded the last full magazine into a pouch. For a road trip? You bet. She smiled, checking her rifle over. Remember the last time we drove across the country? We came back married. Want to stop in Vegas and see if that preacher in the blue leisure suit is still around? Renew our vows. I looked at her, not sure if she was just being flip or if there was some insecurity over us going off to save Rachel. Not that Katie wouldn't be the first to say we had to go help her, but that didn't mean there wasn't concern over what might come once we found Rachel. Not surprisingly, she read me like a book, knowing exactly what I was thinking. Just trying to lighten the mood, she said. Let's go get your girlfriend. Hey, I started to say, but she and Martinez both burst out in laughter. You are so easy, Katie said. My mother was right about you. Right about what? You ready? Katie turned to Martinez and they headed for the stairs, completely ignoring me. Shaking my head and grumbling, I took a last look around to ensure we weren't leaving anything behind that we might need. Not seeing anything, I followed the two women up the stairs and out onto the roof. Colonel Crawford was standing by the Huey, burning cigarette in hand as he spoke on the sat phone. He ended the call as we approached. Here, he said, holding the device out to Martinez. Petty Officer Simmons is sending their current coordinates. That's good, sir, but there's not exactly a NAV computer in this old warhorse to plug them into. Shit, Crawford mumbled. We've all gotten too goddamn used to technology. Or maybe that's just me. How about I call her back and get a heading in distance? Will that suffice? Yes, sir. That will be perfect. Martinez smiled and began walking around the Huey to perform her pre-flight check. While she inspected the aircraft, I coiled up the hose we'd used for transferring fuel and put it in the Huey. Next came a pump, a smaller hose that would fit into a vehicle's filler neck, as well as some tools I had gathered from the maintenance shop. I'd need to refuel whatever car or truck we found and didn't expect the power to be on at any gas station we stopped at. With the pump, which could run on a car's electrical system, I'd be able to open the access plate to a station's storage tanks, drop a hose down the hole and pump gas into my transportation's fuel tank. Less convenient than just pulling up to the fuel island and swiping a credit card, but it would serve the purpose. By the time Martinez was finished, the colonel wrapped up his call and gave her the information she needed. She nodded and climbed aboard, the rest of us following. I took a few minutes to get my improvised harness wrapped around Dog and secured to the tether hanging from the ceiling. He didn't like it, but he put up with it. I really couldn't ask for anything more from him. "Katie, you want the pig?" I asked while I was double-checking the security of Dog's tether. "What?" she asked. "The pig?" "Sorry. The M60. The door gun. You want it, or you want me to take it?" I clarified. "I think I'll pull rank and strap in," Crawford said, situating himself in the open door. "Been a long time." The starters sounded, and a moment later the rotor began spinning lazily, gaining speed. "Why pig?" Katie asked, sitting down next to Dog. "Carry one around in the field all day," I said. "They weigh about 25 pounds, without ammo." Katie smiled and said something that I couldn't hear. The rotor was at takeoff speed and Martinez lifted us into the air, turning and heading into the rising sun. 14. We pounded our way east, the air flowing through the two open side doors still refreshing, but that would change quickly as the sun continued to bake the ground below. Colonel Crawford sat behind the door gun, maintaining a constant scan as we progressed. The man seemed to be enjoying himself, a tight smile on his face as he traversed the barrel back and forth. I scooted to the opening when he turned his head to look at me and pointed at the ground beneath us. We were passing over a small town cut into nearly 4 perfect quarters by the intersection of 2 highways, making it look like a compass rose. A few infected were stumbling around the deserted streets, but what caught my attention was a large building on the southern edge of the east-west highway. A tall communications tower soared over the structure. A high-security fence glinted in the morning light, surrounding the entire property. There was a scattering of vehicles in the rear parking lot, several of them obviously civilian, but there were 8 neatly aligned police cars pulled tight against the back wall. Had to be either county sheriff or state police. "Martinez, remember where this town is?" "We're coming back," I called over the intercom. "Copy, sir." "Got it located as best I can," she replied a moment later. I looked forward to see her scribbling on a paper map with a grease pencil. By now we had already moved beyond the boundary of the small burg and nothing but open prairie was visible. Leaving Crawford to his fun, I scooted back to sit next to Katie, Dog shifting position to put his head in my lap. He tolerated air travel but really didn't like it and was looking for some comfort. "What was that all about?" Katie shouted after reaching out and lifting one of the headset's cups off my left ear. "Looks like a police station," I shouted back. "We need a fast car to get to Idaho." I was worrying about being caught out in anything not as stout as a truck. The cops might have an SUV or a cruiser that has been reinforced. "Going to go check them out as soon as we find Scott." Katie nodded and released the ear cup to slap back in place against the side of my head. She smiled when I gave her a dirty look. I smiled back, happy to be with her even if she was being a pain in the ass. "Got Scott on the radio," Martinez called over the intercom almost 15 minutes later. "We're probably 5 minutes from his position." "Are we coming into a hot LZ?" Crawford almost sounded like he wanted there to be targets at the landing zone so he could cut loose with the door gun. "Sorry, sir. The area's clear." I guess Martinez had picked up on it, too. He didn't say anything else, and a few minutes later I felt our speed drop as Martinez began descending. Moving back to the side door, I stuck my head out and looked down. Ahead and to our right, a Bradley sat on the top of a small hill, one figure on top of the turret and two more on the ground next to the lowered rear ramp. As we descended, I recognized Igor's big frame standing on top of the vehicle, keeping watch on their surroundings. Tech Sergeant Scott and Irina waited at the rear, shielding their eyes from the dust and debris as Martinez set us down 50 yards away. Unhooking dog's tether, I jumped down and waited for Katie to join me. We met Scott and Irina halfway and I waved a greeting to Igor, who had stayed on top of the Bradley. He waved back, then continued keeping watch on the area. Dog ran up to Scott and Irina, giving each of them a quick greeting, then lifted his nose and headed for Igor when he recognized him. The two had become fast friends when we were in Texas, and when Igor saw him coming he climbed down to pet him. "Good to see you, sir," Scott said. Was starting to think the worst might have happened. "Not very likely, Tech Sergeant." "At least not yet," I grinned and clapped him on the shoulder. Irina stepped forward and embraced me, placing a kiss on each cheek. "I'm glad you survived." "And this is her?" she asked, stepping back and smiling at Katie. I made the introductions, taking a moment to explain to Katie what Igor and Irina were doing there. She thanked each of them for having helped me, then looked over her shoulder when she saw Scott come to attention. Crawford walked up with Martinez at his side. "Relax, Tech Sergeant," he waved a dismissive hand. "You and your team did an outstanding job." Scott smiled and stood easier. Martinez pushed past me, walked up to him and wrapped him in a big hug. He looked embarrassed, but when she didn't let go right away he grinned sheepishly. Finally releasing him, she turned to Irina and surprised the woman by embracing her tightly. Greetings and introductions out of the way, I led the group over to the Bradley and we settled in on the shady side as I brought them up to speed. It took more time than I wanted to spend, but everyone needed to be on the same page. "So you're going to haul ass to Idaho while we poke along behind you? That pretty much sum it up, sir?" Scott asked. "Yep," I said. "Spotted a police station this morning on the way here and I'm going to have the captain take me there. Should be able to get a fast car and maybe pick up a few weapons and some more ammo. I've got a shit ton of 5.56 in the Bradley if you want to take some," Scott offered. "But what do we do about comms if you take the only sat phone? I thought you had an FSOC?" Crawford asked. "Yes, sir. We do, but it's not working." Scott shrugged his shoulders. "I'll take a look," Martinez said, standing and starting to climb the outside of the Bradley's hull. I trained on them with the manufacturer's tech rep when the first units came in. While Martinez worked on the laser comm gear, I stepped inside the vehicle and spotted the ammo cans of loaded mags Scott had been talking about. There were 5 waterproof, metal cans strapped down to the floor and I took 2 of them. That left them with only 3,000 rounds, but my sole protection was going to be thin sheet metal. They'd have the Bradley's armor and its other weapons if they ran into any problems. "How we doing, Captain?" I shouted to Martinez when I walked back out into the open. "Almost got it, sir," she said without taking her attention off of the device she was working on with a small multi-tool. "Are you kidding me?" Scott yelled up at her. She ignored him for almost a minute. Straightening, she collapsed the tool and smiled down at him. "There's a motion-stabilized gimbal that keeps the laser locked on its target," she said. "It has a tendency to get stuck if the unit is torqued down tighter than spec." The gimbal was binding, so I adjusted the tension on the mounting bolts. "Give it a try." Scott stared back at her with his mouth open for a moment before heading inside to activate the system. A minute later he stuck his head back out and told us it was working and locked on to a satellite. Martinez pretended to dust her hands off, then climbed down and joined us. "Okay, we've got comms," I said, heading for the Huey with the pair of ammo cans. "Captain, make sure Scott knows where we're going and let's get in the air. I'm not going to wait for them to show up. You can wait and they'll pick you up. I'm coming with you," Crawford said, falling in next to me. No reason for her to be waiting by herself. Just in case. While I strapped the ammo cans down and got Dog back into the Huey, Martinez showed the paper map she'd marked up to Scott. Katie and Crawford climbed aboard, and then Martinez came running as Scott, Irina, and Igor disappeared inside the Bradley. 15. The flight back to the small town, I never learned its name, was quick. Martinez gave the steel communications tower a wide berth as she brought us into a hover before slipping sideways and landing on large concrete pad with a big yellow H painted in the middle of it. An orange windsock on a tall pole had been lazily shifting in the morning breeze but went taut from the powerful wind of the Huey's rotor. We'd seen roughly a dozen infected males from the air, stumbling about and turning their blind eyes towards the sky when they heard us. I had noted from the air that there was a rolling gate that could seal off the entire area within the fence, but it was open when we landed. Releasing Dog and removing the mesh harness from his body, I jumped onto the concrete and brought my rifle up. "I'm going to go close that gate," I said as I scanned the area. "Find us a way inside and I'll catch up." I didn't wait for a response, just took off at a trot, Dog at my side. We ran along the eastern edge of the building, which was brick construction. The wall was taller than it had looked from the air. Tall enough for there to be 2 internal floors. There was not a single break for a door or window, and it took a moment for the significance of this to dawn on me. This was probably a jail, too. "Martinez," I called on the radio as I ran around what I thought was the front corner. It was actually a change in the design of the building. I was now next to the front part of the structure, and it was narrower than the rear and no more than a single story. There were also windows spaced evenly. This must be the administrative area. Finally clearing the front corner, I could see the gate across a large asphalt parking lot that held a few cars. "Go for Martinez." "I think this rear area is a jail," I said as I ran. "Don't go in without me. There may be a lot of infected inside." "Copy," she said. The gate was set 20 yards back from the road, and there were already half a dozen males making their way towards the opening. Picking up the pace, I made it to the gate at the same time as the leading 3. Dog surged forward and leapt, taking the closest one to the ground as I drew my kukri and waded in. 2 fast slashes and mine were down. I turned around to see Dog standing over the body of the one he'd killed, looking at me and wagging his tail. "I got 2. "You're slacking," I said to him. He ignored me and trotted over to pee on a small bush. Grabbing the edge of the gate, I pulled and rolled it along the metal track set into the pavement. It squealed and protested and was hard as hell to move, probably rarely having been used. But I got it closed, the 3 remaining males banging into it when they arrived a moment later. There wasn't a lock on the gate, or a chain or any other way I could see to secure it. Knowing I'd be driving out in a short amount of time, I decided it was good enough and headed back across the parking lot. "What's your location, Captain?" I asked over the radio. "West exterior, about a third of the way from the front." She answered immediately. Changing directions, I ran down the front of the building and turned the corner. I could see my group standing a dozen yards from the side of the building, waiting for me. All of them had their rifles up. Dog and I covered the distance quickly, and I circled behind them and came to a stop between Crawford and Katie. A heavy steel door set into the brick wall was standing open. "Did you open it?" I asked. "Negative," he answered. "It was open when we found it. Haven't seen or heard any." He stopped speaking when Dog lowered his head and growled, attention focused on the opening. "Well, guess that answers that question. Ready?" I asked. Everyone acknowledged they were, and we moved to the outside wall next to the door. Crawford and I stacked up just like we had when we cleared the rooms at the casino. Dog was next to me, and Katie and Martinez were watching our rear so we could focus on the entry. As soon as we moved against the wall, I could smell the stench wafting through the open door. It was the sickly sweet smell of rotting bodies overlaid with the odor of human waste. I wasn't happy to note that the lights were off, but there wasn't a solar system here to fix before I went inside. Turning my flashlight on, I swiveled into the side of the open doorway on my knee, Crawford right behind me with his rifle over my head. We were looking into what appeared to be an intake area for prisoners. Nothing was moving. The colonel tapped my shoulder to let me know he wasn't seeing anything from his higher point of view, so I stood and we moved quickly. I scanned to the left as he checked the right. Still no threats. The area was small, hard benches with steel rings for securing handcuffs lined the perimeter. There was an interior wall that looked like it was reinforced, solid up to 5 feet, then ballistic glass with wire mesh the rest of the way to the ceiling. A wide door stood open a few inches, the glass reflecting our lights so we couldn't see what was beyond. There were dried splashes of blood on the walls and floor, the once shiny tile littered with shell casings. Someone had fought back here. Katie and Martinez followed us into the room and would stay here to make sure nothing came in behind and surprised us. I gestured at the door and Crawford and I stacked up and repeated. Moving through the opening, we found ourselves in a long hallway with several rooms down either side. It ended at a steel and reinforced glass door, which was also partially open. Dog, at my side, growled as we stepped into the hall. I glanced at the colonel to make sure he understood the significance and he nodded back. Moving slow and quiet, we approached the first door. It wasn't actually a door, just an opening in the wall that led into a small room. An infected male wearing a filthy guard uniform was bumping around behind an L-shaped bench, unable to find a way out. A round to his head ended his efforts. The rest of the room was clear. The second opening was to a short hall that stopped at a heavy door with another reinforced glass window. The door was locked, but peering through the glass I could see into what looked like the part of the building set aside for the police. Continuing, I shot 2 more males dressed like guards before we finished clearing all of the rooms in the hallway. As we approached the door at the end of the hall, the smell got much worse and Dog emitted a long growl. This time I didn't need his ears and nose to tell me there were infected ahead. I could hear the low hissing and growling of males. We passed through the door into the main jail area. It was 2 stories as I'd suspected from the outside. There was a large central area that was open all the way up to a high ceiling, 3 of the 4 walls lined with barred cells. The second level was more cells with a narrow walkway running the perimeter. A set of iron stairs immediately to my left served as access to the upper level. Skylights set in the ceiling lit the area. It wasn't exactly bright, but bright enough that I didn't need the flashlight. Clicking it off to save the battery, I kept scanning the area. The sounds of the infected were all around us, but there wasn't any movement. Stepping to the row of cells on my right, I turned the light on and aimed it through the iron bars. An infected male, wearing an orange jumpsuit, stood in the back corner of the small space. A body dressed the same lay on its back in the middle of the floor. It had been torn open, the internal organs feasted on. What a hell of a way to go, locked in with no escape when your cellmate turns. I glanced at the colonel, who just shook his head, then made another scan of the area. Not seeing any infected outside the cells, I didn't have the desire to go look at all the poor souls who'd been locked up when they or their cellmate turned. It must have been horrible in all the prisons and jails throughout the world. We moved back into the hall, staying quiet. Leading the way, I took us back to where Katie and Martinez were waiting. I called over the radio before we reached them, letting them know we were about to step through the door. They had taken up positions on opposite sides of the room, rifles trained on the exterior entrance. I had an idea of how to get through the door into the police station, but we hadn't checked the public entrance to the building. Maybe it was unlocked and we could just walk in. Stepping back out into the morning sun, all of us headed for the front corner of the building. Pausing when I reached it, I stuck my head around to survey the area. The gate was still closed and there were now close to a dozen males and 3 females pressing up against it. I wasn't concerned about the males. I was a little worried that when we showed ourselves, the females would quickly figure out how to slide it open. Not that there were enough of them to really present a threat, but I didn't know how many more were in the area and would show up if they began screaming. Making my decision, I signaled for my group to hold in place. Dropping to a knee, I brought the rifle up and quickly dispatched the 3 females. When the last one fell, I stood and started to lead the way but stopped and turned back. Martinez. Stay here at the corner and keep an eye on that side door we just came out of. Be sure you can see us, too. If we can get in through the front, I'll call you. I didn't want to leave access to the jail area unwatched and have to clear the whole area again. She nodded and stepped a few yards away from the corner so she could see both directions. Moving quickly to the front entrance, I tried to peer through the glass doors. The sun was too bright and all I could see was my own reflection. Pulling on the handle, the door opened easily. I looked through and didn't need to go any farther. Heavy steel shutters that rolled down from the ceiling were in place, completely sealing off this way into the building. If the Bradley had been there, it wouldn't have been hard to breach, but... Coming back to you, I called to Martinez and let the door swing closed. Back at the corner, I explained what I wanted to do. All of us were going to move back into the prisoner reception area. Katie, Dog, and Martinez would keep watch on our rear. Crawford and I would force our way through the door into the police station. Back inside, I took a few minutes to search the different work areas until I found some duct tape. I had expected it to be there. I doubted there were many military, police, or fire facilities that didn't have at least one roll of the damn indispensable stuff rattling around. Going to the small hall that led to the door I needed to break through, the colonel took up station out in the main corridor to guard our backs. Not that we hadn't cleared the area, but we hadn't checked every nook and cranny. There could well be infected loose in the building that we hadn't found in our cursory inspection. Tearing off a long strip of tape, I secured my last fragmentation grenade directly over the heavy-duty deadbolt. I stood there looking at the door for a moment, concerned that it might be strong enough to withstand the blast. I needed something to focus the energy towards the lock and prevent it from freely expanding away from what I wanted to destroy. Back in the hall, I motioned for Crawford to stay put and stepped into one of the other small rooms. This one appeared to have been used for fingerprinting incoming prisoners, and the sparse furniture was large and heavy. Grasping the top of a solid-looking file cabinet, I tried to tilt it away from the wall. I could barely move it. Perfect. If I could just get it out of this room, across the hall, and into position. Waving Colonel Crawford in with me, I quickly explained what I was doing. He nodded, made a quick check of the hall before slinging his rifle, then helped me tilt and lift the cabinet. This wasn't one of the cheap, thin-walled units you see in many offices. It was constructed of heavy-gauge steel and had a long locking hasp running its full height. An iron rod could be dropped through the hasp and padlocked, securing all of the drawers. Once locked, you pretty much needed a cutting torch or explosives to get it open. The damn thing weighed a ton, or felt like it did, and by the time we carried it 10 yards and got it in position, both of us were panting and sweating. Stepping back, I was happy with the results. We had shoved the edge of the cabinet against the body of the grenade, and it would do a good job of concentrating the explosive force onto the deadbolt. I waited until Crawford was back out in the main hall, safe around the corner, before reaching behind the file cabinet and yanking the pin out of the grenade. I turned and ran to join him. Fire in the hole. I alerted Martinez over the radio as I turned the corner. The grenade detonated with a bass thump I felt in my chest and the soles of my feet. The solid door and heavy file cabinet had muted much of the blast, exactly as I'd hoped. Stepping back into the short hall, I couldn't see much because of the dust and debris floating in the air. I was heading forward to see if my idea had worked when the colonel called out to me. "Major, you should come hear this." I joined him, looking in the direction he was facing. I didn't hear anything at first and started to ask what he was referring to, then held my breath when I heard it. "Help! Help me! Who's out there? Help!" The voice was coming from the area with all of the cells. 16. What the fuck? I said, Crawford and I exchanging glances. "Someone's alive," he said. I almost said something really sarcastic and mildly disrespectful about him being Captain Obvious, then remembered he was a colonel and I was a major. Biting my tongue, I shook my head. If that door is breached, we need to clear the police station first, I said. Make sure we didn't just release a whole bunch of infected. Agreed, he said, and we slowly turned into the smaller hall. Behind us, the man kept crying out for help. The dust was clearing and I could see the heavy file cabinet lying on its side, a large rent torn through the thick steel. The deadbolt had been punched out of the door, leaving a nice hole. We dragged the cabinet out of the way and, lights on, carefully pulled the door open. The explosion had warped it and it took some force to swing it far enough to pass through. 2 infected males greeted us, both wearing torn and soiled Oklahoma State Police uniforms. I was in front and shot them both. We were in a wide hallway with several closed doors. Ahead, I could see that it opened into a large space filled with cubicles. A long, chest-high counter ran the width of the space, restricting access from the public area just inside the glass doors that were covered with the metal shutters. I tried the knob on the first room we came to, finding it locked. This was a wooden door with a standard commercial handle, and I blasted it free with a burst from my rifle. Kicking it open, I scanned, but the space wasn't occupied. It was only a storage closet. We gained access to the next room in the same manner, finding the station's armory. A row of M4 rifles lined one wall. Shotguns, pistols, and a couple of bolt-action sniper rifles were racked on the other. A large cabinet occupied the wall farthest from the door, and I stepped in and pulled it open. It was stuffed full of ammo. Lots of pistol and shotgun, but there were several thousand rounds of 5.56mm for the rifles. I'd come back for it. The next room held an infected male and a body. It looked like the station commander's office. I shot the male and pulled the door closed. Closest to the cubicles was a large room with tables and chairs arranged to face a small, tabletop podium. Most likely a training and briefing room. It was vacant. Behind the table was a small closet, and I pulled it open carefully, standing well back with my rifle up. But there weren't any infected, only a pegboard with several sets of keys hanging on it. Bingo! I grabbed all the keys and shoved them into the empty pouches on my vest that normally held grenades. Tucked in the far corner of the closet was a lightweight, wheeled hand truck. It was folded up and probably used to more easily move boxes of files. I grabbed it and carried it out to the hall where Crawford was waiting for me. On our way back to the jail section, I stopped and checked all of the dead cops, looking for keys. I found several sets and discarded the ones that were obviously for personal vehicles. Pausing at the armory, I unfolded the hand truck and loaded it down with 5 cases of rifle ammo, then balanced 3 of the rifles on top. You can never have too much ammo or be too well armed. Moving back through the damaged door, I tugged the cart over the debris on the floor, then turned and headed for where Katie, Dog, and Martinez waited. Dog was happy to see me, giving the stack of loot a good sniff. Seeing you walking in with enough guns and ammo to start a small war brings back memories, Katie said from the far side of the room. I just shook my head. There's someone alive back there, Crawford said, bringing surprised looks to both women. How? Martinez asked. I thought enough time had passed that if you weren't vaccinated you would have turned. Me, too, I said, parking the cart by the exit. We're going to go take a look. Careful, Katie said. I nodded and led the way back toward the cells. The man had stopped calling out, and for a moment I wondered if we had imagined it, then dismissed the thought as ridiculous. Maybe one of us, but not both. Stepping through the last door, we stopped next to the iron stairs that led to the second level. Everything looked the same, but the infected locked in the cells were agitated. Well, if there had been any loose, they would have homed in on the yelling and we'd be able to see them. Hello? I raised my voice. Hello? Up here. Help me. I looked up at the second level and could see a frantically waving arm sticking out between the bars of a cell at the far corner. The colonel and I slowly climbed the stairs, metal treads ringing under the soles of our boots. When the man heard us on the steps, he stopped waving his arm and fell quiet. The infected didn't, their hisses and moans sending chills down my spine. At the top we turned right and moved along the elevated walkway. To our right was an iron safety rail painted bilious green. It was all that prevented a fall to the smooth concrete floor below. To our left were the cells. Each was 6 feet wide and maybe 10 deep. 2 stacked bunks were on one wall, a small toilet sink combo in the back corner opposite the beds. The openings were covered with heavy, iron bars that were thick with old paint. Every cell held at least one infected, some of them occupied by 2. We had to hug the safety rail to avoid the grasp of the males who were shoving their arms through the bars, trying to reach us. Many of the ones with the lone infected also held a rotting corpse that the infected had been feeding on. The smell was horrible and brought back memories of an operation years ago when I'd been part of a unit that was sent in to stop a genocidal dictator in a shithole country in an even shittier part of the world. Our first day on the ground we came across a mass grave that was still open, and this was the closest to that throat-constricting, bile-inducing stench I'd encountered since. Reaching the cell where the arm had been waving, I aimed my rifle and so the flashlight shone on the occupant. He was a small man, not much more than 5'8" or 9" and slight of build. In his late 30s or early 40s he had a pasty white complexion and dirty hair down to his shoulders. He stood there staring back at me, blinking in the light. I moved the rifle around, checking the rest of the cell, pausing when I saw a body tucked under the bottom bunk. The man turned his head to see what I was looking at. "He was infected," he said. "The guards were gonna let us out. Let us take our chances rather than die locked up like animals, but they turned before that happened." "How long ago?" I asked, moving the light back to his face. "For days," he said. "I've been drinking the water out of the toilet and pissing and shitting in the corner. Thank God you're here. Are you the army? Please get me out of here. Why isn't he infected?" Crawford asked me as if the man wasn't standing there. "How long have you been locked up?" Crawford asked the man when I didn't respond. "Just before the attacks, however long that's been." "Come on. Get me the fuck out of here. Please." "Can't have been vaccinated," I said to Crawford. "What do you want to do with him?" "What's your name?" Crawford asked him. "Walker. Johnny Ray Walker. My friends call me JR, he said. "And why are you in here, Mr. Walker?" Crawford asked. "And before you answer, you damn well better tell me the truth. I'm going to go check the files, and if you lie to me, I will leave you in there to rot. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir, I understand. I got caught with a bunch of guns that didn't belong to me." He didn't hesitate or try to explain. "I'll be back," Crawford said and motioned me to follow him. We walked back down the balcony, staying well away from the cell bars, and climbed down the stairs into the hallway. "What are you going to do with him?" I asked. "Don't know yet," the colonel said. "First things first. Let's get you on the road, then the captain and I will see what we can find out about Mr. Walker in the files while we're waiting for Scott to arrive." "You realize he just might be immune," I said. "If he is, they'll want him in Seattle." "Already thought about that. If he is, he just became the most important man on the planet. But I think it's more likely he just hasn't turned yet." 17. The night passed slowly. Rachel and Bill had heard the wolves several times, but as each of the howls floated through the air it sounded a good distance away. They were unable to sleep, shivering as the wind continued to strengthen and the temperature dropped. Sometime in the middle of the night Bill had piled several larger branches on the fire and built it up until they had to move back to keep from being burned. But it provided heat. Enough that they survived. The day brightened slowly, a low layer of steel gray clouds pressing down over their heads. There was no sunrise, just a steady increase in the light. Returning from relieving herself behind a large tree, Rachel looked up at the sky. To the north the clouds were even heavier, the bottoms appearing swollen and dark. In the south, where she was from, that would mean a hell of a rainstorm was approaching. With the temperature of the wind blowing in her face, she was afraid they were about to get a lot of snow. "What are we going to do?" Rachel asked, holding her hands out to the warmth of the roaring fire. "We've got some serious weather coming," Bill said, squatting next to her and looking at the northern sky. "We need to get a shelter built, but we need water, too. We've already depleted my entire survival ration. When we were coming down, I saw a lake northeast of here. We should move there. But how is anyone going to find us? Shouldn't we stay where we came down?" Bill reached up and patted a bulge in the shoulder of his flight suit. Distress beacon that was activated when we ejected. It's transmitting our location every 5 minutes. They'll be along to get us, but it may take them some time. While we're waiting, it's up to us to survive. Rachel nodded, wishing for the 100th time in the past few hours that John and Dog were with her. "Then we'd better get moving," she said. "I don't think it's going to be long before that storm gets here." Working together, they smothered the fire with dirt scraped up with their bare hands. Flames extinguished, Bill gathered up their parachutes, shoving the fabric and lines back into the packs. "Why are we taking these?" Rachel asked, helping. "The canopies will make great weather breaks when we get a shelter built, and the lines can be used for all kinds of things. They're strong as hell and we'll be needing rope." Bill helped Rachel shrug into her chute. Parachute on his back, he shouldered the small survival pouch and after checking his compass headed across the clearing. He walked with the pistol in his hand, Rachel sticking close to his side with the flare gun in hers. That was pretty impressive. "The flare gun with the wolf," he said as they walked. "I've got a friend who likes to say, you fight with what you have." Rachel answered with a smile as she thought about John. "I'm just glad it worked. Did you see the size of that thing? I'm not sure how much damage my pistol would have done," he answered as they reached the far edge of the clearing. They paused before crossing into the forest. Even with the heavy cloud cover, the clearing was brightly lit, but the forest was much darker. Trees soared above their heads, thick boughs of pine branches spreading and blocking much of the weak light that made it through the overcast. "Think they're around?" Rachel asked, referring to the wolves. "Yes," Bill answered. "I doubt we've seen the last of them." He stepped over a fallen tree and into the forest. Rachel followed, looking in every direction as she thought about the terror that she had seen the night before. "I thought wolves had been wiped out in North America," she said a few minutes later. "Mostly, but the government started reintroducing them a few years ago. Maybe even longer than that. I remember reading something about it. They started in Montana and the ranchers were up in arms because the wolves were killing their livestock. Don't know how that all got worked out. Guess there's some here too." The conversation died and they kept walking. The forest floor was rougher going than Rachel had expected. It was littered with fallen tree branches and the occasional rotting log. Most of them could be stepped over, but occasionally they encountered a downed tree that was so large in diameter they had to walk around it. The going was slow, and despite shivering from the cold wind, she could feel sweat trickling down her back. The wind wasn't as strong in the forest as it had been in the clearing, which was a relief, but the sound it made as it sighed through the trees was so loud that they couldn't hear anything else. Their footsteps seemed muted and distant, covered by the noise from over their heads. Rachel had learned enough from John to realize the sound of any approaching enemy would also be masked and knew she couldn't rely on her hearing as an early warning system. Constantly scanning around and behind them was tiring and slowed their progress. As they kept moving, she was fairly certain they were being stalked. Every 10 to 15 minutes Bill would stop to check his compass, frequently adjusting their course. Staying on a steady heading in a forest is all but impossible without the aid of something that will reliably point north. On one of their stops, Rachel held her breath when she caught movement at the edge of her vision. Snapping her head around, she almost laughed when a large rabbit hopped over a tree branch to start munching on a stunted bush. Hungry? Bill asked, raising the pistol and taking aim. Wait. Rachel reached out and touched his arm. He lowered the pistol and gave her an irritated look. Don't tell me you're worried about killing the cute little bunny, he said with a sarcastic tone in his voice. Don't be an asshole, Rachel said, staring right back at him. If you kill it, we're going to have to take it with us to cook later. Right? Bill nodded. So, You shoot it, it's going to bleed. You really think it's a good idea to be walking around with raw meat? With wolves in the neighborhood? Shit! Bill exclaimed, lowering the pistol. He was embarrassed and they didn't have any more conversation for some time. That was fine with Rachel as the terrain steadily became more rugged. They were climbing and had already been at a higher altitude than she'd ever been in her life. It was hard to catch her breath in the thin air and she needed every bit she had just to keep moving. Bill stopped again to check his compass and Rachel noticed his watch. It was noon. They'd been walking for at least 4 hours and were still climbing. Where the hell was this lake? How much farther? She asked when he pointed at the updated direction for their trek. Your guess is as good as mine, he answered, somewhat petulantly. Really? Still pouting because a woman had thought of something he hadn't? Well, I don't have a guess. I didn't see the lake, you did. So what's your guess? Rachel asked with as much patience as she could muster, realizing that John had spoiled her. He wasn't worried about little things like whose idea it was or who might know more about something. She'd quickly forgotten how condescending many men were just because she didn't have a pair of balls between her legs, and how threatened they were if she happened to be right about something. Maybe another couple of hours, he finally said and started walking without waiting to see if she was ready. 18. They pushed on throughout the afternoon, Rachel's stomach growling with hunger and her mouth dry with thirst. The wind picked up as the day wore on, now strong enough to start snapping branches out of the tops of the trees. The first time one of them crashed to the ground a few yards to their right, Rachel had whipped up the flare gun and nearly pulled the trigger. She'd exchanged a look with Bill, who was also aiming in the same direction, then both of them looked up. The trees swayed against the darkening sky and Rachel had to look back down at the ground when the movement brought on vertigo. But before she lowered her gaze, she'd seen that the clouds with the black, swollen bottoms were now directly overhead. It's going to start snowing soon, she said. Yes, it is. Bill said, stepping over a thick, dead branch and continuing on. An hour later they passed out of the trees as they approached a narrow crest. There was no soil here, just bare rock. Moving cautiously they crept up to the top and looked over into a valley. A lake filled the lowest part of the valley floor, surrounded by more thick forest. Told you so, Bill said. It took all of Rachel's self-control to keep her mouth shut. The man was really starting to grate on her nerves, and if she didn't need him she wouldn't be putting up with his juvenile attitude. But she did need him if she wanted to survive. Not only to survive the moment, lost in the wilderness, but she needed the distress beacon sewn into his clothing. So, to keep harmony, she shut her mouth and let him have his little victory. Standing on the crest they were fully exposed to the weather. The temperature had dropped as the wind picked up, cutting through their clothing like frozen razor blades. Rachel wrapped her arms around her torso, trying to hold in as much body heat as possible. As they moved over the crest and started descending into the new valley, the first snowflakes began to fall. They were large and heavy with moisture. There were only a few, but before they moved back into the forest Rachel looked at the horizon. Other than the two peaks that were closest to them, the rest of the mountaintops were completely hidden behind a wall of white. It was snowing like hell only a few miles to the north. We need to hurry, she said to Bill, pointing to the north. He looked up as he was stepping over an area of loose shale and missed his step. His foot slid out from under him and with a cry he tumbled down the mountainside. Rachel stood frozen watching him skid, picking up speed until he slammed into the trunk of a massive pine tree. Oh shit, she said to herself and began making her way down the slope as fast as she dared. It took her 5 minutes to cover the distance. Bill had fallen in less than 10 seconds. When she reached him, he was moaning, holding his leg. "How bad are you hurt?" Rachel asked as she slipped to a stop next to him. "My leg," he said, his voice tight with pain. "Move your hands and let me look," Rachel said, gently pushing them out of her way. Nothing was immediately apparent with the flight suit covering the limb he'd been holding, and Rachel didn't want to slice it open to get a better look. It was cold, and only going to get colder, and they both needed every ounce of insulation they had. Carefully she placed her hands on his leg, immediately feeling the displacement of his shin bone. "Your tibia is broken," she said. Bill grunted in pain when she pressed on the side and back of his leg. "I can't tell if your fibula is broken. Not without an X-ray," she said, reaching out and pulling his survival pouch off his shoulder. "How bad is it?" he asked as she pulled out the first aid kit. "Bad enough." "You aren't walking on it," she said. Rachel opened the first aid kit and inventoried its contents. It was military issue, so was well stocked. Taking out what she needed, she spread it on the ground. "I need to set the bone and it's going to hurt like a son of a bitch. Want some morphine?" she asked, holding a spring-loaded syringe up for him to see. "You know what you're doing?" he gasped out the question. "I'm a doctor." "That's why you were taking me to Seattle." Rachel had grown tired of explaining she was only a fourth-year med student when people needed help. It was easier to just say she was a doctor. That one magic word elicited immediate trust and shut down all arguments. When she was their only option, she didn't feel she was doing anything wrong by exaggerating her qualifications. "Okay. I'll take the morphine," Bill said. Rachel jammed the needle into his thigh, triggering the syringe to push a dose of painkiller into his body. Almost instantly he relaxed, laying his head back on a carpet of pine needles. Putting the syringe away, Rachel ran her hands over his leg again, pressing harder this time as she determined how the bone was broken. A couple of minutes later she was ready. Grasping his ankle, she gave a sudden jerk and twisted slightly. Bill grunted, but didn't react in any other way. Checking her work, Rachel was satisfied that she had done as good as possible without modern medical imaging equipment to let her see the break and the results of her effort to realign the bone. Casting around, she found 2 strong branches and dragged them over next to Bill. Taking his survival knife from the sheath on his vest, she trimmed them smooth, creating 2 straight splints. Placing one on either side of his leg, she pulled part of his parachute out of the pack on his back. He'd been right. She'd found a use for the nylon canopy and ropes. Working with the knife, she cut off what she needed. First she used the fabric to wrap the makeshift splints to his leg, continuing to wrap until it was a thick bundle. Then she threaded a rope under and began tightly tying it off until the limb was bound from ankle to knee. Work completed, she checked his breathing and the pulse in his ankle. He was unconscious, but the vitals that she was able to monitor were strong. The morphine would wear off in a few hours and he'd wake up in a lot of pain. And she didn't know how the hell he was going to be able to walk in this terrain. It was hard enough with 2 good legs. While Rachel had worked, it had continued to snow. It wasn't falling fast, but at a steady pace, and the ground was almost completely covered in white. Looking up at the crest, Rachel's blood ran colder than the snow when she saw a massive wolf standing there, staring down at them. Much of its fur was burned, in some places raw skin showing through its coat. It was the same one she'd shot with the flare gun the previous night. 19. There wasn't a big selection of police vehicles in the rear lot. I had succeeded in finding keys for everyone and began opening candidates to inspect them. I immediately dismissed 2 prisoner transport vans, moving on to a Chevy Tahoe. It was several years old and had a lot of miles on it. Over 200,000. I was sure it had been well maintained, but wanted something that had better odds of being reliable. Resigning myself to the row of Dodge Chargers, I went to the one parked in the slot with a small sign that reserved the space for the station commander. I suspected it would have the least miles on the clock and hadn't been abused by daily patrols of hundreds of miles of open road. The car was almost new with only a few thousand miles recorded on the odometer. It even smelled new and clean inside, probably never having done anything other than transport the boss from home to work then back again. It was set up like police cars everywhere with a heavy-duty push bar on the front. A badge on the dash labeled it as Police Special. It sat low to the ground with fat, speed-rated tires, and when I started the engine it settled into the throaty, rumbling idle of a large displacement V8. "Find your toy?" Katie asked with a sarcastic grin. I revved the engine a couple of times, comforted by the sound of raw American muscle. "And it's got a Hemi," I grinned. Katie shook her head and turned away. Shutting the car off, I popped the trunk and loaded in the ammo and weapons I'd taken from the armory along with the pump and hoses I'd need when it was time to refuel. Ready to go, I turned to Colonel Crawford. "Scott should be here within an hour," I said. "Any more thoughts about what you're going to do with the jailbird?" "Haven't decided yet. Like I said, the captain and I are going to try and find his arrest report and see if he's telling the truth. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more it's bugging me that he hasn't turned. Russian agent? Sent in ahead of time?" I mused. If that were the case, he would have been vaccinated before the attacks, which would explain why he was still alive and normal. In BFE, Oklahoma? "That's a hell of a stretch," Crawford said, shaking his head. "We'll figure it out. Maybe once Scott gets here I'll use the FSOC and have a conversation with Dr. Conger in Seattle. Get his opinion about whether or not he might really be immune." We spent another minute saying our goodbyes, the colonel reassuring me they'd be following as soon as the Bradley arrived. I opened the Charger's back door and Dog jumped in. Katie was already in the passenger seat fiddling with the navigation system built into the dash, trying to input the route Petty Officer Simmons had sent. Martinez wrapped her arms around me and kissed me on the cheek, then walked around the car and leaned in to hug Katie. Climbing behind the wheel, I started the engine and let it idle as I got the seat, mirrors and steering column adjusted to my liking. Fastening the seatbelt, I had to take a second to pet Dog when he shoved my arm with his nose. I guess the station commander didn't ever transport prisoners, as there wasn't a barrier between the front and rear seats. That was fine with Dog. He liked to stick his head into the front when I drove. "Nav doesn't work," Katie said, stabbing at the touchscreen. "The EMP. It's what caused the Osprey to crash and probably took out all the GPS satellites. Nav won't work without them." "That's just marvelous," Katie said, exiting the mapping app and leaning back in her seat to stare at the small sat phone screen. "Wait a minute. How's the Bradley navigating, Dot?" "It must be using the NSA satellite," I said after a moment of thinking about it. "Don't know how that's working with only one of them up there, but the GPS system over North America is out of commission. I've been away from it for a while, but I do remember that the military was looking at alternatives to the network of GPS satellites. Maybe they got something else I don't know about." Katie nodded and kept looking at the phone. I backed out of the spot and idled around the building, following Martinez and the colonel, who would open the gate to let us out. Reaching the front parking lot, they walked to within a few yards of the chain link, and Crawford raised his rifle and put down the small group of males who were banging against the fence. When the last one fell, Martinez pulled the gate open, stepped through and dragged a couple of bodies out of the way so I didn't have to drive over them. Not that rolling over a corpse should cause any damage to the Dodge or its tires, but why take the chance when you don't have to? "Which way?" I asked, braking as we reached the highway. "Left," Katie said without hesitation. "West for 104 miles until we pick up US Highway 183, then we turn north." Turning the wheel, I hit the gas and the cruiser shot out of the driveway with a snarl of exhaust. Accelerating, we blasted through the small town at 80 miles an hour. It was really a tiny place, not much more than a wide spot in the road, and when we cleared the far edge I tromped on the gas pedal and couldn't stop myself from grinning as the speedometer swept past 100 and kept going. I settled in on 120 and had to glance at the knobs and buttons several times to figure out how to set the cruise control. Speed locked in. I glanced over at Katie, who was studiously avoiding looking at the speedometer. She's never been a calm passenger, and I knew this was going to be a rough trip for her, but we needed speed. The car handled like a dream, settling down on its suspension and hugging the two-lane ribbon of asphalt. It was no less than I expected from a vehicle purposely modified for police use, and was why I had chosen the law enforcement complex to find a car rather than stopping off at a dealership and taking something new off the lot. Katie began to relax and looked around the interior, opening the glove compartment, then the small storage area in the armrest between the two front seats. "Need a pair of shades?" she asked, holding up a nice pair of Oakley wraparound sunglasses. Smiling, I took them from her and slipped them on. "How do I look?" I asked, trying to see myself in the rearview mirror. "Just devastating, honey," she said, reaching across and rubbing my smooth head. We drove for half an hour, covering 60 miles. The road was flat and smooth, and I decided to push our speed higher, then remembered I was supposed to call my eye in the sky. "Is there Bluetooth in that sat phone?" Katie plucked it out of a cup holder, the charging cord stretching out from the power port on the dash. She turned the screen on and started looking through menus. "Yes, there is," she said after a few moments. "Want me to set it up with the car so it's hands-free?" I nodded and she set to work. "Who are we calling?" she asked once the pairing was complete. "Speed dial 2, I said. A Navy petty officer in Hawaii that has access into a functioning satellite." Katie pushed and held the button. A moment later, the sound of a phone ringing blaring out of the car's speakers. "Hello, sir." Petty Officer Simmons answered before the second ring ended. "Hello, Petty Officer," I said. "I'm on the road in a black and white state police interceptor. Westbound on," I paused, not sure what highway number I was on. "I've got you, sir. You're the only thing moving for 200 miles other than a Bradley. Stand by a moment." There was close to a minute of typing and mouse clicking, then she came back on the line. "I have eyes on you, sir, and I'm scanning ahead. You're really moving. I'm tracking you at 123. I glanced down at the speedometer, which was solidly on 120. I trust the multi-billion-dollar NSA satellite over the instrument built into the Dodge. "How's the road ahead?" I asked. "You're clear all the way to US 183, she said. "There's a couple of cars crashed as you get to the intersection, blocking most of the road, but other than that it looks to be clear sailing." "Thank you," I said. "What are things like on the ground in Idaho?" "It just started snowing and there's heavy overcast, so I don't have them on visual any longer. I'm able to track them on thermal." I didn't like the tone in her voice. "What are you not telling me?" I asked. She was quiet for a long moment before continuing. "I'm getting other signatures on thermal. Stalking them, I think." "Russians?" I asked, exchanging glances with Katie. "No. They're smaller. I don't think they're human," she said. "You mean infected?" "Spit it out, Petty Officer." "I think there's a pack of wolves on their trail, sir," she said in a rush. "But I can't get a look. All I have is thermal and it's not giving me a great image." I was stunned into silence. Wolves? I didn't think there were any left in North America. But then I've been wrong before. "One more thing, sir. That car you're in will get you there in a hurry, but they're a long way back in the wilderness. You're going to have to switch to a Jeep or something like that when you get there. And I'm guessing you don't have cold weather gear." "You would be correct on the gear," I said. "Okay. The last city of any size you go through will be Twin Falls, Idaho. I'm going to start looking there for a suitable vehicle and an outfitter that will have the gear you're going to need. If I can't find anything, I'll work my way back along your route until I find something, but "You're a godsend, petty officer," I said. "Do you mind if I call you by your given name?" "Not at all, sir." "It's Jessica," she said, sounding surprised and pleased at my request. "Thank you, Jessica." "I'm John." Save all the sirs for a more official setting. "Yes, sir." "I mean John," she said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. "You've got the number. Call me if anything changes." I broke the connection with a small button on the car's steering wheel and pressed on the accelerator. The engine responded and the speedometer needle climbed steadily until it stopped on 140. There was more room in the throttle, but the car wouldn't go any faster. The tachometer was stalled a few hundred RPM below the red line, and I suspected the computer was pre-programmed to limit the engine before it could be revved high enough to cause damage. I had driven this fast before, but it had been a long time. The world outside whipped by, making it seem as if we were flying very low. Someone who really knew what they were doing had performed whatever modifications had been made to the suspension. The car was stable, and despite the breakneck speed, I felt I had good control. Then I reminded myself that at this extreme speed, even a tiny error on my part could end not only our rescue attempt but also our lives. "We're about 9.5 hours to Twin Falls," Katie said after scribbling some numbers on a traffic ticket pad and doing some math. "At this speed. Can you keep it up? Do we have a choice?" I asked without taking my eyes off the road. 20. "Got it, sir." Martinez called out across the dark room, holding a file folder in the air and waving it over her head. Colonel Crawford dropped the stack of files he was thumbing through and stood, meeting her halfway across the booking area of the jail section. She handed him the file and he looked at it, then turned for the open side door. "Let's go outside where there's enough light to read," he said, and led the way. Checking the tab on the folder, he verified it was the name the prisoner had given him. Walker, Johnny Ray. Opening the file, he flipped through the first several pages as Martinez looked over his shoulder. The first page was the booking sheet with basic information about the man and a mugshot paper clipped to the top of the paper. The face in the photo matched the man he'd met. The form listed details about the person being incarcerated, including the date, time and location of the arrest, the arresting officer's name and the reason for the arrest. The listed charge was possession of stolen property. Crawford kept turning pages until he found the report filed by the officer who had brought Walker in. An Oklahoma State trooper had pulled him over for failing to signal a lane change at 0341 or 3:41 a.m. The subject had been cooperative at first, providing his driver's license and proof of insurance, but had become agitated when asked what he was doing out so late at night. The trooper had called in Walker's name, and when he learned the man was on probation for burglary, he hadn't needed permission to search the vehicle. Pulling Walker out and cuffing him, he'd placed him in the back seat of the patrol car. He had conducted a quick visual scan of the interior of the vehicle, then popped the trunk. When he'd gotten a look at the stash of rifles, pistols, and shotguns hidden beneath a thick blanket, he'd called for backup and read the suspect his rights. They were in the middle of nowhere, and it took close to half an hour for another trooper to arrive. With two officers at the scene, they began pulling the weapons out and recording serial numbers. A quick check over the radio of the first number he had written down, and the trooper was advised the rifle was reported as stolen in a burglary 3 weeks prior. Several hours later, Johnny Ray was booked into the jail. It turned out all of the firearms had been stolen, and when the information was entered into the state police computers, a flag from the ATFE, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, on the suspect's name popped up. The flag meant the feds wanted him, and he was placed on a federal hold. But the federal agents that were scheduled to come get him never showed up. That night, several American cities were devastated by nuclear weapons, and a deadly nerve gas was released in many others. Johnny Ray Walker was forgotten, except by the local officers who kept the prisoners fed as the outside world crumbled. Colonel Crawford scanned several other documents, pausing to read one titled "Suspect's Criminal History." Walker had been in and out of jail and prison since he'd turned 18, and the colonel suspected there was also a long juvenile record that wasn't included in the history search. Burglary, armed robbery, possession of stolen property, assault, assault with intent, aggravated assault, possession of a prohibited explosive, possession of a prohibited firearm, and a long list of misdemeanor charges. "He's a real sweetheart," Martinez commented. "I'm sure he's just misunderstood," Crawford grunted and closed the file. "Scott's here, sir," she said a moment later when they heard a machine gun fire a short burst at the front of the building. They walked to the corner in time to see Igor wheeling the gate open. Scott had the commander's hatch up, his head sticking out of it. Martinez waved until he spotted them and waved back. The Bradley rolled through the opening and stopped, waiting for Igor to close the gate. "Always have to make an entrance, don't you?" Martinez joked when the big vehicle pulled to a stop next to them. "Not me," Scott answered. It was our trigger-happy Russian friend. Igor had climbed onto the hull of the Bradley for the short drive inside the gate and jumped to the ground with a big grin. Martinez wondered if his English was getting better. "Is the major on the road?" Scott asked. "About 45 minutes ago," Crawford answered, tapping his leg with the file folder he still held. "Get on the FSOC and see if you can find someone that can put you through to Dr. Conger in Seattle. You'll probably need to call Admiral Packard's aide. Commander Jensen." "Yes, sir. I'll let you know when I have someone," Scott said, disappearing back into the Bradley a moment later. "May I ask what you're thinking, sir?" Martinez asked as Irina emerged from the rear hatch and stretched her back. "I'm thinking that man in there is a real dirtbag and not someone we want with us. But it's really bothering me that he hasn't turned. I want to have a conversation with the doctor and see if it's even remotely possible that we've found someone who's immune." "You really think that's even possible, sir?" Martinez asked. "That's why I want to talk to the expert," Crawford said. "Could he be a Russian agent that was vaccinated before they sent him in?" The major asked the same thing, but I don't think so. Not with this criminal record. I think he's exactly what he appears to be. Maybe we should ask? Martinez tilted her head in Irina's direction, a moment later Crawford nodding and walking over to the Russian woman. "Captain Vostov," he greeted her. "Colonel," she met his eyes. "I have a question for you and I need you to be completely truthful with me." "Of course, sir. There's no reason not to be any longer," she replied. "I know your KGB, now the SVR, as well as the GRU placed sleeper agents among the American population. We did the same to you. I've got a man inside the jail that hasn't turned, and I can't understand why, unless he was vaccinated. But he's been in jail since before the attacks, so there's no chance he received any of the vaccine you brought us. Do you understand where I'm going with this?" Crawford asked. "I understand, Colonel. But I don't know how I can help. Was vaccine sent to Russian agents in place ahead of the attacks?" He stood watching her intently, looking for any sign of deceit. "I don't know, sir. It could have happened, but if it did I have no knowledge of it." "I believe you," he said after a few moments of looking intently into her eyes. "Is there any way for you to determine if someone is an agent?" "Without prior knowledge, no sir, there isn't. If there was, your FBI wouldn't have had to work so hard to find them." "I accept that," he said. "Final question. Are you aware of any instances during the development of the virus where a test subject was found to be immune?" Irina stood for a moment, thinking, then shook her head. "Nothing that specific. All I can tell you is that I remember reading a document my uncle gave me that discussed the project. It said the infection rate in a given population was predicted to be 99.99%. I don't recall anywhere that the term immune, or immunity, was used, but it would seem to me that by extension 0.01% of the population would not become infected. The U.S. population at the time of the attacks was slightly over 300 million. estimating 30 million killed in the initial nuclear attacks and subsequent radiation, and another 100 million killed by the infected or each other. That leaves 170 million. 0.01% of that is 17,000. Crawford and Martinez stood staring at her, stunned at her cold calculation of the death toll of millions of Americans. "I'm sorry," Irina said softly, looking down at the ground. "You simply answered my question, Captain," Crawford said after a long pause. "Colonel, they're connecting me to the SEAL team leader with Dr. Conger in Seattle." "Should have him on the line in a moment," Scott shouted from the Bradley. "Ladies," Crawford excused himself and headed for the vehicle. "You okay?" Martinez asked Irina when she saw a tear run down the Russian woman's cheek. "So much death," Irina answered. "All that blood. I feel like it's on my hands just because I'm Russian." 21. Navy SEAL Lieutenant David Sam tapped on the glass separating him from the biohazard lab. On the other side, wearing isolation suits, Dr. Rick Conger and Joe Reverd looked up from their work. They were deep inside the building that housed the Allen Institute for Cell Science on the shore of South Lake Union in Seattle, Washington. Conger's journey to get there from Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma City had been both exhilarating and terrifying. Within an hour of being pulled into a meeting with Colonel Crawford, he had been stuffed into a too-tight G-suit, then into the back seat of an F-15 that had rocketed off the runway like a screaming banshee. Once they had completed their mid-air refueling, the pilot had gained altitude and pushed their speed to well above Mach 1, or the sound barrier. They had flown level and straight, and in only 90 minutes the pilot had announced they were over Seattle. "Where are we landing?" Conger asked. He was somewhat familiar with the area, having traveled there several times for conferences. "Whidbey Island Naval Air Station," had been the reply. Conger didn't know where that was, or why they weren't landing at the airport. Leaning his helmeted head to the side, he looked down, but there was nothing other than an impenetrable layer of clouds beneath the aircraft. Moments later, the pilot pushed the nose of the aircraft over and they streaked down directly into the overcast. They came out of the clouds not far above the ground, rain sounding like the impacts of shotgun pellets when it spattered against the canopy. Whidbey Island was large and long, surrounded by a storm-tossed, steel-gray ocean. Turbulence buffeted the jet as they roared along over emerald-green forests so dense the ground wasn't visible. Soon they flashed over a small town, a fence passed under them, and the F-15's tires slammed onto a runway. They slowed to taxi speed quickly, the pilot falling in behind a Hummer outfitted with flashing orange lights and an illuminated "Follow Me" sign on the back. Pulling through into a large hangar, the pilot raised the canopy and shut down the engines. Cool, damp air mixed with the smell of jet exhaust and swirled into the cockpit. There were a couple of thumps as a portable staircase was wheeled against the side of the plane, then a young black man poked his head up. He was dressed in military-ish clothing, which lacked any name or rank insignia, and was well armed. "Dr. Conger, I'm Lieutenant Sam, U.S. Navy. Come with me, please." He disappeared back down the stairs as quickly as he'd appeared. Conger unstrapped himself and took the helmet and oxygen mask off, dropping them on the seat. He thanked the Air Force pilot for a safe ride and wished him good luck before stepping out onto the ladder and slowly climbing down. Lieutenant Sam and 3 other similarly dressed men stood waiting for him. "This way, please," the lieutenant said and turned, but Conger held up his hand for him to stop. "I'm sorry, but I've been needing to pee for 2 hours. "Where's the restroom?" he asked. "There's a head on the way, sir." "Now, please. We need to move." Sam turned and began purposefully striding towards a door in the back wall of the hangar. Conger fell in behind him, failing to notice that the other 3 men formed up in a protective bubble around him. After a quick restroom break in an adjacent building, they climbed into a waiting Humvee. One of the other men, who hadn't been introduced, was behind the wheel. Sam and a man sporting a shaved head and an impressive beard sandwiched Conger between them and the back seat, the 4th riding shotgun. The man drove fast and sure, quickly leaving the aviation area of the installation behind and driving down a gentle slope towards a large harbor. A variety of small Navy ships were tied up, but in Conger's opinion all of them looked too small to be going out into the rough seas he'd seen just before landing. The Hummer wheeled into a spot at the entrance to a long, wooden dock. On either side floated a ship, gray hulls rising well above his head. Okay, maybe they weren't so small after all. Climbing out, Lieutenant Sam held the door for him, then led the way through the rain. Conger expected to be boarding one of the two ships that he now realized were each over 100 feet in length, but Sam strode past their access ramps. He kept following the younger man, coming to a stop when the only vessel remaining came into view. It was a small boat, no more than 30 feet long, with a pedestal that held a steering wheel and throttle about 20 feet from the stern. There was a short windshield for the driver, but the entire boat was open. "What the hell is that?" he asked. Sam stopped and turned around, his face a mask of professionalism. "It is a RIB, sir." "A what?" "A rigid hull inflatable boat." "That's how we're getting to our destination, sir," he said patiently. "Seriously? Have you seen the waves out there?" Conger gestured at the mouth of the harbor where white caps were clearly visible. "Don't you have a helicopter or something? A helo would just draw unwanted attention to our destination." "I'm fully aware of the weather and we're well within the operational parameters of this craft. Now, we need to move to catch the tide." Sam stood staring at him, not even blinking as the wind-driven rain pelted his face. "There's got to be another way." "Maybe one of those," Conger said, starting to take a step back and gesturing at the larger ships. Sam moved forward until he was standing very close to him. "Doctor, there is no other way. I don't have time to explain all of the requirements and limitations of this operation to you. You're going to have to trust me and get in that boat." "I don't have to do anything," Conger said, fear causing his voice to raise several octaves. He loved to fly and had thoroughly enjoyed the ride in the F-15 Falcon, but he couldn't swim and was terrified of water. He got nervous standing at the edge of a lake, and just being on the wide dock was causing him to start hyperventilating. The thought of going out in that tiny boat onto the wind-tossed ocean petrified him. The man who had been standing at the wheel of the RIB stepped up onto the dock and began walking towards the small group. He was older than all of what Conger suspected were SEALs. As he drew closer, the doctor could tell he was quite a bit older, probably in his early 60s. He had broad shoulders with a powerful chest and arms despite his age, and walked with the rolling gait of a lifetime sailor. "Sir, I'm Coast Guard Bosun's Mate Master Chief Mark Stagg." He had pronounced bosuns as bosons, and held his hand out in greeting after pushing past the younger men. Conger automatically extended his, and Stagg grabbed it in an iron grip, pulled them close together and pressed a taser against the doctor's neck. He held it there briefly before quickly shoving it in a pocket and gently lowering Conger to the dock. He pulled his hands behind his back and secured them with a zip tie. "Think you ladies can get him on the fucking boat now?" He turned and glared at Lieutenant Sam. "We missed the goddamn tide. We aren't going in until tomorrow, but..." Sam gestured at two of the men and they moved to each side of Conger, grabbing him under the arms to lift him to his feet. Stagg led the way to the RIB, the SEALs following with Conger in tow. "Goddamn squids," Stagg muttered as he started the engines. "You remember I'm an officer?" Sam said as the men got settled and strapped Conger to an empty seat. "You remember I'm retired and don't have to put up with any shit from wet behind the ears kids?" Stagg growled, feeding in throttle as soon as one of the men released the last line that was securing them to the dock. "Better have a seat, Sonny. It's going to be a bumpy ride." With the bow pointed at the open water of the harbor, Stagg shoved the throttles forward and the RIB leapt ahead. The harbor was sheltered, but the water was still choppy. It was nothing like the 8 and 10-foot waves breaking in the open water of Puget Sound. The rain was coming harder, and as they approached the transition to unprotected sea, the weather picked up and Stagg had to turn the wheel into the teeth of the wind to keep them on course. Adjusting his speed, he timed it so that they exited the harbor into a trough between two waves, cutting the wheel hard left and feeding in more throttle to get the small boat in sync with the water. A large storm was pushing down from the Gulf of Alaska, bringing strong winds and lots of rain to the region. The wind pushed on the surface of the Sound, lifting it into rank after rank of waves rolling south towards Seattle. They were moving fast, but Stagg wanted to move faster. Once they reached Seattle, they would have to enter a ship canal and then transition through a series of locks into Lake Union. Their destination was on the south shore of the lake. The locks were the Hiram M. Chittenden locks, or the Ballard locks to the locals, and had been built by the Army Corps of Engineers. They separated several large freshwater lakes, Lake Washington the largest, from the saltwater of Puget Sound, keeping the level of the lake several feet above the sea. Boats moving from the Sound into the lakes, or vice versa, could pass through and be lifted or lowered to the level of the water they were transitioning to. Unlike the ocean, the lakes didn't have tides. As the water level in Puget Sound went up and down with the position and phases of the moon, the difference in levels controlled by the locks changed significantly. High tide was in another 90 minutes, and if they didn't get there in time, they wouldn't make it through. Without the higher water level brought by the tide, and to a lesser degree the storm surge, there would be too much of a difference in levels between the canal that was open to the ocean and the lake. There was no electricity to run the powerful pumps once a boat was in the lock, so they needed every inch of height they could get from the ocean side. The massive gates that controlled the locks could be manually operated, but if the water levels were more than a few feet different, transition through would be too dangerous. As they approached the first gate, they would be floating on water open to the sea. The seals could crank the big wheel that would open the saltwater side gate, letting the lake-level water trapped inside the lock flow out until it equalized with the sea. Stagg had already made a scouting run and knew the current water level in the lock. When the outer gate opened, the extra water would come surging out in a flood, but he could have the boat far enough away that it would only be a ripple when it passed under his hull. The height would now match sea level and he could motor into the lock. Once the seals closed the outer gate, they could open the inner. At high tide there was approximately a 2.5-foot difference between sea level and the lake surface. When the inner gate opened, a 30-inch high wall of lake water would rush into the lock, hopefully not smashing the RIB into one of the concrete walls with enough force to damage it. 30 inches didn't sound like a lot, but Stagg had lived and worked on the water his entire life and knew how deceptively powerful and devastating it could be. The small lock they would be using was 30 feet wide and 150 feet long. 30 inches of water depth meant more than 11,000 cubic feet of water would come boiling in as soon as the inner gate was opened. A cubic foot of water weighs about 63 pounds. Conservatively, Stagg estimated, there would be about 700,000 pounds of water come crashing in when they opened the lakeside gate. And the fucking squids wondered why he was in such a goddamn hurry to get there at high tide. 22. It took them every bit of 90 minutes to make the journey from the Naval Air Station to the entrance into the ship canal. The ride had been brutal as Stagg pushed the RIB to the limit of its capabilities in the rough weather. Between the rain and the drenching they received every time a wave crashed over the bow, the men were soaked to the skin, cold and miserable. The SEALs endured it with stoicism, but Dr. Conger had nearly freaked out when they exited the harbor. He had begun screaming, looking around in a wild-eyed panic and trying to break free from the bonds on his wrists and the harness securing him to his seat. When it was obvious he wasn't going to calm down, the SEAL sitting next to him withdrew a morphine syringe from his med kit and jammed it into the doctor's thigh. Within moments Conger calmed as the opiate took effect. The ship canal was well sheltered, and where the open seas of Puget Sound had been violent, the protected channel was almost calm. Stagg cut their speed as they approached the locks, steering to the side so the SEALs could disembark. They were out of the boat in a flash, running through the rain towards a large building that housed the equipment that controlled all of the functions of the lock system. Reversing the engines, Stagg backed 100 yards from the gate and shifted into neutral. A few minutes later the giant steel plates, angled slightly into the lock, began to open. There were two sections, meeting in the middle, and as they parted water began sluicing between the two halves. The calm surface of the canal roiled and a wave rushed towards the RIB, passing under the hull just moments after the gates opened. The boat bobbed up and down, but Stag knew all the energy of the released water was below the surface and wouldn't create any problems for him. The water level inside the lock equalized quickly with the salt water side of the canal, and he didn't wait for the gates to open any farther. Putting the boat in gear, he fed in throttle and steered between them, going back into neutral as he was approaching the entrance and letting momentum carry him the rest of the way in. The RIB drifted to a stop at the midpoint of the 150-foot space. Turning his head, he watched as the gate slowly closed, knowing the seals were cranking like hell to get it to move that fast. It shut with a quiet thud, and he looked up when Lieutenant Sam stepped to the edge on his right. "The lake's a lot higher than we expected," he said. "Maybe the storm, but you'd better take a look." He kicked a rope ladder over the edge as Stag maneuvered the boat close enough to reach it. Sparing a glance at his passenger, who was still drugged to his eyeballs, he made a line fast to a rung of the ladder and climbed easily up to ground level. Sam had already moved to the lakeside gate and was staring to the east, waiting for him. Looking around, he saw two of the seals on the roof of the control building, keeping watch. The third was nowhere to be seen and was probably the one assigned to operate the gate mechanisms. Striding forward, he came to a stop next to the young officer and cursed. The lake was a lot higher than when he'd made his scouting run. It had been raining like hell for several days, and he guessed there was a lot of runoff, adding to the volume. Checking the markers painted on the walls of the lock, he wasn't happy to see the water level difference was well over 3 feet. A quick bit of math in his head and he cursed again. There was going to be over 1 million pounds of water that would come surging into the closed lock when the gate opened. "Can the boat take it?" Sam asked. Before Stag could answer, there was the sound of several suppressed rifle shots, and they both snapped their heads around. One of the seals on the roof had shot 3 females that had charged out of the trees less than 50 yards from where they were standing. "We're going to try," Stag said. "Get our passenger out of the RIB in case things go bad. I'm going to go see what can be done about opening that gate a few inches at a time to let the water in slowly." Sam nodded, no longer worried about who was the officer and who wasn't. He was just focused on the mission. Stag jogged to the building, stepping through the door and heading to where the seal that had injected Conger with morphine was standing. He was between 2 very large iron wheels. They were mounted horizontally on top of massive iron rods and labeled as salt and fresh to indicate which gate they controlled. "What's up?" the seal asked as Stag approached. "Lake's higher than expected. Too much water going to come in. You just opened the salt side. Did it feel like you could have gone slow and only opened the gate a few inches at a time?" "No way. I didn't even have to turn the wheel except to close it. The weight of the water forced it open as soon as I released the brake." He pointed down at where the iron rod connected to the wheel disappeared into the concrete floor. The bottom 6 inches of each rod was a giant gear with thick teeth, and a heavy piece of spring-loaded iron blocked it from moving. "No way anyone is controlling that by hand. The wheel is spinning so fast it would take your arm off if you tried." "Well, fuck me. That ain't good," Stag said, looking out the window when he heard a scream and the faint sound of more suppressed rifle fire. "Hang on." He went over to the door and looked out just as Lieutenant Sam emerged from the lock, climbing the rope ladder with Conger hanging on his back. "Open the fresh side," he said. There was no point in thinking about it anymore. Either the boat would survive and they'd all motor across the lake, or it wouldn't and they had a long, wet walk ahead of them. There was a loud clang as the seal released the brake and the gate began opening quickly under the pressure of the lake. The wheel spun crazily, a high-pitched groan starting up from deep in the concrete floor. Blue lake water rushed into the lock and Stag ran outside to stand next to the lieutenant and watch the show. The water spilling through the swiftly opening gate struck the calm surface and the lock hard enough to send a cloud of mist into the rain-saturated air. A swell instantly appeared just inside the gate and raced down the lock. The top of the wave was higher than the bow of the RIB, breaking over it and washing the length of the small boat. The RIB, basically unsinkable, bobbed like a cork and shed the water, but it was shoved hard enough to snap the line secured to the rope ladder. Free to move, it was carried back and slammed into the salt water gate hard enough for Stagg to feel the impact in his feet. He could tell from where he stood that the hull had broken. The boat would still float because of the inflated tubes that ran along either side, but it was no longer seaworthy. "Guess we're finding a new ride," he said to Sam. They had set off in a diamond formation, the 4 seals creating a bubble around Stagg and Kanger. The doctor was still drugged and unsteady on his feet, so Stagg had to put his shoulders under one of Kanger's arms and support him as they moved. The area was open, with good sight lines, and the seals were regularly engaging females that charged at them. Some of them screamed, but most sprinted silently. Fortunately, they didn't have to go far before reaching a small marina. A few boats were still tied up to the weathered dock, and it didn't take Stagg long to get one started. It was half the size of the RIB, but they squeezed in and sailed out into the open lake, the boat's asthmatic motor wheezing as it battled the wind and small waves. Their destination, the Allen Institute for Cell Science, was on the southern shore, and they arrived in 15 minutes. Lieutenant Sam had called ahead to the rest of his team, who was securing the facility, and 4 of them met the boat at a small dock. Dead infected, both male and female, were scattered across the sloping lawn that led down from a modern-looking 4-story building. They had carried Kanger up the slope and dumped him on the couch in a well-appointed office to sleep off the morphine. "What do you need, Lieutenant?" Kanger's voice came over the intercom speaker mounted above the sealed glass window. "There's a Colonel Crawford that wants to speak with you," he answered. "He's here?" Kanger said, surprised. "No, sir. Radio relay from Pearl Harbor. I don't know where he is. What does he need? It will take me 10 minutes to decontaminate and get out of here." Kanger still hadn't forgiven the team for what he termed kidnapping him, then tasering him to get him on the boat and drugging him to keep him on it. The irritation in his voice was clear. "He says he has a man who might be immune," Sam said after speaking on the phone that was relayed through the satellite link on the roof of the building. 23. Rachel stared at the huge wolf, aiming the flare gun at it. She kept her eyes locked on the animal as she fumbled around Bill's unmoving form, searching for the pistol by feel with her free hand. Finding it, she dropped the flare and aimed the weapon up the slope using both hands like John had taught her. The wolf stood unmoving, watching her, then turned and disappeared over the backside of the crest. Rachel's heart was pounding and she was having a hard time breathing. She was so afraid. She recognized that the animal was spawning a fear in her that she didn't experience when around the infected. Yes, she was afraid of the infected. Respected how quickly they could kill her, but for some reason there was a primal terror of the canine predator buried deep inside her, and it had roared to the surface the first time she'd seen the animal. Hands shaking, she tried to calm her breathing. She knew that if it had charged, the odds of her stopping it with the pistol were slim at best. Maybe John, who could place his shots where he wanted them, but she'd be lucky to even strike the target, let alone find a vital area that would bring the big wolf down before it tore her open. Giving it several minutes, she checked all around to make sure it wasn't sneaking up behind her, frequently turning her head to look at the exposed ridge. She didn't think for a moment that it had gone away. It had been hurt by the flare and was being cautious, but that probably also made it even more dangerous. She didn't think it would approach close enough again for her to take a chance on trying a shot unless it was attacking. The snow was picking up, wind driving it almost horizontally, and once she convinced herself that an attack wasn't imminent, she turned her attention back to Bill. Even though they were partially sheltered underneath the trees, snow was already piling up on top of him. They needed to move. Needed to get to the lake and get a fire going before they both froze to death. But Bill was out from the morphine and the lake was at least a mile away at the bottom of a very long slope. She could start a fire where they were, but they both needed water, and with the wolf stalking them there was no way she could leave an unconscious man while she went to the lake. And even if she could safely leave him, she wasn't sure how easy it would be to find him again. Rachel was a city girl and before the attacks had hardly spent any time away from civilization. Leaving the injured pilot behind wasn't an option. But how to get him down the slope? Thinking, Rachel fluffed the snow out of her thick hair and put it into a tight braid, hoping to keep it as dry as possible. She was shivering from the cold and knew that if she got wet it would accelerate the onset of hypothermia. Looking around in frustration, her eyes stopped when she saw the remnants of Bill's parachute lying on the ground. Hers was still on her back and she quickly shrugged out of it and set it down in front of her. Pulling the tough nylon canopy free, she spread it out on the rough ground, making sure the lines that secured it to the harness weren't tangled. Moving on her knees, she supported Bill's broken leg as much as possible and rolled him over onto the edge of the canopy. Rachel rolled him 3 more times until he was on his back in roughly the middle of the expanse of white fabric. Standing, she tossed the flare gun onto the canopy with Bill and looked around for the wolf, but it was snowing heavier and she couldn't see more than 30 yards. The crest above her, where she'd last seen the animal, was now only faintly visible. Unzipping a pocket on her flight suit, she shoved his pistol and then lifted and shrugged into the empty parachute pack. She adjusted the straps and walked down the slope until the lines connecting her to the canopy Bill rested on went taut. Taking a breath, she pulled, feeling the smooth nylon begin to slide over the carpet of pine needles. She had to tilt her body forward to keep moving with the pilot's weight holding her back. At first it had felt so unnatural to lean downhill that she'd hardly made any progress, but as she grew more comfortable that she wouldn't fall with the drag of the man's body resisting, she was able to start covering some ground. Despite the assist from gravity, the going was slow and arduous. Frequently the canopy or one of its lines would snag on a tree root or rock and she'd have to stop and move to where it was hung up and work the material free. The slope was steep in places, nearly flat in others. Where it was steep, she had the problem of preventing Bill's body from building too much momentum and sliding uncontrollably. Where it was almost flat, it took every ounce of her waning strength and determination to keep making forward progress. After an hour, she stopped on one of the flatter areas, looking ahead through the trees. The blue lake was barely visible, not looking that much closer than it had when she'd first started walking. Turning to look up the slope, she froze when a ghostly figure crossed her vision. The wolf was back. Rachel grabbed for the pistol, but it was snagged on the lining of her pocket. Using 2 hands, she got it loose, glad she hadn't needed to bring it out in an instant. As she'd struggled with freeing the weapon, she tracked the wolf with her eyes. It was moving across her track, pausing to look at her before disappearing into the trees and snow. Why was it holding back? She was vulnerable as she dragged the unconscious pilot down the hill. It could come up behind her, leap and take her to the ground before she even knew it was there. Had she frightened it enough with the flare gun that it was trying to work up the courage to strike? She didn't think so. She suspected it was hurting from the injuries the flare had caused and was just watching and waiting for what it felt was the right moment. Maybe it had encountered man before and at least had respect, if not fear, for humans. Or maybe it was just behaving like a wolf. Keeping the weapon in her hand, Rachel turned and resumed pulling the makeshift litter. It was snowing harder, but as she'd progressed deeper into the valley, the wind had eased. Whether from a slackening of the storm or because of the protection of the terrain, she couldn't tell. She struggled on for another half hour without seeing the wolf again, frequently looking over each shoulder. The lake was steadily growing larger in her limited field of view through the trees to her front, but her pace was so slow because of the load she was pulling it seemed to be taking forever. Moving down the steepest slope she had encountered so far, Rachel's foot slipped on a snow-covered rock. She tried to recover but couldn't stop the momentum of Bill's inert form. Falling to the ground, she tumbled down the slope, getting tangled in the parachute lines as it rolled with her. Finally coming to a stop at the bottom of the slope, she lay unmoving for a moment, evaluating her body for injuries. Other than a few bruises and a sore hip, she was okay. Starting to unwrap the lines that were constricting her legs, Rachel's head snapped around when she heard a deep growl. The wolf was less than 10 yards away, slightly upslope, standing next to a tree. Lips curled back to expose yellowed fangs, it lowered its head and took a small step forward. Rachel froze for a moment, then grabbed for the pistol that had fallen into the snow when she tumbled. It wasn't far, but when her body started to shift as she stretched out to reach it, the parachute lines brought her up short. Sparing a glance at the wolf, she kicked and lunged, trying to gain the extra inches she needed as it took another, faster step in preparation to leap. Scooping up the pistol, Rachel rolled and pulled the trigger as the muzzle came up in the general direction of the animal. The shot was loud in the snow-whited woods, and still without aiming, Rachel pulled the trigger a second time. She'd paid attention to one of John's lessons. If you can't get on target, sometimes it's best to put some rounds downrange anyway. You might get lucky and get a hit or scare off your attacker. She knew she'd never scare off an infected, but when the second round struck a tree only inches from the wolf's head, it turned and streaked away, flowing over the ground without any apparent effort. Not wasting the precious time she'd just earned, Rachel fought her way free of the tangle and with renewed energy born of fear resumed her journey down the slope. Exhausted and damp with sweat, she came to a stop on a flat area of the forest floor an hour later. The lake was 5 feet in front of her, the ground sloping so gently into the water that there wasn't a bank and hardly even a discernible shoreline. Tall trees grew right to the water's edge and sparse grass stuck up through the bed of pine needles she was standing on. After a slow and thorough scan for the wolf, she released the parachute pack and let it drop to the ground behind her. Moving forward and falling to her knees, she leaned out over the clear lake. Scooping with her hands, she lifted water to her mouth, concerned that her fingers were so cold they didn't even register contact with the frigid water. Between every drink, Rachel checked over each shoulder, but as far as she could tell, the wolf had been scared away by the gunshots. At least that's what she told herself to keep from panicking. She knew that in reality it was very likely still close, watching and waiting for an opportunity. And as the clouds grew thicker and the snow came down harder, she knew it was going to be a very dark night that would favor the predator. 24. We were going so fast I blasted through a tiny town before I even realized it was there. I had seen a small stand of trees on the horizon, approaching very fast, and hadn't realized they marked the edge of a few small buildings. The Dodge roared through at such a high rate of speed I wasn't able to tell what any of them were. I had zeroed out the trip odometer when Katie told me we were 104 miles from the turn on US 183, and I gave the instrument a quick glance. 102 miles. Less than 2 to go, and at our current rate we would cover that in less than a minute. I hit the button to cancel the cruise control, the speedometer quickly swinging down until I put my foot on the gas to hold us at 80. Did that town we just went through have gas? The extreme speed we were maintaining was consuming fuel at a ferocious rate. I don't know. We went through too fast, Katie answered, leaning sideways to see the gauges. Wow. We've really used half a tank already? Yep. First, give me the distance to our next turn once we're on 183, then call Jessica so we can have her find us a gas station within the next 100 miles. Katie grabbed the sat phone and started scrolling through, checking the directions that had been texted to it. Ahead I could see the intersection and the crashed vehicles I had been warned about. Lightly tapping the brakes, I steadily brought our speed down, slowing more when I realized I'd have to drive onto the dirt shoulder to get around the wreck. 187 miles due north to I-70, Katie said, pressing and holding the speed dial button on the phone. I reset the odometer as the phone began ringing. I'm watching you turn north, sir. Jessica answered as I maneuvered around the crash. I've scanned ahead and you've got wreckage at 52 miles and again at 131. I pressed the accelerator to the floor and the Charger leapt ahead with a roar of exhaust. Thanks, I said. I'm going to need fuel within the next 100 miles, then probably about every 200 after that if you can start working on spotting gas stations for me. No problem, sir. Stand by and I'll find your first one. We were back up to 140, but the new highway wasn't as smooth as the last and I had to pay more attention and make almost constant corrections to the steering wheel to keep us in a straight line. At the site of the first wreck you come to, sir. There's a small, independent gas station less than a quarter of a mile farther down the road. If you call me while you're refueling, I'll have the next one spotted for you. Thank you, Jessica. How are the targets doing? I asked, referring to Rachel and the pilot. Weather's getting really bad at their location. I've lost them on thermal for the moment due to the thickness of the cloud cover. They were moving before I couldn't track them any longer and I think they were headed for a lake. That's the only thing in their direction of travel that makes sense. They actually moved deeper into the mountains. She said. Okay, thanks. Call me if anything changes. Will do, sir. There was a click and a beep and she was gone. How cold do you think it is there? Katie asked. Too cold to not be wearing anything other than a flight suit. Hopefully that pilot paid attention when he went through survival training. I pressed harder on the accelerator, but we were already going as fast as the onboard computer would allow. So what happens when we find them? Katie asked, scratching Dog's head. What do you mean? What happens? What do we do? Where do we go? I don't know, I answered. I haven't thought that far ahead. Just been focusing on getting there before the weather, or something else, kills them. What are you going to do about Rachel? Katie asked. That woman is in love with you if you hadn't noticed. I noticed, I said. And I don't have a good answer for you. I haven't exactly had the luxury of time to dwell on the subject. Well, you'd better give it some thought. Her heart is already broken. Whatever you say to her, just be sure you aren't being an unsympathetic jerk. I gave Katie a quick glance. What? She asked. Just not the reaction I expected from you. That's all, I said. What did you expect? I'm not really sure, I answered. Just not compassion for the other woman. You really don't get women, do you? She asked, shaking her head. This isn't like she was someone who tried to take you away from me. The world ended. No, it didn't just end, it crashed down around her ears and you were her knight in shining armor. You saved her life and have been keeping her alive for quite a while now. Of course she fell in love with you, and you developed feelings for her. I don't blame her one bit. And I hope you understand I don't blame you. It hurts, knowing that you have feelings for her, but I'm not some silly little high school girl that's going to go off the deep end about it. If I put myself in her shoes, I understand how fragile her emotions must be when it comes to you. All I'm saying is that I don't want to see her get hurt any more than she's already been. I wanted to reach across and take Katie's hand, but our speed on the rough road dictated that I keep both of them on the wheel. All these years of marriage and she could still surprise me. I love you, I said softly, genuinely touched by what she just said. And I love you, she answered, reaching out and placing her hand on my shoulder. I know you'll handle this as well as anyone could. Now you're full of shit, I said, laughing. When have you known me to handle anything diplomatically? Just be honest with her. But for God's sake, think about what you're going to say before you say it. Sometimes you're way too blunt with your honesty. We fell silent after that, quickly covering the distance to the next wreck. The terrain was so flat I could see it well before we reached it. Backing off the throttle, I let the car's speed bleed off until we were below 100, then used the brakes to slow us to no more than 30. After the blistering pace, 30 miles an hour felt slow enough that it seemed I could open the door, step out and walk. Steering around the abandoned crash, I spotted the first infected we'd encountered since leaving the police station. 3 males stumbled down the middle of the road, heading in our direction. I imagined the Dodge was making a hell of a racket when I pushed it up to its top speed, and they had probably heard us coming from a long way off. There, Katie said, pointing at a small, one-pump gas station a short distance down the road. I avoided the infected and accelerated slightly so we'd get to our stop with plenty of time to spare before they arrived. I'm going to get the fueling started. I'll be under the hood connecting the pump to the battery, so you and Dog keep a sharp eye out. I said as I turned into the station and stopped next to a large plate that covered the port for the underground storage tank. As long as I get a potty break while we're stopped, Katie said, popping her door open. She stepped out and immediately pulled the back door open to let Dog join her. I would have preferred to leave the charger running and not take the slight risk that the car wouldn't start when we were ready to go, but running flat out is truly tortuous on an engine. The oil needed to be checked. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to find it low after covering 150 miles in just over an hour. I released the hood and trunk, and as I grabbed the tools to open the storage tank, Katie began firing her suppressed M4. It took her several shots to put all 3 of the males down, but I wasn't about to criticize her marksmanship. Opening the tank was simple, taking less than 30 seconds. Running back to the open trunk, I pulled out the larger hose and fed several feet of it into the hole in the pavement. Connecting it to the pump, I then attached a smaller hose, which was shoved into the Dodge's fuel filler neck. Power cable for the pump in hand, I leaned under the hood and yanked the black plastic cover off the battery's negative terminal. The pump had 2 wires, red and black, bundled together, with each one ending in a large metal clamp that looked like the ones on the ends of jumper cables. I attached the negative first, then clipped the red one into place. The pump vibrated noisily as the impeller began spinning without any resistance. It didn't take it long to prime and start sucking fuel, the 2 hoses jumping and twitching like snakes as the gasoline flowed. Finding the end of the oil dipstick, I pulled it out and, not having a towel, wiped it clean on my pants leg. I stuck it back in, waited half a second, pulled it out again and peered at the thin strip of spring steel. The level was still good and the oil didn't show any sign of burning or breaking down. While I was doing this, Katie fired 2 more shots and I looked up to see another male that had wandered around the corner of the gas station drop dead to the ground. Trusting her, I walked around the car checking each of the tires to make sure they were holding up. I didn't even want to contemplate having a blowout at 140 miles per hour. It took less than 3 minutes to fill the Dodge, fuel gushing out of the filler neck, the only warning that the tank was at capacity. I was momentarily surprised, accustomed to it taking a long time to fill up any vehicle at a gas station, but the pump I was using was powerful and moved a lot of gas very quickly. Removing the clips from the battery, it spun down and I ran around to pull the hose out of the car's tank before gravity began siphoning out what I just put in. I got everything drained as best I could and returned to the trunk. Slamming the lid, I turned when Katie fired another shot, quickly followed by 3 more. A female had been sprinting at us from behind the wrecked cars we'd passed. She was still alive, Katie's bullets having punched into her torso and breaking her hip. She squirmed on the ground, crawling her way towards us. "Stay by the car while you're going," I said, raising my rifle and drilling around through the female's head. Dog trotted to a small wooden fence and lifted his leg while Katie squatted by the front corner of the car. Both of them were done quickly and I took a moment to relieve myself where I stood. Sometimes it's downright convenient to be a guy. Katie put Dog back in the rear, sitting down in front and closing her door. Once they were in the vehicle, I climbed in and shut my door. The car started easily and a moment later we accelerated out of the gas station. 25. "What did he say, sir?" Martinez asked Crawford when he pulled off the headset and passed it to Scott. They were inside the Bradley and he'd just had a conversation with Dr. Conger over the FSOC system. "He says that there is always a possibility of someone being immune," Crawford answered, leaning back and rubbing his eyes. "If he was trying to develop a vaccine, then an immune subject would be invaluable. But he doesn't really need him to engineer the Terminator virus. So what do we do with him? Set him free and let him fend for himself?" Scott asked. "No, we're going to take him to Seattle. The doctor says there's a very remote chance that with an immune subject he might be able to develop a cure," Crawford said. Martinez and Irina stared back at him, mute with shock at the news that a cure just might be possible. "Don't get your hopes up," the colonel said. The doctor didn't sound optimistic. Irina and Martinez exchanged looks, neither of them able to speak at the thought of reversing the effects of the virus. "I'm going to go get him," Crawford finally said. "Be ready to move when I get back. The major already has a big head start on us and will be moving at least 3 times faster than we can." Irina rattled off something in Russian to Igor. The big Spetsnaz soldier nodded, picked up his rifle and followed Crawford into the jail. The colonel looked at him and smiled. They stopped briefly in the police station to pick up some restraints before heading through the door to the detention area. "Are you going to let me out of here?" Walker asked when they walked up and looked in his cell. "Yes," Crawford said. "And you're coming with us to Seattle to see a doctor, but..." He stepped forward and inserted a large key in the cell door's lock. Access was normally controlled electronically, but there was a mechanical backup in the event of a power failure or malfunction of the circuit. "I don't need no fucking doctor," Walker protested, taking a step away from the door as the colonel slid it open. "This isn't an option," Crawford leveled his gaze at the man. "We need to know why you aren't infected, and the only doctor left that can do that is in Seattle. Either that, or I'll close this door and leave you here." Johnny Ray Walker was not a brave man. Violent when he was armed and comfortable, he had the advantage, but at heart he was a coward. The thought of being left in the cell to die emboldened him, and he suddenly charged directly at the colonel. Crawford had seen the intent in his eyes and was prepared. As Walker lunged, he lifted his arm and smashed an elbow into his face. Johnny Ray came to a stop as if he'd hit a brick wall, falling to his ass on the filthy floor of the cell. Blood poured from his broken nose across the lower half of his face. Igor stepped forward and grabbed an arm, yanking Walker through the open door where he ended up face down. Roughly pulling an arm back, Igor slapped a handcuff on the wrist, then pulled the other back and locked the second shackle in place. With the prisoner secured, he lifted him to his feet and gave him a big shove in the middle of his back, sending him stumbling towards the stairs. "You can't do this. I know my fucking rights." Walker turned and screamed at them from a few feet away. The colonel sighed and moved past Igor to loom over the smaller man, who shrank away from his gaze. "You're right, Mr. Walker," he said in a low, dangerous voice. "I'm violating many of the rights guaranteed to you by the Constitution. And I'm probably going to violate several more before this is all said and done. So, ask yourself. If he doesn't give a shit about any of my rights, what else is he willing and prepared to do to me? Now, I don't have time to be fucking around with you, so shut your mouth and cooperate, and there's a chance you'll come out of this alive and a free man." Johnny Ray looked at the colonel and swallowed audibly. The man frightened him, and the big soldier with him had the coldest eyes he'd ever seen. Of all the things he was, first and foremost he was a survivor and knew when to go along to get along. He nodded and kept his mouth shut. He was out of the cell. An opportunity to escape from his captors would present itself if he was just patient. Crawford and Igor escorted Walker out of the building and into the sunshine. Scott, Martinez and Irina were loading all of the ammunition and small arms that John and Katie hadn't taken from the armory. When Johnny Ray saw the two women, he broke out into a big grin. "Why didn't you tell me there were two hot pieces of ass like that? I wouldn't have argued about coming along. Been a long time since I seen a woman." He turned to look at Igor, the smile vanishing off his face when he saw the expression on the big Russian. Looking back to the front, he came to a stop less than a foot from Martinez. "You'd like a little Latina ass? Am I right?" She smiled prettily. "Chiquita, I'd tear that ass up and leave you begging for more." He looked her up and down as he licked his lips. Martinez smiled back as her right hand flashed. She tapped Walker's crotch with the back edge of a razor-sharp knife hard enough to make him flinch. Holding the blade against him, she leaned in until her face was nearly touching his. "Understand one thing, Puto. You are not to look at me or that other woman. At all. You will only speak to us if one of us speaks to you first. You don't need your cock and balls for the doctor. Fuck with either of us and you'll be as smooth between your legs as I am. Got it? Dot." Her tone never changed and the smile never left her face as she spoke. She punctuated the last two words with a hard tap of the blade directly to his balls. His eyes were large with fear and he was unable to speak. "Do I need to ask you again if you understand?" Martinez tapped him even harder. I understand," he gasped. Martinez flashed him a bright smile before sheathing the knife and walking away to help finish loading the Bradley. Crawford looked over at Igor, who hadn't understood what Martinez had said but clearly had gotten the gist of her warning to their prisoner. He was grinning from ear to ear, and at a nod from the colonel shoved Walker towards the Bradley. What was that all about? Irina asked as Igor got their passengers situated and strapped into a seat. Just letting a pig know that I'll be happy to start removing offensive body parts if he is disrespectful to either of us, Martinez answered. Good, Irina said, staring into her eyes. I've personally never thought much of that body part. Martinez looked back at her in surprise, then climbed the rear ramp into the Bradley. As Irina brushed past, rubbing more of her body against her than was necessary, she smiled and watched the pretty Russian woman settle into the driver's seat. Sir, would you like the vehicle commander's station? Scott asked Crawford as everyone moved into the vehicle and began finding a place to sit. Negative, Tech Sergeant. You've been doing great so far, might as well stick with the horse that got us this far. Horse? Igor asked, looking around with a confused expression. Even after Irina translated for him, he still looked like he didn't understand. Captain, why don't you take the gunner's station? My Russian's pretty rusty, but I think I remember enough to start teaching our big friend some English while we're driving, Crawford said as the rear ramp lifted into the closed position with a whine of hydraulics. 26. Kansas must have had a bigger road maintenance budget than Oklahoma. We screamed by a large sign welcoming us to Kansas and proudly proclaiming it was the Sunflower State not too long after our fuel stop. The change in the road surface was dramatic and immediate, and I was able to relax slightly on the smoother pavement. I had settled into a routine as I drove. My eyes stayed on the road ahead, constantly moving and looking as far ahead as possible so I'd have plenty of warning if there was something I needed to be concerned about. Every 30 seconds or so, I'd lower my vision to make a quick scan of the Dodge's dash panel. The Charger was performing well, so far, but I was pushing it harder than it had been designed for. I was keeping a very close watch on the water temp and oil pressure, which were all that were displayed, and I was expecting at any time to see the former begin climbing and the latter to start dropping. But so far it was running like a champ despite the abuse I was putting it through. We had been in Kansas for less than 5 minutes when the satellite phone rang. Keeping my eyes on the road, I found the button on the steering wheel that controlled the link and pressed it. Yes, I assumed it was Jessica from Pearl Harbor, but there was no number displayed on the screen. Sir, it's Petty Officer Simmons at Pearl. You may have a problem. I've been tracking you on a wide view, and a few minutes ago a Russian Yak fighter that was flying a CAP in your area deviated from its patrol pattern. From my view it appeared to be taking a closer look at you, but I couldn't tell for sure. We're monitoring the comms in and out of the plane, and I'm waiting for a Russian language translator to tell me what the pilot is talking about. Shit. What are the Russians doing flying a CAP in this part of the country? We're a long ways from any of the 3 air bases they occupy. I thought you knew, sir. There's been a surge in the past 36 hours. They've more than doubled their military presence in CONUS. They're occupying 5 additional bases west of the Mississippi. The one that I think may have taken an interest in you is out of McConnell in Kansas. You're within the envelope of their CAP. She sounded apologetic, but it wasn't her fault. I'd heard something about a Russian surge but hadn't given it much thought other than I couldn't fly to where Rachel was stranded. It's okay, Jessica. I had heard about the surge, just wasn't thinking. What's our guy doing now? Is he keeping an eye on me, or has he resumed his patrol? He's back on his pattern, sir. I should hear back on the translation. Oh. She broke off her thought. What oh? I almost shouted. 2 hellos just lifted off from McConnell. Russian Heinz. They're on a westerly heading which is a direct course to you. What's their ETA? I asked, exchanging a worried glance with Katie. Doing the math now, sir. Stand by, she said, and I could hear her breathing over the open circuit as she worked. Okay, I had to look up their top speed and operational radius. Top speed is 200 miles per hour and their range is 280 miles, though I suspect the range would be less if they were pushing to the max. They're 140 miles to your east, due east, at the moment. With only at best a 60-mile-an-hour speed advantage over you, if you maintain your current speed they can't catch you. She sounded genuinely pleased. I breathed a momentary sigh of relief, then thought some more about what she just said. Okay, the Russians aren't stupid, I said. They must already know they can't catch me with the hellos. So, why did they launch? I don't, wait one, sir. Again I could hear her breathing and the occasional click of her mouse. An aerial tanker just entered the area. They're going to be able to refuel and stay on your track. Damn it! I grumbled. I don't get it. That's a lot of resources dedicated to one car driving across the middle of nowhere. Why the hell are they so interested? I don't have any idea, sir. I'm going to see if I can come up with any ideas to evade them, but for the moment stay on your current route and maintain your speed. Even with refueling it will take them a long time to catch you and maybe they'll lose interest before then. It's also possible they're out on a regular patrol and just happen to be heading in your direction and were worrying about nothing. Yeah, and if a frog had wings it wouldn't bump its ass on the ground every time it jumped, I said, a moment later hearing Jessica giggle over the phone. Katie, who'd heard that little gem more than a few times, just shook her head. Call me as soon as you know more. Yes, sir. There was a beep and she was gone. Okay, you're the intelligence officer in the car, I said to Katie. What am I missing, Dot? You're asking me? This is a military thing. That's your world, not mine. She answered. It may be the military, but there's got to be some logic here that I'm missing. You don't put 2 helicopters and a refueling plane in the air to chase down a single car. That just doesn't make any sense. Unless there's someone in the car that they want to get their hands on, Katie said, looking at me. There's no way they know who we are, and even if they did, why would they care? They might know, Katie said. How secure do you think the sat phone is? I know it's going through an NSA satellite, but... And there are several people that know what we're doing. You've got the people in Hawaii. How many of them know we're out here? And don't forget the 2 Russians riding around in the Bradley. How sure are you their defection is genuine? I don't have much, if any, doubt about Irina or Igor, I said. I saw them kill several of their countrymen to escape, as well as fry a bunch more with a backpack nuke. I know the Russians have gone to extremes in the past to sell a false defection so they could get an agent in place, but no one goes this far. Besides, there's no reason for the Russians to be interested in either of us. Katie was quiet for almost a minute, staring out the windshield. What? I finally asked. She took a deep breath and turned sideways in the seat to face me. Remember how Steve got in trouble for accessing your file when we first got together? She asked. Yeah, I said, not liking where this might be going. And you stayed clear of all that. Right, Dot. Well, not exactly. He was pretty upset and determined to get me back. He didn't just look at your file, he printed it out and told me about a lot of it. She said in a soft voice. So you, I said, trying to not get upset. I lied, she said, reaching across and placing her hand on my arm. I didn't see it, and he and I had a big fight about it, but I heard a lot of the details. Steve made it sound like you were some kind of sociopath and we had just gotten married and I was already head over heels in love with you. I'm sorry I lied. Jesus Christ. I exploded. If you wanted to know something, all the fuck you ever had to do was ask. You know that. Oh, really? Now she was getting angry, her voice growing loud. You know how much you've told me about your life as an operator? Nothing. You don't talk about it. Ever. Sure, You talk about people you knew and might mention some places you've been, but so what? Steve and I are screaming at each other and he starts spouting details about you, throwing them in my face. I couldn't help but hear some of it. I'm not sorry I did, I'm only sorry I lied about it. I sat there, staring through the bug-smeared windshield, not sure if I should be upset or not. Deciding I had much bigger problems than a wife who had told a white lie, I took my hand off the wheel and squeezed hers. This isn't the time or place to worry about something that happened a long time ago, I said. Unless there's anything else you lied about that you'd like to confess while we're at it. I was joking, but it must not have come across that way. Katie pulled her hand back and I could hear a quiver in her voice when she spoke. That was it, and I'm sorry. She said. How do women do that? I didn't do anything. She was the one that had lied to her husband. Yet here we were, me feeling like an ass for asking if there was anything else she'd lied about. Okay, let's move past that. You must have had a reason for dredging all this up. What are you thinking? You did a lot of, nasty shit when you were in the army. And you did a lot of it to the Russians. I don't mean that the way it sounds. I know it was missions you were sent on, but still, she was beating around the bush, trying to be careful about what she said after her confession of being less than truthful with me. Honey, just spit it out. I know what I did and I'm not ashamed of any of it. What are you thinking? Something Steve told you about me stuck with you. Berlin. The run-up to the German national elections. Remember? I remembered all too well. Germany was up for grabs, politically. The Berlin Wall was down and the Cold War was over. Millions of poorly educated and unskilled East Germans were still out of work and the country was a mess. The Soviet Union was no more, but there were factions in the Russian government that saw an opportunity to move Germany away from the US and closer to them. They had sent in a team of KGB specialists who were experienced with influencing elections. Nothing was off the table for them. Bribes, extortion and assassinations were how they operated. Their leader was a genius when it came to the work he was doing. The CIA had sent in a team to counter the Russians, but within days they had all been systematically hunted down and killed. The decision was made to stop the Russians' interference in Germany's democratic process and to send a message to the Kremlin as well. KGB Lieutenant General Fyodor Aslanov had been my target. In a bloody battle that had unfortunately spilled onto the streets of Berlin, my unit had killed all but one low-level KGB staffer. 2 of my team didn't make it out alive. I had personally ended Aslanov's life. From a political perspective, the operation had been a success. Germany had elected a new leader without any outside influence. At least that I knew of. There had been a lot of CIA types crawling all over the place, but I had no idea what they were up to. I remember every detail, I said. Here's what you probably don't know. Aslanov was Russian President Baranov's mentor. He got him into the KGB and shaped his future. Word was that Baranov loved him like a father. I don't think for a second that the Russians have been hunting you, up to now, but they're occupying our country. That means they have access to records they've never been able to get at before. You're really reaching, here, I said. Perhaps, Katie acknowledged. But I remember that operation. I wasn't on the Russian desk at the agency, but it was a big deal. Baranov had already started amassing his fortune and he placed a $10 million bounty on the head of whoever killed Aslanov. I don't think anyone at the CIA knew details on the team that went into Berlin, but with what was known and the details in your file, it wasn't hard to figure out. Now they're occupying our country, and if they got into the right files, a smart intelligence officer would know about the link between his president and Aslanov. I'm just saying. No way, I argued. That's ancient history. If you're right, they'd have to be digging that far back, then they'd have to put 2 and 2 together and not come up with 5. And if all of that falls in place, they'd have to know exactly who is in this car. Way too much of a stretch. Then why are they coming after us in helicopters, which probably means they want to take us alive, instead of the fighter on CAP just swooping down and erasing us with his cannon? She asked. I thought as I drove, turning the possibilities over in my head. Or we've got someone who talked to the Russians, I said. Dredged up the past and pointed them at me. But who could do that? They'd have to have knowledge of the operation to begin with and understand that the Russians would be very interested. Her voice trailed off into thought. What? Steve, she said pensively. He has the knowledge. He has the motivation. He hates you enough to do something like this. Give the Russians something their president wants very badly. Something valuable to them. All for revenge? Don't you think that's a bit of a stretch? Not revenge. You didn't hear him when I first called while I was still in Arizona. He isn't over me. Oh. My. God. Katie turned in her seat to face me, dog grunting when her elbow bumped his nose, which was sitting on the center armrest. He's making a trade, she said. Don't you get it? You for me. He made a deal with them. They capture us. They get you. They deliver me to him. He must be far enough around the bend to actually think this would work. I didn't want to admit that everything Katie had come up with made sense. I couldn't argue with it, and it was a problem I didn't need right now. You said he's in Australia. Right. Yes. Why? And Australia is still free of infection? Hasn't fallen apart? I asked. As far as I know. Call Jessica, I said after a couple more minutes of thinking. I need her to track someone down for me. 27. Lucas Martin had been a friend of mine when I was in the Army. At the time he was a staff sergeant with Australia's Special Air Service Regiment, the SASR, or more simply the SAS. These were Australia's special forces and had originally been modeled after the British SAS. Their numbers are small, but they are one badass group of operators. Lucas and I first met at the British SAS training facility in Hereford, England during a NATO Special Operations Summit. He was as outgoing and jovial as I am reserved, and we'd struck up a fast friendship. We endured what had felt like endless and pointless meetings for 3 days, until the fun started. Sitting on our asses for the conference earned us 2 days free run of the training center. We tromped all over the English countryside, and let me tell you, that little island is anything but flat. Competitive shooting events, kill house clearing, rappelling, parachuting, and fast roping out of Lynx helicopters cemented our friendship. We stayed in touch afterwards, as missions and life allowed, and got to work together once in a shithole third world African country that shall remain nameless. His unit had been in country for several weeks, and knowing the lay of the land had been integrated into mine when we arrived. It had been a very long month before our mutual politicians decided to pull all of us out. The country was ramping up to whole-scale genocide, and the UN was getting ready to send in peacekeepers. We did more in that month than the UN troops accomplished in the next 3 years, but there was concern that someone would notice that the US and Australia had SF troops on the ground. We had worked in a small corner of the country, the worst area, as there were so many wannabe warlords that you couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting one of them. Living deep in the jungle, we were ghosts that came out at night and hunted the bad guys who were terrorizing the helpless civilian population. There were a couple of locals who had been working with the CIA for years, and they would supply us with intel about who was getting ready to do what. Before we were recalled, word had gotten to us that the warlords and their ragtag armies were afraid to leave their compounds at night because of our hunting expeditions. This had encouraged us, and Lucas and I had decided to take the fight to where the bad guys lived. For a week, we assaulted a compound every night. One of them shocked even us once we broke into the Catholic church that had been taken over by a particularly ruthless man named, well, let's just call him Wazzy. Children were locked in cages that had originally been built for animals. They couldn't stand, sit, or even lie down. All they could do was stay curled into a ball. Women and young girls, some didn't even look like they had reached puberty, were stripped naked and chained to a wall by their wrists. If one of Wazi's men happened to feel the urge, well, that's what the females were there for. Some of the younger girls were dead, still bound in place, their corpses left to rot. We killed every single member of Wazi's army that night before releasing the women and children and escorting them to a small village that was miles away. Lucas had found Wazi, hiding in a confessional booth, and had beaten the man to death with his bare hands. I'd finally wrapped my arms around him and moved him away as he continued to wail on the corpse. Walking out of the courtyard, we discovered a mass grave where the brothers, sons, husbands, and fathers of Wazi's victims had been unceremoniously dumped after being hacked to pieces with machetes. The killers were also using the grave as a latrine. This was one of the worst atrocities we came across, and we encountered more death and torture during the operation than I could have imagined. By the time we packed up our camp and set out for the extraction point, attacks on the civilian population in the area had all but stopped. The surviving warlords were terrified as word of our actions spread and were afraid to leave their compounds even during the day. Experiencing what we had, and fighting together to do something about it, had formed a lasting bond between Lucas and I. But we hadn't seen each other since. We had stayed in touch with the occasional email and rare phone call over the years. He had met a bouncy, blonde New Zealand girl and married her a few years ago, soon retiring from the SAS and settling down on a vast swath of land in the territory of South Australia. The last I'd heard from him had been a couple of years ago when his wife was pregnant with their third child. He'd said they were going for an even half dozen. I had a standing invitation to come visit him and his family whenever I wanted, for as long as I wanted, but had never had the time to take him up on it. Now, I wanted to talk to him and ask a favor. Will he help? Katie asked when I finished telling her about whom I was trying to reach. We were still roaring north, deeper into Kansas at 140 miles an hour, and were waiting for Jessica to see if she could work some magic and get a call through to Lucas. No question, I said with absolute certainty. Just like I would if he had called me. Katie nodded, understanding the bond that forms between soldiers in combat. They may not hang out and spend time together once they go back to the real world, but they never forget the man they fought beside. Sir? Jessica said over the phone. I've got him on the line. Stand by and I'll bring him on, then drop off so you have some privacy. Thank you, Petty Officer. There were several clicks, a moment of loud humming, then an open circuit. I could hear a baby crying in the background. Lucas, John? Bloody hell, is that really you, mate? Lucas Aussie Strine had gotten stronger since the last time I talked to him, and I had to listen close to understand what he was saying. It's really me, Lucas. Is that number 3 I hear crying? That would be number 4. My first boy. His name is John. Hold on, it's the middle of the bloody night here and the handy woke him up. Let me step out so I can hear you. He was almost shouting to be heard over the baby crying. He named his son after you? Katie asked. Guess so. His first 3 are girls, so. I'm here, mate. Where are you? Are you okay? It was much quieter on his end and I could hear the concern in his voice. Long story, Lucas, and I don't have time. I'm racing like hell across Kansas at the moment with a couple of Russian hellos heading my way. I'm pretty sure they want me, and want to take my wife. I said, wanting to tell him more, but there was just too much to the story and not enough time to tell it right now. What can I do? He asked. There's a CIA listening post in Western Australia, I said. I don't know its location, but I'm betting you can find it with one phone call. Probably. What's there? A CIA analyst named Steve Johnson. I don't have proof, but all the signs point to him betraying me to the Russians in exchange for them grabbing my wife and turning her over to him. It's a long story and I'm sorry I don't have time to tell it all to you. Like I asked, mate. What do you want me to do, Find the station and get hands on this guy. Find out if I'm right. He could still be feeding them intel. If I'm right, I need the problem solved. I didn't need to spell out for Lucas what I was really asking him to do. Consider it done. I'll call some of my mates at Swanburn. If you're right, this isn't just personal. This tosser is going to have an issue for consorting with the enemy during time of war. Swanburn is a suburb of Perth in Western Australia and the location of the SASR barracks. Thank you, Lucas. Write this number down. It's my sat phone. I'm about to be in a world of shit, but you might be able to reach me on it. I read the number off the back of the phone to him. No worries, mate. You watch your arse. And if you can get out of there, there's more than enough room here for you and the missus. You're always welcome. Little John needs to meet Big John. He said the last with a laugh and broke the connection. Katie was uncharacteristically quiet after the phone call ended. Thinking about Steve? I asked gently. No. If he did this, he deserves whatever happens to him. I was actually thinking about what you told me about when you were in Africa with Lucas. How the hell did you sleep at night after that? For a long time I didn't. I answered, sounding more defensive than I intended and remembering one of the reasons I don't talk about things I've seen and done. I don't mean what you did. I mean what you saw being done to those people. Katie leaned towards me and placed her hand on the back of my neck. I'm glad you did what you did. Glad there are people like you and Lucas in the world to protect the rest of us from the monsters. There are some people in this world that are so thoroughly evil they need to be removed from the human race. What's the quote you told me once? About war not ever being good? War is never good, but there are things that are worse than not going to war? That's the one, she said, gently squeezing my neck before leaning back into her seat. Who said that? Someone who's been there, I said. 28. Sir, that's your best option, Jessica said over the sat phone several minutes later. She had called with an update on the Russian hellos. There was no doubt they were in pursuit as they were changing direction to stay on an intercept course as I continued north. How much farther and how far behind me will they be when I get there? I asked. 40 miles to the edge of town. You'll arrive in about 18 minutes at your current speed. They'll be half an hour behind you, she said after a few moments of furious typing. What's the target's status? I asked. Heavy weather, sir. I can't get visual and thermal can't penetrate the cloud layer, she answered without having to look. Damn it. I had no doubt Rachel was in dire straits, if she hadn't already succumbed to the weather or wildlife. And now I was going to have to run and hide from the fucking Russians. I could keep pushing on, but I'd have to stop for fuel soon and they had the speed advantage. There was no doubt they would eventually catch me and I had much better odds of survival if that didn't happen on the open road. I had asked Jessica to run several scenarios for me and there was only one that didn't end with Katie, dog, and I being in the middle of nowhere when the Russians caught up. If that happened I could either keep driving while they hovered overhead and shot us to pieces, or pull over and give up. Either option was unacceptable. So I'd picked door number 3. A slight detour to Dodge City. It wasn't much of a town, not very large, but plenty large for Katie and I to find a hiding place. Maybe the Russians wouldn't look too hard. Maybe. Regardless, if I had to fight it gave us a chance we didn't have on the open road. Jessica, how far behind me is the Bradley? I asked, hoping I might get a break and it wouldn't be that far back. Hours, sir. They're cutting cross-country, saving a lot of miles by not following the road, but they're barely making 40 miles an hour. I could hear her keyboard clicking again. Currently I put their earliest arrival in Dodge City at 8 hours from now. Not good enough, I said, thinking. Can you tell if the Russians have eyes on me from a satellite? How are they tracking me? There was quiet for a few moments, then a male voice I hadn't heard before blared over the Dodge's speakers. "Major Chase, this is Lieutenant Hunt. I'm Petty Officer Simmons CO. She's read me in on what's going on and I've been working on the problem you just asked about. The Russians have 3 LEO satellites still in operation despite the EMP. We have identified these as the source of the transmission that is attracting the infected, but none of them have optics on board. At this time I'm working on the assumption that somehow the Russians are piggybacking on our signal, but haven't yet been able to identify how they're doing it. ILEO satellite is one that is in low Earth orbit, which is between 100 and 1,200 miles above the surface. Have you checked CIA access into our bird? I asked, thinking about Steve. CIA? No, but they wouldn't necessarily be accessing the satellite unless they were trying to retask it. We broke the encryption so the feed is open to anyone that can get onto the Echelon network. Do you know something? Echelon is a fully hardened and redundant, self-supporting fiber optic network that is shared by all of the U.S. military and intelligence agencies. It was designed to survive any attack, up to and including nuclear war. Put into operation in the post-9/11 world, where the sharing of data was paramount, it was the most expensive communications and data sharing system ever built. Can you isolate the feed from the satellite so only you can see it? I think there's a problem in Australia, but I've already got someone working on it. Petty Officer Simmons says she can't stop the stream from going into Echelon. That's how we're getting to it, and if she shuts it down we go blind. But we may be able to encrypt the data so we're the only ones that can use it. Regardless, it won't be fast. Not fast enough. He said after a long pause to consult with Jessica. Tell the petty officer I have faith in her and my ass is in her hands, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. Good luck to you. With a click and a beep the connection dropped. Dodge City, Katie said. That was one hell of a rough town in the 1800s. Hope you don't have visions of some high noon style showdown with the Russians. I was actually thinking I'd be a tad more subtle than that, I said, slowing to negotiate a gentle curve in the road before resuming our full speed pace. The time to the edge of Dodge City went by quickly. We had been driving through miles upon miles of monotonous grasslands and suddenly crested a gentle rise and saw the outskirts of town. A couple of gas stations and the ubiquitous McDonald's were the first things we flashed past. I stepped on the brakes and lowered our speed as we progressed. A Welcome to Dodge City sign was on the right edge of the pavement and it said the population was 27,541. Not a lot of people and not a lot of city to support them. There were no high rises, no large parking garages, nothing like I would have preferred to be able to use to hide. Everything was single or 2 stories, except for one 6-story building that not surprisingly was a bank. Everything looked old, but then I supposed it should. Ideas? Katie asked, looking around as I drove towards the downtown area. The change in noise and motion from the lower speed had roused Dog from his slumber and he sneezed twice, getting me squarely on the side of the face with his second one. I wiped his snot off with a grimace and rubbed it onto my pants. Not any good ones, I said. If they're watching us on satellite they'll see wherever we stop and will be able to direct the hellos right to us. That, and it's the middle of the fucking day. I'd much rather have the cover of night. Quit whining, Katie grinned at me. You're worrying about the problems and not thinking about the solutions. Bitch. But she was right. Call Jessica, I said a moment later, turning onto the street that ran in front of the bank building. It was marked as 2nd Avenue. Yes, sir? Jessica answered on the second ring. Please tell me you're close to locking the Russians out. It's hard to play hide and seek when they're peeking. I said. Close, sir. Hold on, she said. I could hear her working, breathing heavily into the phone, which I pictured mashed between her ear and shoulder while she pounded on the keyboard. This went on for some time and I drove past the bank without slowing and kept going. Ahead, a sign pointed towards a state highway and I took the turn and accelerated. "What are you doing?" Katie asked, surprised as I continued to pick up speed. "Leaving a false trail," I said. "When they lose imagery, I don't want us to have been leisurely driving around town. That's where they'll start looking for us. If we're driving like hell out of town when the feed scrambles, they'll think we're still going in that direction." "You're smarter than you look," Katie said, patting me on the leg. We were passing a sign that thanked us for visiting Dodge City, our speed approaching 100 when Jessica came back on the line. "Got it, sir," she shouted. I slammed on the brakes and as the car slowed, spun the wheel and skidded through a 180-degree turn. Flooring the accelerator, I roared back into town heading for the bank building. As we'd passed through, I'd noted a lot of cars in the area. Some neatly parked and others crashed into each other or into the buildings that lined the street. It shouldn't be hard to hide the Dodge amongst them. Driving fast, we were back on 2nd Avenue in minutes. "How long do I have, Jessica?" 15 minutes until they're overhead, sir. And just so you're aware, I don't know how long it will take them to break the encryption I just put on the stream. It could be half an hour or days," she said. "Will you know when they break in and be able to give me a heads up?" "Yes, sir," she said. "Thanks. Gotta run now," I said, steering the Charger into the midst of a 3-vehicle crash that involved a city bus and 2 pickups. Pushing in, I stopped when the front bumper nudged the side of the bus. "Good luck, sir. I'll be watching if you need me." 29. Rachel wasn't certain but thought she had frostbite on several fingers as well as her ears and the tip of her nose. Maybe the tissue hadn't actually frozen, but she was so cold she couldn't tell. The afternoon was wearing on, the clouds so thick and snow falling so heavily that she had no idea where the sun was in the sky. She was in a world of white and gray, the lake reflecting the overcast and appearing as if it was dirty steel. Bill was still unconscious and she had wrapped him as best she could in his nylon canopy. The fabric wasn't terribly heavy, but she hoped it would provide enough insulation to keep the man from freezing to death. Once he was cocooned, she looked around the area. First she was checking to make sure the wolf hadn't returned, though she wasn't confident she would see it until it was lunging for her throat. The animal's coat was a mottled gray and she had noticed how well it blended in with the snowy terrain. Not seeing anything for the moment, she turned, shivering from the biting wind, and looked around the small clear patch of ground she had chosen. Snow was thick in her hair and starting to accumulate on her shoulders, and she knew it wouldn't be long before both of them would succumb to the weather if she didn't get a fire going. But even with a fire, they still needed protection from the wind. 2 large trees grew next to each other, no more than a dozen feet apart. They were upwind from where she stood, and as she stared at them an idea took shape. Rushing to her hastily dropped parachute, she quickly pulled the canopy out and set to work with Bill's knife. It didn't take long to cut all the ropes where they were attached to the pack, but it would have gone faster if she hadn't been looking up and scanning for the wolf every few seconds. She was terrified it would approach while she was occupied, and when she looked up it would be standing there, teeth bared, ready to pounce. With the chute free, Rachel fought with it in the wind, finally succeeding in getting one edge to the closest tree. She began wrapping the attached lines around the trunk, beginning at ground level. Her fingers were stiff and numb from the cold and it took several attempts to tie a knot, but she eventually got it. Slowly working her way up, she kept wrapping the canopy lines around the trunk until she had reached a point a foot above her head. One end of the parachute nylon was now firmly secured to one of the trees, pulled tight against the rough bark. The free end flapped in the wind, snapping and popping like a flag. Grabbing one of the flailing lines, Rachel stretched it to the other tree where she first wrapped the excess fabric around the trunk before pulling the line taut and starting to work on the knot. By now she was so cold she was shivering constantly and her fingers were stiff and unresponsive. The line slipped out of her grasp several times before she finally managed to tie it off. Not pausing, she worked her way up the trunk at an agonizingly slow pace. But as she progressed, the canopy blocked the wind. It flapped violently above where she was working, but as each knot went into place, more and more of the wind was stopped. Finally reaching the same height as the first tree, Rachel collapsed onto her knees with a gasp. She was still shivering, but without the wind chill, the air immediately around her felt almost warm. She realized this wasn't real, that there was nothing warm about the situation she was in, and if she stopped it wouldn't be long before she'd fall asleep and never wake up. Forcing herself to crawl around the area, she began gathering twigs and small branches, shaking the snow off them as she worked. Several feet from the windbreak she had created, Rachel piled the wood on a mostly clear and dry patch of ground. The heavy branches of the trees over her head were providing shelter, and now with the canopy blocking the wind-driven snow, there was a large patch of ground that would stay dry. She piled the kindling as best she could, barely able to keep from scattering what she had gathered as her arms and hands violently shook. Once she had a small pile and had managed to stuff handfuls of dry pine needles into it, she scrambled to where Bill still lay motionless, wrapped in the other canopy. Not stopping to check on him, she searched his pack until she came up with one of the waterproof matches. It took her several tries to comb her hands enough to even strike the match, but her heart leapt when it finally flared. Thrusting it against a few pine needles, she held her breath as the flame flickered, almost going out when a gust of wind made it under the edge of the windbreak. But the match kept burning, the needles quickly catching. Soon the fire spread to all of the tinder, then began licking the dry twigs. There was still some wind leaking under and around the edges of the canopy, but it was just enough to fan the flames, and the fire quickly grew. Piling on more twigs and small branches, Rachel held her hands as close to the heat as she dared. Her skin was so cold she couldn't feel the warmth at first. Several times she pulled her hands back and checked them, making sure she wasn't cooking her flesh without realizing it. Piling more wood on the fire, she reluctantly began moving around the area, away from the meager heat. She needed larger branches and lots of them. Fortune finally smiled on her. The area of the Sawtooth Mountains she was in was covered in old-growth forest, and it had been a very long time since fire had consumed everything in its path. The forest floor was covered with fallen branches of all sizes. It had been a long summer with very little rain, and the wood she gathered was dry and caught easily when she began piling it onto her campfire. Soon she had a roaring blaze and had to move back against the canopy stretched between the trees. Slowly the shivers and shakes that had gripped her began to pass as her body warmed. Leaning over Bill's still unmoving form, she reached out to check him. He didn't respond when she shook his shoulder, and Rachel placed 2 fingers on his neck to check his pulse. When she couldn't feel anything, she leaned in and pressed her ear against his mouth, unsure if her fingers were just damaged from the cold or not. There was no tickle of breath as she held her face in front of the pilot's. He was dead. Rachel sat back with a groan. The morphine. Anesthetics not only block pain, they also inhibit the body's thermoregulatory process. Shivering is one way the body tries to warm itself, fighting cold, as well as pulling blood from the extremities into the torso to protect the vital organs and the brain. The morphine had prevented that, and the man had frozen to death. Rachel wanted to cry, feeling partly responsible for his death since she was the one who had administered the narcotic. But she was too exhausted after dragging him down the hill and battling the wind and cold. Struggling with the rapidly stiffening corpse, she freed the canopy it was wrapped in, and after piling more wood on the fire, draped it around her body and lay down as close to the flames as she could. 30. I grabbed the sat phone and Katie, dog, and I jumped out of the Dodge. Taking a moment to set the phone to silent, I scanned up and down the abandoned street. There was a stiff wind blowing. Little swirls of dust, leaves and trash skittered along the pavement. Other than those sounds, it was absolutely silent. Eerily silent. I still wasn't used to this new world of ghost towns and cities. How about in there? Katie asked, pointing at the bank building. I shook my head. Too easy to wind up on an upper floor and get trapped, I said. Besides, that's one of the first, obvious places I'd search. The wind shifted and the stench of cow shit blew across me. As I continued to survey the area, I remembered that 1/3 of the beef consumed in America came through Dodge City. Or had come through, I corrected myself. There, I said, pointing at a single-level building on the far side of the closest intersection that took up most of the block. We set off at a trot, Dog running to catch up after lifting his leg on a tree growing through a grate set into the sidewalk. The building looked old, or at least old as far as American buildings go. It had probably been built in the late 1800s or early 1900s. It had a high roofline despite not having a second story and currently housed a local department store. Signs for men's suits, women's dresses and shoes for the entire family festooned the windows fronting the sidewalk. If I was right, it would be a maze inside with lots of hiding places, and the building was large enough that I had no doubt there would be multiple exits. Coming to a stop at the double entrance doors, I tried to see inside, but the bright sunshine turned the glass into a mirror. All I could see was a reflection of the three of us and the street we were standing on. Pulling the door open, I gave Dog a few moments to sample the air. He immediately growled, letting me know there were infected inside. I paused for a moment, debating. The large store was well suited for hiding, but I didn't have time for a protracted battle to clear out infected. But bypassing this building and finding another one by no means guaranteed it wouldn't be full of infected. We needed to get ourselves under cover quickly. The Russian hellos were fast approaching. Infected, I mumbled, stepping across the threshold with Dog at my side. Katie followed, letting the door swing shut and bump against her back. My rifle was up, scanning, and I whistled loudly. I wanted to draw the infected to me and get this over with. The sound of a rack of clothes crashing to the floor caused me to spin to my left. Two males were bumping their way through the maze of shelving and freestanding racks full of women's wear. I shot both of them and re-scanned, not seeing anything. There was no power, and while the sun streaming through the windows provided plenty of light at the front of the store, the back half was lost in deep shadows. I activated the night vision scope on the rifle, but while the interior appeared gloomy to my day-adjusted eyes, there was too much light for the electronics to perform their function, and I shut it down. Dog was on alert, ears up straight as he pressed against my leg. Despite the tension in his body, he wasn't growling. Trusting him, and wondering how the hell he could tell a live infected from a dead infected by smell, I began moving deeper into the store. We slithered our way amongst the round, chrome display racks that were jammed full of hanging clothes and seemingly arranged to prevent anyone from easily walking through the area. I've never understood why clothing stores do that, and it was always one of my pet peeves whenever I went shopping with Katie. Towards the back of the store there was a set of swinging doors, and I carefully pushed them open, pausing so Dog had time to give the air a good test. He stayed quiet, and Katie and I moved into a stock area. Very little of the light made it this far, and I was able to scan the large space with the night vision scope. Confirming that Dog's nose was right, I headed for the back wall where there were several tall stacks of boxes. To either side of the immediate area were two exit doors, both with alarmed crash bars on them to prevent someone from opening them without setting off a siren unless they had a key. Using my K-bar, I popped the cover off the one to my right and cut the wires leading from the battery, then slapped the housing back in place. Pushing on the crash bar, the door lock released without an alarm, and I looked out on a narrow alley and several vehicles as well as a couple of large dumpsters. Repeating the process on the other door, I saw that it opened into a small alcove off the alley. A rusting iron ladder attached to the outside of the building climbed up to the roof. I now had two exits that could be used if needed without tripping an alarm. I was hoping the Russians' last view of me had been the car heading west, out of town, and they'd just keep on going. But I wasn't going to count on it. I needed to be ready if they started a door-to-door search. I didn't think that was too likely, as the manpower required would be significant. Each of the Hind helicopters could only carry a maximum of 8 soldiers in addition to the flight crew, and as far as I knew there were still only 2 hellos hunting me. "Call Jessica and see what the Russians are doing," I said to Katie as I began stacking boxes to create a hiding place for her and Dog. "No signal," she said a minute later. "Then don't worry about it," I said without stopping what I was doing. "Not worth going outside, at." It didn't surprise me that the phone couldn't pick up a signal. Satellite communications, whether phone, data or TV, is actually a very low-powered signal, and it's rare that you can connect without direct line of sight to the orbiting antenna. I usually roll my eyes and change the channel when I see a TV show depicting someone standing deep in a building, talking away on a sat phone. "What are you doing?" Katie asked, tucking the phone away and moving closer to watch as I picked up a heavy box of Levi's. "Making a cave for you and dog to hide in," I said without pausing. "And what are you going to be doing?" "Hopefully, nothing. But if they start moving into town and searching for us, I'm going to do what I can to discourage them. It's me they really want. If our theory is correct and Steve cut a deal with them, I seriously doubt they're going to worry too much about fulfilling their end of the bargain," I said, stepping back to admire my handiwork. I had restacked most of the boxes, leaving a small space open that could hold Katie and dog. Once they were inside, there were a dozen more boxes I'd stack into place, and unless someone tore the whole mess apart, they would be invisible. "You are not sacrificing yourself for me." Katie stepped in front of me and grabbed my arm. "We can fight together." "Honey," I said, looking down into her eyes. "I'm not planning on sacrificing myself. But they may find me. And if they do, it's better that they find just me. They won't look too hard for you, if at all, once they have me. If you're with me, they get both of us. If you're not, you'll probably get away. Call Jessica and have her get a message to Colonel Crawford in the Bradley. Then get on the road to Idaho." I held up the keys for the Dodge. Katie looked at me for a long time before taking the keys and putting them in her pocket. Throwing her arms around my neck, she pressed herself against me and kissed me. Hard. "You do not get yourself caught," she said in a hard voice when the kiss ended. "I don't want to be without you ever again. Rain fire on these fuckers. Do whatever you have to do, but come back to me." I pulled her back against me, both of us looking up at the ceiling as the whole building vibrated from 2 helicopters passing low overhead. 31. Lucas had been shocked to hear from John. The Australian media had been consistently reporting that other than Russia, Hawaii, Australia, and a few isolated islands scattered across the South Pacific, the world had been reduced to a wasteland, inhabited only by the infected. He knew that wasn't entirely accurate from speaking with mates who were still on active duty with the regiment. A lot of the U.S. Navy was still able to fight, as were small pockets of the military still within the continental United States. He just had no idea that John Chase was one of those still alive and fighting, but when he thought about it, he wasn't terribly surprised. The man he'd known was war incarnate when he wanted to be. There had been mass panic and rioting in Australia as people had learned of what was happening in the world. Unfortunately, there had been many reported cases of people shooting and killing friends, neighbors, and even family members over something as simple as a sneeze. Everyone was terrified the infection would reach their geographically protected home. The Americans still alive in Hawaii had delivered a vaccine, and the government had pulled out all the stops to immediately start mass production. The PM went on television and announced that there would be mandatory vaccinations of the entire population. People began lining up at hospitals, medical offices, and health centers before the vaccine was even available. But there were some that refused, either on religious grounds or mistrust of the government and fear over what was actually in the inoculation. Anyone who refused was rounded up and quarantined in several hastily erected camps around the continent. All they had to do to leave was accept the vaccination. Australia was surviving. Rationing was the word of the day, and while the citizens were grumbling, they well understood the necessity. Fuel had become precious as pre-attack the country had imported almost 90% of the oil it consumed. Living far from civilization, Lucas felt fortunate he had installed large underground fuel tanks several years ago, so he would always have a good supply on hand for his vehicles and small plane. He had received a delivery of fuel that had topped them off a week before the attacks on America. He had immediately placed a call as soon as he finished speaking with his old friend. Dialing the number from memory, he hadn't been surprised when the duty officer at the SAS barracks in Swanbourne picked up on the first ring. The man didn't know Lucas personally, but he knew of him and quickly transferred the call to Lucas' former commanding officer. The call woke Captain Reginald White, and he came instantly alert as Lucas filled him in. "I know of it," he said, referring to the CIA listening post that had been established with the cooperation of the Australian government. "It's in Munyuwanka." "Where the bloody hell is that, sir?" "A few kilometers east of Geraldton. North of here, up the coast." "I know Geraldton, sir. I'm on my way there, then. I wanted you to know," Lucas said. "If you don't mind, Staff Sergeant, the lads and I could use a little trip to the country. Perhaps we shall meet you at the Geraldton airport. When do you think you might be arriving?" White had spent a lot of time with the British and had picked up on their manner of speaking. 6 to 7 hours, sir. Depending on the winds." "Very good. Until then," he said and disconnected the call. Lucas closed his phone and trotted into the large house, heading for the basement. "What are you on about?" his wife, Ziggy, asked, following him down the stairs. "And who's calling you in the middle of the bloody night?" As he changed clothes and packed a duffel with weapons and ammunition, Lucas explained to her what was going on. She knew who John Chase was, resisting the name for her new son until Lucas had explained why he wanted it. "He's still alive? That's bloody amazing," she said, shaking her head. She cocked an ear when little John began wailing again. Stepping forward, she grabbed her husband in a tight embrace and kissed him before turning and heading for the stairs. "Just be sure you get your arse home in one piece," she said, then was gone in a swirl of satin nightclothes. Lucas smiled briefly, then got his war face on and made a quick check of the gear he had packed. Satisfied he was ready, he tromped up the stairs with the heavy duffel and stopped in the kitchen. He brewed a strong cup of coffee in a few minutes, wolfing down a peanut butter sandwich while the machine hissed and burbled. Coffee in an insulated travel mug, he stepped out the back door, made sure it was locked and dumped his bag on the luggage rack of a battered ATV. It started easily enough and he bounced across a couple of acres of his land to a large barn where he stored a twin-engine plane. A dirt runway was carved out of the red Aussie dirt, a white windsock on a tall pole a few yards from the barn. He didn't need to check to know there was no wind to worry about for takeoff. Wheeling the barn doors open, he tossed the bag in a small luggage compartment and reached into the cockpit to put his mug into a cup holder. A quick walk around of the aircraft and he was ready to go. Starting the engines, he let them idle for a minute, keeping a sharp eye on the instruments that monitored their health. It was a warm night and they quickly came up to operating temperature. Advancing the throttles, he rolled the plane out of the barn, flipping on the brilliant landing lights mounted in the leading edges of the wings. Lining up on the runway, he stepped on the brakes and concentrated on the raw dirt ahead of him. He loved to fly and had no fear of planes, but a mate of his had been landing at night a few months ago in the bush of northern Australia. A large kangaroo had hopped onto the dirt runway just as the plane's tires touched the ground. Neither the roo nor his mate had survived. Satisfied there was no wildlife in the way, he shoved the throttles to the firewall and bounced down the rough track. The plane was powerful and soon he was pulling back on the stick, quickly gaining altitude. Australia is way too large and empty for bush pilots to need to worry about filing a flight plan. He wouldn't bother contacting an air controller until he was within an hour of Geraldton. 32. Katie and Dog were settled, and as long as they remained quiet I thought they'd be safe, even from a stray bullet. The boxes were heavy, filled with stacks of tightly folded denim jeans. I was hopeful that if things went really sideways the multiple layers of tough fabric would stop around. The Hinds had roared overhead at high speed and I was confident that my ruse had worked. They had lost access to the satellite imagery and were continuing on in the last direction they had seen me traveling. But how long before they realized they were pursuing nothing and came back to Dodge City? It wasn't much of a stretch to think they would figure it out. Moving through the store, I pushed out into the bright afternoon. A rundown two-story office building was across the street from the department store, and that's where I'd already decided to wait for them. If necessary, I could draw them away from Katie's hiding place. If they caught me, well, I'd lie my ass off and tell them she was dead, killed by an infected. Maybe they'd believe me, maybe not. But soldiers are the same everywhere. None of us like to search buildings for an enemy in hiding. That is probably one of the most dangerous activities one can undertake. Your target has the advantage of already having taken up a position where they can sit and wait, nice and quiet. You, on the other hand, have to move, checking every little nook and cranny and hoping you don't get shot in the back of the head as you walk past their hiding place. I was counting on being able to convince them there was no need to search farther. If they actually got their hands on me, that is. They would want to believe me. Want to get the hell out of Dodge, no pun intended, without starting a building-to-building search. But I may have been being too optimistic. There was little doubt that each of the Russian helos was loaded down with Spetsnaz troops. They would be every bit as skilled as I was, and probably just as motivated to do their jobs and do them well. They wouldn't be special forces if they weren't. The best-case scenario would be if I could stay hidden until they reached the conclusion that I wasn't in the area. If both hinds were fully loaded, that would mean 16 soldiers on the ground. A lot against just me, but not very many to start clearing buildings. Dodge City wasn't a large town by any means, but it was large enough to swallow up 16 men on foot. To mount an effective search, they really needed 20 times that many, as well as ground support vehicles. The front door of the office building was locked up tight, and I didn't want to blast it open with my rifle and leave evidence that I'd broken in. Moving around the side, I froze when I spotted 4 males slowly bumping along amongst some parked cars. They hadn't heard or smelled me and were far enough away that I didn't feel the need to put them down. They were moving slowly, away from the building, and I gave them a few minutes to open some room before proceeding to the back wall. Another alley ran behind the buildings. Pausing, I poked my head around the corner, not pleased when I saw 3 females. Fortunately, they were moving down the alley away from me. I quickly checked on the males, but they were continuing on their path. The females were far enough away that I could have probably slipped into the alley and found a door without them noticing, but I couldn't count on whatever entrance I did find being unlocked. So I stayed right where I was, head constantly swiveling as I kept an eye on all of the infected as well as the entire area around me. The town was deathly quiet, the sighing of a stiff wind the only sound other than the occasional bump of a male as he made his way through the parked vehicles. I was listening hard, afraid that at any moment I'd hear the sound of heavy helicopter rotors approaching and would be forced to move before I was ready. If that happened, there were reasonable odds the females would notice me and come charging. I didn't want to leave bodies on the ground or a pack of infected pounding on a door I'd gone through. Either would be like a neon sign to the Russians telling them to check that specific building first. But then, maybe our theory was all wrong and they were just going on some unrelated mission that happened to bring them across our path. Yeah, right. And tomorrow I was going to wake up at home in bed with Katie and find out this whole thing had been a dream. Standing there, waiting for the infected to clear the area, I tried to think of a way I could use them against the Russians. But every idea I came up with was quickly dismissed. The females finally turned a corner, and after a last check on the status of the males, I slipped into the alley and moved along the back of the office building. A plain, steel door was set into the block construction of the wall and the knob turned freely in my hand. Pulling the door open slowly, I looked through the opening from the side, rifle up and ready to fire if anything moved. It wasn't well lit inside the room, but there was enough light leaking in from the windows facing the street for me to be able to thoroughly scan without needing the night vision scope. The walls were lined with cheap plastic shelving, which sagged under the weight of the boxes stored on them. Other than that, the room was empty. Stepping inside, I quietly pulled the door closed behind me. Keeping my attention to my front, I fumbled behind me until finding the deadbolt and engaging it, then setting the lock in the knob. Walking deeper into the building, I wished for Dog, wanting his nose to warn me of any infected that might be lying in wait. But it was just me, on my own, so I moved forward very slowly. I spent 10 minutes satisfying myself that I was alone on the first floor before climbing the creaking stairs to check the upper level. By the time I reached the second floor landing, any infected in the building would have been waiting for me. Every tread of the staircase had creaked and popped as I'd climbed. The sounds were loud in the quiet of the abandoned building. Even though it should have alerted anyone or anything and brought them running to investigate, I still exercised the same caution in clearing the upper level as I had the one below. Getting sloppy because you think there's no danger when you haven't verified it's clear is a great way to die young. Once I was done, without finding anything to cause me problems, I relaxed and lowered my rifle on its sling. The noise the stairs produced when walked on determined that I would stay on the ground floor. They were just as noisy going down as they had been going up, and even though I knew I was alone in the building, I breathed a sigh of relief when I reached the bottom. I spent a few minutes checking out the businesses occupying the floor. A small CPA's office took up the left rear corner, the front half of the level housing an unidentifiable enterprise. There were several desks, each with a phone and stacks of papers, but I didn't care enough to try and figure out what they did. The entire right half of the first floor was a small animal veterinarian. A long, laminate counter separated the entrance from two small exam rooms and the slightly larger storage area I'd entered through. The reception counter was chest high, probably so dogs couldn't jump over it, and there was a small gate that prevented open access between the public and private areas of the office. I settled into an office chair, pulling the lever and lowering it with a hiss of the pneumatic cylinder. With the seat all the way down, I was able to sit comfortably and see over the counter and through the front windows. I had an unobstructed view of the department store where I'd left Katie and Dog. Several stand-up cardboard displays lined the surface of the counter and I arranged them to provide more concealment from anyone looking in. They marketed personalized tags for dogs and cats, microchips to identify your pet, a brand of pet food I'd never heard of, and one of them sold a variety of different colored dog whistles. I glanced at each, returning my attention to the street, then looked back at the whistles. I'd recently had my hearing checked because Katie was concerned over how loud I would set the volume on the TV. My hearing had been fine, I just like it that way. Anyway, I'd wound up in a conversation with the technician performing the test. He had been a medic in the army, which was what started us talking. We chatted about various things related to the military, then he'd gone over the results of my hearing test with me. I don't know if he did this for everyone, but he went into a lot of detail about how humans lose the ability to hear high frequencies. The eardrum grows larger and stiffer with age and can't respond like it could when we were kids. He went on to explain how children and teenagers can hear a dog whistle, but adults over the age of about 20 can't. I hadn't thought about it since that appointment, but now it made me wonder. The infected experienced a lot of subtle physiological changes, not the least among them being enhanced hearing. Did it all have to do with the nervous system, or could there be some changes to their ears? Could I call them in with a dog whistle, the same way the tone transmitted by the Russian satellites could attract them? Reaching out, I pulled one of the whistles off the display as I heard the faint sound of approaching rotors. 33. The bass vibration of the approaching rotor quickly grew in volume. I wasn't certain but believed I was only hearing one of the helicopters. When it passed overhead, low and slow, the building shook and I could tell it was only one of the two. And it was very low. So low that the rotor wash whipped the trees in front of the building and swirled dead leaves and trash up into the air as the machine passed. Okay, so here was one. Where was the other? Had they split up when they couldn't find me, one of them returning to town as the other continued on course? Or were they both making long, slow passes over different areas of the city, searching for any sign of me? The hind moved on for a minute, then I heard the pitch of the rotor change as the pilot circled and started another pass. This one wasn't directly over my location and I realized it was following the grid of the streets to search the downtown area. As I sat there thinking about it, listening to the Russian helicopter, I kicked myself for not having gone to a residential area to hide. I could have put the charger in a garage in Katy and I could have settled in. Probably in separate houses for the same reason we weren't together now, but the suburbs might have been a better choice. Dismissing regrets that I couldn't do anything about, I kept my eyes trained on the street and tracked their progress with my ears. The hello was on its third pass, now 2 blocks away, when I saw the first Russian. He was moving down the street, rifle tight across his chest as he scanned continually. He was the point man. Behind him, well spaced, followed 7 more Spetsnaz. They moved in a coordinated formation that kept them close to the center of the pavement with a nice buffer zone around them. All of them were very alert, moving slowly and inspecting every vehicle and the front of every building they passed. It made sense. They were doing exactly what I would have done in their situation. They had been dropped at the edge of downtown, the hello searching from the air and ready to provide support if needed as they walked the grid. Classic small unit tactics don't change much from country to country. Some shit just works. And I hadn't thought far enough ahead. Hadn't put us into as good of a hiding place as I could have. I would have searched the downtown area first as well. Checking all the houses spreading out from the city center would be a logistical and tactical impossibility without a lot more boots on the ground, and they probably wouldn't even bother with their limited resources. I leaned sideways in the chair to keep the point man in sight, catching my breath when he obviously spotted the black and white state police car I tried to hide against the bus. He signed to his team and they spread, entering and clearing the bus before approaching the Dodge. The man eased up to it, rifle pointed at the interior until he could see it was empty. He stepped back and signaled to his team. They moved into a large, loose circle and began scanning all of the buildings in the immediate area. Well, shit. That's what I get for not thinking. Slipping out of the chair, I stayed low and moved to the rear door that led out into the alley. I looked through the peephole before unbolting its lock and opening it an inch to peer out and see if it was clear. Nothing in sight. I kept pushing it open until I could stick my head out and look in the opposite direction. All clear. Raising the dog whistle to my mouth, I took a deep breath and blew hard until my lungs were empty. I did this 2 more times, then pulled the door shut and relocked it. I moved carefully back to the front room, staying to the shadows with my rifle up. The Russians were still standing in the middle of the street, but 2 of them had moved together and were gesturing at the surrounding area as they talked. It was obvious they were deciding who was going to search which building. I cringed when one of them pointed in the direction of the department store. Repositioning at the gate that opened into the lobby, I prepared for what I was going to do if they started to enter the building where Katie and Dog were hiding. A burst through the plate glass window would get their attention, and if I was really lucky, might even hit one of them. As soon as I fired, I would turn and sprint for the back door, taking to the alley. There weren't a lot of places to hide, and with the hind hanging around overhead, I didn't doubt they'd be on me and nothing flat. But finding me and taking me were 2 different things. Maybe they'd be satisfied with just hosing me down with one of the hello's machine guns or firing a rocket up my ass, but I was willing to bet their orders were to take me alive. That gave me an advantage. Where they would hesitate to shoot, I wouldn't be so restrained. After another few moments, one of the men stepped away and waved at another to follow him. They headed for an insurance office on the side street. The rest of the squad turned and spread out as they approached the 6-story bank building. I breathed a sigh of relief, though I knew it wouldn't be long before they made it to the department store. Watching them, I quickly ran over the options in my mind. I had thought there was a chance that the infected females I'd seen would hear the dog whistle and come running, hopefully bringing a bunch of their sisters to the party. But it had been a bit and none had shown up. Guess it was up to me. Time to thin the herd. Running to the back door, I carefully cracked it open, checking for infected before pushing out into the alley. Quietly closing the door behind me, I ran to the far side of the building so I would be out of sight of the insurance office. Moving forward, I kept a sharp ear out for the hind. I could still hear the beast, continuing its search grid, but it was several streets away and flying too low for the flight crew to be able to spot me. At the front corner of the office building I'd hidden and I paused, checking the street. For the moment it was clear, no Russians or infected visible. Running hard, I crossed the street and continued on down the side of the department store opposite where the 2 Spetsnaz were checking the building. Entering the alley to the rear, I turned and trotted towards their location, hugging the back wall of the building Katie and Dog were hiding in. Passing the department store, the alley turned to remain behind the buildings on the cross street, and I followed it to the back door of the building the Russians were searching. I had wanted to arrive before they opened the door to check the back, but as I approached it cracked open a couple of inches and stopped. I was fast approaching from the blind side and threw myself forward as I drew the kukri when the door moved. Running on the balls of my feet, they didn't hear me coming and pushed the door farther open, one of them beginning to step through to look around in my direction. I was close now and lunged as the man's upper body came into view. There were two of them and I couldn't get caught up fighting with the first and give the second guy time to shoot me. Barely slowing, I slashed with the kukri, the Russian spotting me as I started my attack. His eyes widened, then I arrived, the razor-sharp edge of my blade slicing into his throat. Twisting, I slammed into his body, knocking him back through the opening and following him through. His comrade was a few feet behind him and was already backpedaling when I suddenly burst into the room. His AKMS rifle was up and pointed in my direction, but I had a fistful of his teammate's vest and was using him as a combination shield and battering ram. Keeping the momentum up, I dueled ahead, the second man's rifle discharging as I shoved the corpse into him. The body muffled the sound of the shot but didn't stop the bullet. AKMS rifles fire a 7.62mm round, which is considerably larger and more powerful than the US military's 5.56. The bullet punched through my human shield and I felt a burning sensation along my left side as it carved into my flesh. I had no idea if I just received a mortal wound, or only been grazed, but I wasn't about to stop and find out. As the body of the man I'd killed crashed into the other, his rifle was knocked off target and he staggered back from the impact. Leaping over the corpse, I raised the kukri and savagely slashed at my opponent's head. Ducking, he lifted his rifle to absorb the impact, the blade deflecting off the steel barrel. He was pushed farther back by the force of my blow, trying to get the rifle back in front of him. If I let that happen, I was dead. Pressing the attack, I lunged in again, trying to slash the blade across his legs. He managed to parry my attack with the AKMS barrel and lashed out with a left hook that I didn't see coming. The blow caught me squarely on the right side of my face, staggering me slightly. He had dropped his rifle, useless in a toe-to-toe battle, and threw a vicious right as he pulled a thin blade that was longer than my kukri's 12 inches. I blocked the blow with my arm, the impact of his fist nearly making me drop my weapon. Pushing forward, I slashed again, steel ringing loudly as he blocked my strike at the last second. If it had connected, he would have been disemboweled. Then I had to defend against a flurry of attacks as he feinted with his fist and stabbed forward with his knife. After the third lunge, I felt I had his rhythm and time to slash with the kukri to arrive as his arm was extended. My blade whistled through the air, making solid contact with his forearm and biting deeply into the muscle and sticking in the bone. He grunted in pain, dropping his knife, and I kicked his right knee out from under him. As he crashed to the floor, my blade still lodged in his arm, I drew my K-bar knife and fell on him, ramming the steel into his throat. He lay under me, twitching with frothy blood gurgling out of his mouth as he died. His eyes stared up at me, accusingly. The eyes are always the worst part of taking another man's life. In those last few moments, they express so much that unless you're a true sociopath, you can't help but feel the impact of what you've done. Not regret, especially when you're fighting for your life or the life of someone you care about. But unless you're putting a monster like Wazi down, dying eyes have a way of putting a little black stain on your soul. I wanted to look away, but didn't. When I was a young pup of a soldier, still wet behind the ears and thinking I knew everything, I'd had a war-weary master sergeant named James Boss that was within a few months of mandatory retirement take me under his wing. He had fought through the entire Korean War and also pulled 4 tours in Vietnam with the 1st Special Forces. He was one tough son of a bitch that had truly been there and done that, and for as stupid as I was at the time, at least I'd had enough sense to listen to the lessons he tried to teach me. One of them was respect for your enemy. Not sympathy or compassion, there's no room for that on the battlefield, but respect. And part of that respect is treating a fallen enemy who is about to die like a man, not some insect you just crushed under your boot. so I looked into the man's eyes for the few seconds it took him to pass. Master Sergeant Bost had taught me a lot of other lessons before retiring. Without him, I'm not sure I'd have become the warrior I did. All of this ran through my head in the few seconds it took the Russian to die. Climbing to my feet, I stepped on his arm and yanked the kukri free, cleaning it on his uniform before resheathing it at the small of my back. Stepping to the other man I'd killed, I reached down and grabbed the RG-6 grenade launcher that was strapped across his body. I worked the sling free and hefted the weapon before taking the bandolier of spare grenades he had on his body. The RG-6 is a Russian-made weapon that fires 40 caseless grenades. It has a big cylinder that rotates as you fire and looks like a supersized revolver. Just like most revolvers, it holds 6 rounds. The grenades I'd taken off the body were a mix of fragmentation for anti-personnel use and high explosive for use against unarmored vehicles and structures. Neither would put much of a dent in the flying tank the Russians used as a helicopter unless I could land around on a rotor, but it would go a long way towards evening up the odds with the remaining Spetsnaz. 34. I was still standing there checking over the grenade launcher when I heard the door to the alley bump open. Spinning, I got the weapon up just in time to smash it into the face of a leaping female. We tumbled backwards, falling onto the body of one of the Russian soldiers I'd just killed. The female was small, a girl somewhere in her early teens actually, and while she was fast and ferocious, she just didn't have enough mass to be very strong. Holding her snapping teeth at bay with the RG-6, I freed a hand that had been tangled in its sling and grabbed a fistful of her long hair. Yanking hard into the side, I pulled her off of me and rolled with her, letting my new toy clatter across the floor. Her head controlled by my handful of hair, she began trying to claw at me, but my arms were longer than hers. The heavy canvas shirt I wore protected my skin, and I was able to reach my K-bar and end her struggles with a swift thrust to her throat. Leaping to my feet, I dashed for the door when I heard the slap of running feet. As quietly as I could, I pushed the door closed, carefully locking the deadbolt. I must have succeeded in securing the entry without the infected noticing me, because there wasn't an immediate pounding on the door from them trying to break in. Had the dog whistle actually worked? It was pretty fucking slim evidence, but it was a younger infected that had found me. Moving through the dark office, I grabbed the grenade launcher off the floor and, avoiding the bodies, headed for the front of the building to get a view of the street. As I watched, I took a moment to check my injuries. The side of my shirt was soaked with blood, as well as a growing area of my jeans. Pulling the shirt open, I twisted to get a look, grimacing at the burning pain from the bullet wound. Getting a better look, I was relieved to find that I had indeed only been grazed. A shallow furrow was carved in the side of my abdomen, right where a love handle would be if I hadn't run it off crossing most of the fucking state of Oklahoma on foot. There was a small restroom in between the front and back rooms where I grabbed a wad of paper towels and pressed them against the wound. It hurt like hell, but I left them in place and buttoned my shirt. Nothing vital had been hit, and though the wound was bleeding freely, it wouldn't lose enough blood to cause me any problems. I hoped. Turning my attention back to the street, I saw a sizable group of females were already on the asphalt in front, dashing around as they checked the area. More poured in from adjacent alleys as I watched. There were a few young ones, but most were adults. I had no idea if my theory still held any water or not. Maybe adult infected could hear better than an uninfected adult. Maybe not. I wasn't about to blow the whistle again to find out. The number of females in the street quickly swelled until there were at least 200 of them milling about. They would stalk up to the front of a building and push on a door. If the door opened, several of them would continue on inside. If it didn't push open, they would move on without trying to pull. I tried to remember how the doors on the front of the department store worked. Did they just swing out, or would they move in either direction? I couldn't remember, just knew that they were unlocked and I was around the corner and couldn't see the front of that building. But I could see the bank building, and its doors apparently swung in. A handful of females slipped inside, and less than a minute later I heard the chatter of an AKMS firing on full auto. Every head in the street snapped in that direction, screams erupting from dozens of throats as the females charged. Blinds were ripped off a window on the third floor as one of the Russian soldiers looked down into the street. He disappeared quickly as the infected began flooding through the entrance into the building. I must admit I had a big smile on my face as I watched. Moments later, more rifles started up and soon it sounded like a war zone. I could hear 4 distinct weapons and I tried to picture in my mind what they were doing. Coming down wouldn't be an option. There were just too many females, and more were arriving as I continued watching. Males were also starting to stumble into the area, running into cars and tripping over curbs to fall flat on their faces before getting back to their feet and resuming their movement towards the noise. I kept listening, suspecting the Spetsnaz were heading for the roof. There was very likely an open staircase in the middle of the building with no way to block it off. 2 of them would hold position, firing into the raging mass of infected while the other 4 moved. Then they would pause and 2 of the ones that had moved would provide covering fire for the first 2 to join them. The building was old and the stairwell was probably tight, not allowing more than 2 shooters to engage the females at a time. I was expecting to hear the hard crump of grenades at any moment, then remembered that normal Russian doctrine was that if there was a grenadier with the unit, the rest of the men didn't carry handheld grenades. And their grenadier was lying dead in the back of the building I was standing in. After a couple of minutes of battle, I heard the Hind approaching. They must have made a call for assistance over the radio. The massive helicopter came into a hover over the center of the street, the bellow of its engines and fierce downdraft from its rotor shaking the building hard enough that I was concerned the plate glass window in front of me would shatter. I took a step back to avoid any potential falling shards as I saw figures appear on the roof of the bank. They'd made it to the top. The helo chose that moment to open up on the street with its rotary cannon, shredding infected as well as asphalt and vehicles. I couldn't see the dodge from where I was hiding but hoped I was due for some luck and it hadn't just been turned into a big hunk of scrap metal. The Hind stopped firing and slipped sideways until it was over the roof of the bank. A door to the troop compartment opened as it slowly dropped down to pick up the soldiers. The helicopter was no more than 100 yards away, stationary as the men ran for the safety of the open door. The heavily armored open door that allowed access to the interior of the big aircraft. I knew the range of the RG-6 was close to 400 yards, and the one in my hands was loaded with high explosive grenades. I should be able to put 2 of them through that opening without too much difficulty. Stepping forward, I grasped the front door knob, ready to yank it open, raise the launcher and fire. As my hand wrapped around the knob, I stopped. Sure, I had a big, fat, juicy target just hanging in the air waiting for me to swat it. But if I did, there was another Hind somewhere in the area that carried enough ammo, rockets and missiles to effectively destroy every building in the downtown area. They might have orders to capture me, but I didn't doubt they would start scorching the earth if one of their helicopters was blown out of the sky. At the moment they weren't sure I was here. Yes, they'd seen the police car, but it was hardly the only black and white in America. Besides, I didn't think the fact that it said Oklahoma State Police on the side and we were in Kansas would mean anything to the Russians. Better to keep my head down and let the infected run them off. Retreating back into the darker recesses of the building, I watched as the soldiers quickly scrambled aboard their ride. Standing there thinking I was satisfied with the outcome after all. They hadn't found Katie, or me, and enough infected had shown up to send them back to the safety of the aircraft. If they passed off the 2 missing men that I had killed as having fallen victim to the infected, maybe I was in the clear for the moment. Would they chalk this up as just having missed me and return to base? I wasn't willing to bet either way, or even make a guess. Without knowing how emphatic their orders to find me had been, I had nothing to base an assumption on. Or would they assume I was responsible for their missing comrades, get pissed off and come after me with a vengeance? Infected continued to arrive in the area, though in smaller numbers. The Hind began a slow orbit, almost certainly looking for the missing soldiers as well as a clear area so the 6 remaining troops could disembark. The females kept watch on the helicopter, following it through the streets as it moved over the downtown area. They were doing a great job of making sure it didn't land and put boots back on the ground. Realizing part of what these guys were doing, I went into the back room and waited for the hind to move away. When I heard it circling several streets away, I looked through the peephole, then cracked the back door open and peeked out. The alley was clear and I quickly dragged the two bodies through the opening. I wanted the Russians to find them, to be able to recover their men, so there was one less reason for them to stay in the area. But the two men had obviously been killed with an edged weapon. That wouldn't do for their comrades to find. They'd never leave until they found me and exacted their revenge. Knowing how to get around that, I lifted one of the soldiers' rifles and fired a long, full auto burst into the air. I held the trigger down until the bolt locked open on an empty magazine. I knew there was no way the men in the helicopter could hear the gunfire over the noise of their machine. Dashing back into the building, I slammed the door and flipped the lever to lock it. I pressed my eye to the spy hole, watching the alley. It didn't take long for the first females to show up, and they did exactly as I hoped they would. They fell on the bodies with screams of delight and began feasting. In minutes, their teeth and nails had obliterated the evidence of how the men had really been killed. Of course, an autopsy would show the truth. There would be damage to bones caused by the cookery that couldn't have possibly been made by the infected. But there wouldn't be an autopsy. Why would there? And even if there was, it would be hours or days before it could take place, and I planned to be long gone by then. The hind passed over the front of the building several times, then finally the pilot widened his pattern enough to see down into the alley. The helicopter went into a hover directly overhead, and I could imagine the discussion that was taking place. They were determined to recover their teammates' bodies, but as I could see through the peephole, there wasn't much left of them by now. They would have liked to use the Hellos cannon to clear the alley of infected, but if they did that, they'd chew up the bodies they wanted to retrieve. That only left them with two options: fly away and leave them behind, or come down and get them the hard way. I well understood their dilemma of conscience. When I'd been in the army, I'd never left a fallen brother behind. But then there'd always been somewhere to take a body so it could be laid to rest and the family could get some closure. Since the attacks, well, I'd left a lot of bodies where they'd fallen. Most recently, my good friend, Gunny Zemek. I'd had to leave him for the scavengers in the middle of a field in Oklahoma because there was nowhere to take him and no way to bury him. But it was harder for the Russians. If they recovered the bodies, they could be taken back to McConnell Air Force Base, which they were occupying. From there, a flight home to Mother Russia and a military funeral. No, they weren't leaving without their brothers. Eventually, they did pretty much what I would have done. As the hind hovered, they opened the troop compartment doors and the Spetsnaz began picking off the infected with their rifles. One at a time. It took them a while, but they eventually thinned the number of females in the alley to a manageable number. Watching through the door, I saw 4 ropes hit the ground. A moment later, 4 figures sliding down and bringing their weapons up the instant their boots hit the pavement. As they fired and kept the infected back, 2 more slid down and quickly scooped what was left of their brothers into 2 body bags, which were clipped onto a thin cable. The remains were winched up. A few moments later, the 6 Russian soldiers stepped into loops on the end of each rope, 2 of the lines with dual passengers. I saw one of them twirl his hand in the air before grabbing the rope, then they were lifted straight up. The helicopter would fly a short distance to a safe location where it could set them down, then land so they could climb aboard. I listened as it moved slowly away, relocating to the front room when I realized they were heading for the bank building. It took them less than a minute to complete the maneuver, the last man climbing aboard and turning to look back out at the street below. At first it seemed as if he was looking through the glass front of the building, directly at me. But I knew that he couldn't see through the reflective film attached to the inside surface of the window. He sat that way for a few long seconds before closing the armored door. The rotor noise changed and the hind quickly gained altitude and disappeared over the rooftops to the east. 35. The ride in the Bradley was rough, partially due to the fact that the decision had been made to travel cross-country to shorten the distance and save time, but Irina's driving style didn't help. She seemed fearless, not bothering to slow for anything. Small crests in the terrain became a method for her to get the heavy vehicle airborne for a brief moment. "Damn it, woman, you're going to beat us to death before we even get there," Martinez shouted after a particularly rough patch of terrain. "Now you know how I feel when I'm in a chopper with you," Scott said without taking his attention off the forward-looking periscope. "I fly like an angel, Tech Sergeant," Martinez shot back. "And when I don't, at least you don't feel like you've been shaken and stirred." "Whatever you say, ma'am," Scott said, rotating the scope slightly. "Irina, how are we on fuel?" "There's a small truck stop on a highway at our 3 o'clock. Maybe 4 miles away. We should fill up while we can," she said, making a hard right turn without any reduction in speed. Everything that could be tied down had been secured, but as the Bradley roared through the turn and the momentum shifted, a large ammo can broke free from its bungee and slid across the floor. Johnny Ray barely had time to jerk his feet out of the way before it crashed into the bulkhead he was seated against. "This is bullshit," he shouted. "That crazy bitch is going to kill us all." Igor turned and looked down at the smaller man. Walker flinched when Igor raised his big hand, but all he did was hold his index finger to his lips in a shushing sign. He managed to make it seem more intimidating than if he'd ranted and raved. Walker lowered his gaze and leaned back in his seat. "Thank you, Petty Officer," Colonel Crawford was speaking to Jessica over the FSOC system. "Keep me updated." He gestured at Scott, who had looked around when the colonel was obviously signing off. "What's going on, sir?" Scott asked, terminating the connection with the satellite. "The Russians chased the major into Dodge City," he said, reaching out and handing the headset to Scott. "They bit off a little more than they could chew. 2 of them down and the rest heading back to base." "Doesn't surprise me, sir," Scott grinned before shooting a cautious look in Irina's direction. It was easy to forget that she and Igor were Russian. He had grown fond of them and didn't want to offend either by celebrating the death of their countrymen. "Me either," Crawford said, understanding the look Scott had given to their driver. "They still aren't back on the road yet. Quite a few infected in the part of town where they're hiding, and they're probably waiting to make sure the hellos have actually left the area." "How far are we from Dodge City, Dot?" Scott swiveled back to his station and began clicking on the rugged laptop connected to the Bradley's internal network. Still not comfortable with the software, it took him a few moments to find what he needed. "We're about 3.5 hours away, sir. After we stop for fuel," he said as Irina finally backed off the throttle to steer them into the truck stop. Martinez, seated at the gunner's station, was scanning a full circle around them. By the time she had completed her first circuit, Irina had brought them to a stop next to the hatch covers that protected the tops of the underground storage tanks. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the absence of the battering from her driving, Martinez performed a second, slower scan. "All clear," she finally called, reaching out and slapping the button that lowered the rear ramp. Igor was already on his feet and was the first out, his rifle up and ready as he looked over the area. Martinez was right behind him, grabbing her M4 out of a rack as she headed for the door. "Stay put," Crawford said to Walker as he moved past him to stretch his legs. "I've got a piss," Johnny Ray said. The colonel sighed, staring at the man for a moment before finally nodding and reaching down to release the harness that held the prisoner in place. Walker's hands were still cuffed behind his back and he scooted forward on the seat before standing and following Crawford out into the fresh air. Martinez and Igor were at opposite ends of the Bradley, keeping watch. Scott already had the plate in the parking lot open and was feeding the hose from the Bradley's pump through the opening. "You going to uncuff me, General, or maybe one of the ladies can hold it for me?" Johnny Ray leered at Irina, who was walking down the ramp as he spoke. "I'm sure Captain Martinez would love to get it in her hand," Crawford said, not bothering to correct the man's improper reading of his rank. "Shall I call her and her knives over?" Walker swallowed audibly and shook his head, remembering his encounter with the Mexican beauty when they were leaving the jail. He didn't doubt for a moment that she was more than capable of carrying out her threats against his manhood. "Okay, then," the colonel said after a few moments of the prisoner not responding. I'm going to take your cuffs off and you are going to walk that way 10 feet, stop, take a piss and then come right back when you're done. You try to go one step farther and I'll shoot you in the ass and drag you back. I don't need you healthy when we get to Seattle, just alive. Unlocking Walker's cuffs, he stepped back and gestured at the open parking lot with the muzzle of his rifle. Johnny Ray gave him a dirty look before turning and walking a careful 4 paces. Fumbling with his zipper, he glanced over his shoulder at Crawford, who was staring intently at him with his M4 up and ready. Irina stood next to the colonel, also watching their prisoner as he began peeing onto the pavement. She said something under her breath in Russian, then chuckled to herself. "What's that?" Crawford asked without taking his attention off of Walker. "I said he must have a small dick with a pitiful little stream like that," she said in a quiet voice. When Walker was finished and zipped up, he turned and slowly walked back to where they stood. The colonel could tell by the look on his face that the man wanted to say something, but at the last moment he held his tongue. Irina resecured the handcuffs and under Crawford's watchful eye led their prisoner back into the Bradley and strapped him to his seat. "How are we doing, Tech Sergeant?" Crawford called out, staying by the rear ramp so he could keep an eye on Johnny Ray. "Almost there, sir," Scott called back. "Maybe another 30 gallons and we'll be full, but..." Crawford nodded, then tilted his head when he heard a faint sound on the wind. It was a low, thrumming noise, barely even detectable, and would have been ignored by anyone who hadn't spent time in war zones across the globe. "Chopper!" he shouted, dashing inside the Bradley and to the gunner's station. Irina followed him inside, but Scott kept the fuel pumping and Martinez and Igor stayed in place to watch his back. Powering up the targeting system, the colonel began scanning the horizon. Several miles to the northeast, he spotted a single Hind helicopter transiting to the west. Slaving the computer system to the helo, he watched as it slowly began swinging in their direction. "Single Hind," he said to Irina. "Low and slow." "A patrol," she answered without hesitation. "Part of a dual-layer CAP after the incident where you shot down all the planes at Kirtland." "That's just great," he said. "I think they're coming this way." There was banging from outside as Scott coiled up and stowed the fueling hose. A few minutes later he came inside with Martinez and Igor trailing him. Irina rattled off a quick explanation in Russian for Igor's benefit. "They're definitely coming this way," Crawford said after watching for a few more moments. "What are you doing?" Walker shouted. "We're sitting ducks just parked here." Everyone ignored him. All of them knew that the Bradley couldn't outrun the Hind and that the helicopter carried missiles that could easily penetrate their armor. "Are we fighting, sir?" Scott asked. "We're fighting, Tech Sergeant," Crawford answered. "I'm locked on. Just waiting for the right moment and I'll introduce him to a tow missile. We'd better hope he can't get a shot off first." 36. "Wait a minute," Martinez said, pushing forward past Scott. "We've got native Russian speakers. Can we draw them in? Maybe get them to set down? If we can get our hands on that beast, I can fly it and we'll get to Idaho a hell of a lot faster." "Captain?" Crawford turned and looked at Irina, who stood silent and thought for a few seconds. "I can probably convince them I've captured the Bradley and have American prisoners, but," her voice trailed off. "But, what?" Crawford prompted. "Depends on the flight crew," she began to explain. "If they've been in a combat zone, the pilot will be experienced and land 100 meters away and drop the soldiers, then take off and go into an orbit around the area. If it's a new pilot, then it might work." "How many men will be on board a patrol?" the colonel asked, checking on the advancing helicopter. It was still over 2 miles away. 2 to 4, she answered after consulting with Igor. "Depends on available manpower. Igor says it will most likely be 2, but he doesn't guarantee that." The colonel nodded his head in thought, his eyes still pressed to the periscope. If they were lucky, they just might come away with a helo that could fly around in Russian-controlled airspace without attracting attention. If they weren't, then they were all dead. The Hind could flit around like a fat bumblebee and put a couple of armor-defeating, high-explosive missiles into them. He wasn't overly confident in being able to hit it with the TOW missile. TOWs were designed to engage and defeat ground targets. Tanks and APCs, armored personnel carriers, not helicopters. To succeed, a Hind would need to stay nice and stable, not bouncing all over the place like combat helicopters tended to do. "Okay, we're going to try it," he said, decision made. "Irina, get on the radio and convince them. Tell them you've got a high-ranking American officer as a prisoner. Scott and Martinez, get some weapons hidden on your bodies. You're our Trojan horse if we can convince them to take us on board." But Irina snatched a headset off its hook and settled it on her head. Adjusting the short-range HF radio to a new frequency, she began transmitting in her native tongue. Soon she was obviously engaged in a conversation, but no one other than Igor had a clue what she was saying to convince the Hind's crew that she was one of them. Crawford watched tensely as the big helo settled into a hover over 100 yards away. The stubby wings bristled with missiles and he could clearly see the multiple barrels of a rotary cannon mounted in the nose of the aircraft. His hand hovered over the fire control for the TOW system. The turret was perfectly aligned with the target, the pilot having flown directly at them after the colonel had already engaged the computer. "He's cautious, but he's landing," Irina said. The Hind descended, landing gear just brushing the small state highway. The troop door opened and 4 Russian soldiers jumped out. They scanned the area as the helicopter lifted back into the air and began a tight orbit. Crawford quickly hit a button that shut down the targeting system so the computer didn't rotate the turret to track the helo and alert the pilots that something wasn't what it seemed. "We need to go meet them," Irina said, removing the headset. "Let them get a little closer," Crawford said. Tension was high inside the Bradley as they waited, Irina moving to where Walker sat and releasing his harness. Martinez stayed close in case she needed help with the man. "You are General Walker," Irina said, pushing her face close to his. "Give us away and if the soldiers out there don't kill you, I'll personally hold you down while she castrates you. Understand me?" "It's time," Crawford said. "Good luck." As previously arranged with Igor, he and Irina made a production of pushing Martinez, Scott, and Walker down the ramp and into the open. Igor stayed behind them, rifle up and aimed at their backs. Irina moved around the small group as they got into the open and strode purposefully across the asphalt to meet the soldiers. Approaching the men, Irina pulled out her GRU credentials and held them in front of her. She was counting on the paranoid secrecy of the Russian military and intelligence services. Since there was theoretically no need for these men to know that she had been labeled a traitor, she was fairly confident they wouldn't question her authority. The man in the lead was a sergeant, a corporal, and 2 privates following him. She zeroed in on the slightly older man, immediately berating him for the helicopter having taken off. She was playing the role of a GRU officer, and as she screamed at the NCO, she saw the fear in his eyes. He apologized profusely and, activating his radio, began yelling at the pilot to bring the Hind down to pick up the infuriated woman standing in front of him. The 3 men at his rear, who should have been spread out and watching the prisoners standing behind Irina, were too scared to move. They stood immobile behind their sergeant, who was listening intently to his radio. When the transmission that Irina couldn't hear ended, he swallowed nervously and looked up. "Comrade Captain," he said in Russian. "The pilot reports that he is under instructions to clear any GRU officers who present themselves and ask for assistance. If I may have your name dash." That was as far as he got before Irina exploded into a tirade truly worthy of the best actress to ever grace the stage or screen. She called the sergeant every derogatory name she could think of and threatened him with punishments that had gone out with the collapse of the old Soviet Union. Wrapping up her tirade, she held her hand out, demanding the radio so she could speak directly to the pilot. Shaking with a terror that only the KGB or GRU could induce in a Russian soldier, the sergeant quickly ripped the comm unit free of his uniform and handed it to her. Moments later she was repeating her tirade, screaming at the pilot over the radio. Scott and Martinez were getting nervous, exchanging quick glances. They trusted that Irina wasn't betraying them but were worried that her act would backfire on them. But apparently the deep-seated fear of the GRU within the ranks of the Russian military that they'd always heard of was a reality. A few moments after the end of her latest tirade, the Hind came out of its orbit into a hover and slowly descended to the pavement. Waving the soldiers forward so they were in front of her, Irina began marching towards the helicopter. The sergeant was happy to sprint ahead of his small squad and put some distance between himself and the crazy, angry GRU captain. Walker was sweating heavily as they approached the Hind, his eyes darting in every direction. He was looking to escape, but Scott picked up on the signs and nudged Martinez, nodding at Johnny Ray. They moved until they were walking on either side of him, and Martinez hissed a warning that none of the Russians could hear over the noise of the idling Hind. Reaching the nose of the helo, Irina came to a halt, both groups taking their cue from her and also stopping. Waving her arms emphatically at the two pilots seated in the cockpit, she gestured at the ground in front of her. The two men exchanged looks, then turned back to stare at her. Scott and Martinez slowly began moving apart, making sure they had good sightlines on the four soldiers. That was when Johnny Ray saw his opportunity and bolted. He made it 3 steps before Igor hammered him to the ground with the stock of his rifle. Seeing the opportunity, Irina shouted at the sergeant, telling him to load the captured general into the aircraft. The sergeant gestured and the two privates leapt forward and picked up the unconscious man, dragging him to the open side door. Going with the flow, Igor motioned Scott and Martinez to follow, and the group collapsed in around the soldiers that were pulling Walker along, the toes of his shoes scraping across the rough asphalt. Irina held them back at the door, roughly grabbing Martinez's arm and seemingly forcing her through the opening. She followed, turning and giving Igor an almost imperceptible signal. "Do not kill them," she said to Martinez in a low voice as she moved quickly to the cockpit, drawing her pistol as she made her way forward. Martinez went with her, a pistol appearing in one hand and a dagger in the other. The corporal saw the weapons come out and shouted a warning, spinning and raising his weapon to bear in the direction of the two women. A shot rang out and he fell to the ground, a red hole in his temple from the pistol in Scott's hand. The two privates supporting Johnny Ray froze in place, their mouths open in shock. Cursing, the sergeant began to lift his weapon but stopped when Igor stepped forward and pointed his rifle at the man's face. Scott had already swiveled and was covering the other two with his pistol. Between the roar of the idling engines and the noise-canceling headsets the pilots wore, they didn't hear the gunshot, and the location of the group was out of their line of sight. Unaware there was a problem, the chief pilot jerked in surprise when Irina suddenly appeared next to him and jammed the muzzle of her pistol against his neck. The co-pilot reacted faster than she had expected, pulling a Makarov pistol from a holster sewn into the leg of his flight suit. He was lifting it towards Irina's head when Martinez arrived. The seat back and the man's body were between her and the weapon that was swinging onto target, and she had no option other than to ram her dagger into the back of his neck, just below the lip of the Kevlar flight helmet he wore. He died instantly, slumping forward. The seat harness was all that kept his body from coming to rest on the flight controls. Martinez reached around and took the pistol from his dead hand, then removed a matching weapon from the pilot's holster. Irina had her weapon hard against his neck and he remained still as Martinez disarmed him. "Do you want him to shut it down?" Irina shouted. "No. Don't let him touch anything," Martinez shouted in response to be heard in the noisy cockpit. Irina shouted instructions in Russian as Martinez stepped back slightly. Slowly, the pilot unbuckled the harness, then reached up and disconnected a thick electrical umbilical that connected his helmet to the helicopter. Under both women's watchful eyes, he cautiously pushed himself out of the seat. As he was turning to climb over a console, Martinez saw his eyes flicker to a small panel with a red button covered by a clear plastic safety guard. In a flash almost too fast to see, she flicked the bloody dagger forward, holding the blade an inch in front of the man's face. A drop of the co-pilot's blood dripped off and splashed onto the panel the man had looked at. "Nyat," she said in a loud voice. They remained unmoving for a few long seconds until she took the dagger out of his face and motioned him to keep coming. She didn't know what the button would do, but if it was something he was willing to risk his life to press, she knew it wouldn't be good. The pilot kept coming, even slower than before. The helmet's sun visor was lowered and he looked like a large, bug-eyed insect when he finally emerged from the cockpit. They herded him back and out the side door to join the rest of the captives. Johnny Ray was still unconscious, lying in a heap on the pavement. Scott and Igor had disarmed the 3 soldiers and had them face down on the ground 10 yards away. After removing his helmet, Irina sent the pilot to join them. Martinez looked in the direction of the Bradley where Colonel Crawford had been covering them with a tow missile in case things went bad and the Hind needed to be shot down. She waved an all clear and a moment later he emerged from the rear and trotted over to them. 37. I sat patiently, waiting, after the sound of the helicopter's rotor faded away into the distance. Just because they'd flown out of earshot didn't mean they were leaving. I was pretty confident that was the case, but then they could simply be leaving the area and making a big circle to come back from a different direction. Low and fast over the rooftops, suddenly appearing overhead without anyone on the ground having enough advance warning of their approach to take cover. Not at all beyond the realm of possibility, and the thought had occurred to me because I'd done the same thing a couple of times in the past. Well, had gotten the pilot to do it, but it all works out the same. If your target is in the area and isn't expecting you to suddenly show back up, it's a great way to catch him unaware. It had worked both times I'd done it and I wasn't about to be impatient or foolish enough for it to work on me. So, I sat there and watched the infected wander around through the insurance office's front windows. More had arrived and there were too many to count, more females than males. I had a plan to deal with them when the time came to go get Katie and Dog. I just had to be patient and stay quiet and still until then. The afternoon was wearing on, long shadows from the handful of trees in the area stretching across the pavement when I finally was comfortable the Russians weren't coming back. Moving to the back door I peeked through the spy hole, seeing 3 males just standing there where the dead soldiers had been. Maybe they could still smell the blood and were sticking to the area waiting for a meal to appear. I didn't know and didn't waste any time trying to figure out why they would do something. Cracking the door open I looked through the gap to make sure there wasn't a larger group that would pounce as soon as I stepped out, but other than the 3 the alley looked clear. The males heard the sound of the door opening and as one, spun in my direction and snarled. Lifting my rifle I fired 3 quick, suppressed shots, stepping over the bodies and looking around to make sure I was still alone. Not seeing anything, I hefted the Russian grenade launcher and sighted on a 2-story business on the next block behind the alley. I pulled the trigger twice, sending 2 high-explosive grenades on their way. Grenade launchers are nowhere near as loud as a rifle or pistol when fired, but they still make enough noise to give away your position. I was already in motion when the first grenade struck the air conditioning unit on the building's roof and detonated with a thunderous explosion. I was back through the opening and pulling the door closed behind me when the second one arrived. I didn't see what it struck, but it was loud too. Flipping the lever to lock the deadbolt, I moved through the gloomy interior to look out the front windows. The street was already clear of females who had instantly responded by breaking into a sprint towards the sound of the grenades. There were still males visible, but they were all moving in the same direction the females had gone. Away from the department store. I gave them half a minute to open some distance before quietly slipping out the front door and running down the street to where Dog and Katie were hiding. Yanking the front door open, I entered the store with a great deal of caution. I didn't believe any infected had made it inside, but I wasn't going to take a chance. There weren't any in the front of the store and I glanced over my shoulder through the windows to check the street before pushing into the storage area. Street still clear, I nudged one of the swinging doors open with the muzzle of my rifle, stepped up to hold it with my back and scanned with the night vision scope. Still nothing. It's me. I raised my voice to let Katie know not to shoot when I began pulling boxes out of the way, and also to draw out any infected that might be in hiding. Nothing charged at me screaming or began a slow, shambling walk in my direction. Quickly I moved to the stack of cartons on the back wall and started tossing them aside, unconcerned with being neat or tidy. I grinned when a box tumbled out of the way and Dog shoved his head through the opening to greet me. I stopped working long enough to briefly ruffle his ears, then widen the opening until he jumped through. Katie followed, extending her arm out for me to help her clamber free. Pulling her to her feet, I crushed her against me and kissed her. "I missed you, too," she smiled when I stepped back. The smile disappeared when she saw the blood soaking my clothes. "What happened?" "You're bleeding." "Nothing," I said, trying to dismiss it. "What was nothing before can kill you now," she said, taking the light off her rifle and scanning around. Spotting a green cabinet labeled First Aid, she rushed over to the wall and opened the door. She rummaged through until she found what she wanted before returning to me and making me take my vest and shirt off. "We don't have time for this," I complained as I unbuttoned my shirt. "Shut up," she said, leaning in to see. She dumped about half a bottle of hydrogen peroxide directly into the wound. It hurt, but I'm a big tough guy and didn't complain much. Patting the area dry, she smeared the raw flesh with antibiotic ointment and slapped a large gauze pad on top, securing it to me with white medical tape. I started to put the bloody shirt back on, but she stopped me and told me to take my pants off. "Great idea, but we really don't have time for that," I said, drawing an exasperated sigh as she rolled her eyes. While I took my boots off and peeled the blood-soaked pants down my legs, Katie cracked open one of the boxes she'd been hiding behind and dug through, checking sizes on the Levi's that spilled out. Finding a pair, she tossed them to me and moved to a rack on the wall where new shirts were stored. Selecting something that would fit, she held it up while I pulled on my new jeans and stepped into my boots. I finished dressing quickly, tied my boots and situated the vest back on my upper body. "Is it clear outside?" Katie asked when I finished changing. "So far," I said. "The Russians left a couple of hours ago. The infected are distracted and we should be able to make it to the car and get out of here." Leading the way, I headed for the front of the store. Dog fell in next to my right leg as I walked. "Nice toy, Rambo," Katie said, tapping the grenade launcher and looking at the bandolier of spare grenades draped across my upper body. "The Russians had one and I just had to have it," I said as we reached the front door. The street was still clear and I pushed out through the swinging door. Katie handed me the car keys and we jogged down the street to where I'd left it parked against the bus. I breathed a sigh of relief when we got close enough to tell the cannon fire from behind hadn't damaged it. Pushing a button on the key, the lights flashed and the door locks popped up. I took a moment to pile my new toy and its spare ammo into the back seat with Dog, then slipped behind the wheel and cranked the engine. The Dodge rumbled to life and I hissed when I saw the fuel gauge settle at less than a quarter of a tank. I wanted to get on the road and make as many miles as we could before it got dark and I had to lower my speed, but we were going to have to stop for gas before leaving Dodge City. Steering around the wrecked vehicles I'd used for camouflage, I headed for the small highway we'd taken to get into town. As I turned onto it, I looked up at the rear view and saw several females in hot pursuit. They'd been attracted by the snarl of the exhaust, but we had too much of a head start for them to be a threat. I accelerated hard, heading back to the east to pick up the northbound highway that would take us to the interstate. We had only covered a couple of miles when we passed the last sign of civilization. It was a small gas station with a tasty freeze built in where the service bay used to be. The terrain was almost perfectly flat and I couldn't see anything between the horizon and us. Hitting the brakes and cranking the wheel, I turned around and roared back to the gas station, sliding to a stop next to the access panels for the fuel tanks. "Same routine as last time," I said, releasing the trunk and hood before I jumped out. "Keep an eye on the road from town." There were some females chasing as we turned onto the highway. "As long as you get me a vanilla swirl from the tasty freeze," Katie said sweetly. She moved out into the middle of the road, Dog at her side, and stood facing west with her rifle up across her chest. Once the fuel was pumping, I checked the oil and needed to add a quart. The Dodge was finally showing signs of the torture I was putting it through. There was a small booth that sold snacks and other necessities to travelers. Next to the door was a wire rack that held a few bottles of motor oil, antifreeze, and windshield washer fluid. The cap that covered the oil filler neck in the Charger was labeled with the type of oil the car needed, 5W40 full synthetic if it matters, and there were half a dozen bright yellow bottles of Pennzoil in the display. I dumped one of them into the engine and tossed the rest into the trunk as gas began gushing out of the filler neck. "Female's coming," Katie called. "I need 2 minutes," I said, dashing to disconnect the power to the pump from the battery. "That's all you've got," she said. I slammed the hood and looked up as I grabbed the pump off the ground and disconnected the 2 hoses. The sun was low and charging directly out of it were several figures. Dumping the pump into the trunk, I started coiling the hoses as she began firing at the swiftly approaching females. Hoses stowed, I slammed the trunk and stepped into the road next to her. Rifle up, I began firing, and together we finished off the last of the females. Ah, couples therapy. Who the hell needs Dr. Phil? 38. "I don't see any movement, sir," Jessica said over the sat phone connection. We were on US Highway 283, driving due north from Dodge City. The speedometer was solidly on 140 miles per hour and I had to stay very focused on the rough road. The sun was directly over my left shoulder, the bottom edge just beginning to brush the horizon. Once we'd gotten back up to speed, I'd had Katie get the phone out and place a call to Jessica. I wanted to check on the progress of the Bradley as well as see if the weather had let up enough for her to at least get a thermal image of Rachel and the pilot. I asked about the Bradley first, and she had taken a moment to locate it as her attention had been focused on Dodge City. "They're not answering the FSOC either. The Bradley is just parked at a small truck stop. The rear ramp is up and it appears to be buttoned up tight." We could hear her working the keyboard and mouse as we waited. I can be the most patient person in the world when I'm in a combat situation, but don't ask me to wait for information. Or for a table at a restaurant. I absolutely despise waiting to be seated and used to drive Katie nuts. Guess that wasn't a problem any longer. "What are you seeing, Jessica?" I asked when I couldn't take it any longer. "Nothing, sir. I thought I saw some movement around the Bradley, but it was just a large bird." Katie and I exchanged a glance and she shrugged her shoulders before I had to turn my attention back to my driving. "Stand by, sir. I'm scanning out from the Bradley in case I missed something." I forced myself to be patient and focus on the road. The flat grasslands on either side of the faded ribbon of asphalt were turning a brilliant shade of reddish gold in the dying light of the sun. I was grateful for the pair of Oakley shades that Katie had found in the car, as the glare would have been almost unbearable without them. Katie was sitting with her head turned slightly away from the setting sun, her eyes squinted into slits. "That's fine if you're not the one driving at a ridiculously fast pace." Nothing within 15 miles of the Bradley, but there are a couple of bodies on the ground back at the truck stop. Didn't see them earlier because they were in shade under a canopy, but the sun's angle changed and I spotted them. Both in Russian uniforms, but they're face down and that's all I can tell. "No other bodies?" I asked, almost afraid of the answer. "Negative, sir. That's it. And I don't think they're in the Bradley. I did a thermal scan and its engine isn't hot, so it's not sitting there idling. The feed was being written to disk, so there's a chance I'll be able to go back and find out what happened to them, but it will take me a while." "Okay," I said. "See what you can find. What about the targets in Idaho?" "Weather has improved, but there's still heavy overcast," she reported a moment later. "Thermal is able to see one target alone, sir. At the edge of a lake. There are 9 other heat sources in a loose group a few hundred yards to the target's front." "Only one target?" I asked, feeling a deep sense of dread in my gut. "Yes, sir. Only one. He, or she, is next to a campfire and is definitely alone." I didn't know what to say as fear for Rachel flushed through me. Katie picked up on it and reached over to place her hand on my shoulder. "Sir? You still there?" Jessica asked after almost a minute of silence. "I'm still here," I said, surprised my voice was as strong as it was when I spoke. Please keep an eye on the target as well as see what you can find out about the group that was in the Bradley. Where's my next fuel stop? You turn west onto Interstate 70 in 57 miles, then in 111 miles you'll see a large truck stop. There's a few infected in the area, but it's the only fuel for 70 miles in either direction. Thanks, Jessica. Call me as soon as you know something, I said and hit the button on the steering wheel to end the call. It might be the pilot that's missing, Katie said, trying to comfort me. Considering the circumstances, that I was upset over the possibility that a woman who might have replaced her was dead, I was deeply touched. And reminded how good of a wife I really had. She'd always been the more thoughtful and considerate of the two of us, usually making sure I was better behaved than I would have been if left to my own devices. Or it might be the pilot and Rachel's dead, I said softly, unconsciously pushing harder on the accelerator pedal, but it was already flat against the floor. Katie didn't have anything to say to that. She settled for squeezing my shoulder to reassure me, then turned to Pet Dog when he thrust his head between our seats. You saw our house after I left it? She asked, trying to distract me. Yeah. I was in an Air Force bomber on my way to Los Alamos. Got them to let me take a look. I was going to head home as soon as I was done in New Mexico. Steve told me it burned, she said. Was he telling the truth? He was, I said, nodding. And that was my first clue that you might still be alive. The roof had caved in from the fire, but my truck wasn't in the garage. Speaking of my truck, how the hell did you beat it up so bad? Even the bumper was missing when I found it at Tinker. The sun had set by now and I removed the sunglasses as the Dodge's automatic headlights came on. What I wouldn't have given for a set of night vision goggles so I didn't have to run with the lights on. I'd be able to see better and the Charger wouldn't stand out against the dark prairie. But I didn't have one, so I kept pushing and hoped for the best. Focus on your driving and don't kill us and I'll tell you what happened to your truck, Katie said, still scratching Dog's ears. 39. Rachel woke with a start, unsure what had roused her. The fire was still burning but was low and not putting off much heat. Wrapped in the parachute canopy she was cold, but not as cold as she'd been. Checking, she was relieved when she could feel her fingers and toes, cautiously reaching up to check her ears and nose. Maybe some frostbite to the tops of her ears, but there was nothing she could do about that at the moment. Working her way free of the nylon, she sat up and began piling more wood on the fire. Her hands ached and she flexed her fingers as she looked down. The ring finger on her left hand was missing, having been shot off by John during a fight with an infected female in a lake in Georgia. That seemed like a lifetime ago. She shook her hand, trying to ease the pain of the finger that wasn't there. Phantom limb pain. She'd had an introductory class to it in medical school, taught by a VA doctor, and knew it was a real thing. She just never imagined she'd experience it firsthand. The wind had died down but snow continued to fall. It was still light, so the sun was shining brightly somewhere above the thick overcast, but Rachel had no idea what time of day it was or how long she'd been out. There could still be several hours of daylight or it could be dark in another 20 minutes. Looking around, her heart fluttered as she thought about the wolf. It could have come up while she slept and dragged her off, or killed her on the spot. Was it afraid of the fire? Maybe that had saved her, but she wasn't going to take it for granted that the animal wouldn't approach just because of the open flames. Standing, she grimaced in pain as her joints screamed at her for lying on the frozen ground. At least she'd had the nylon to act as a ground sheet and provide some insulation, or she might very well not have woken up. Thinking about freezing to death, she turned to look at Bill, shocked when his body wasn't there. Rachel stood staring dumbly at the ground for several seconds, not understanding why the pilot's corpse wasn't exactly where she'd last seen it. Then she saw the disturbed snow that was already filling in as more fell. There was a smooth path where the surface had been compacted by the body being dragged across it. Next to that were deep impressions that looked like dog prints. Only she knew it wasn't a dog that had made then, rather a larger and more vicious canine cousin. The wolf had come into the camp and taken Bill's corpse. A chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran down Rachel's spine. The wolf had come right into camp. It had been within feet of her as she slept. But why had it taken the body instead of her? She didn't know anything about wolves, in fact probably knew more about the fictional lycans from bad movies and even worse books. Shivering again, she piled more wood onto the fire until it was a roaring blaze and she had to back up against the windbreak because of the heat. Driven snow had piled several feet high against the windward side of the canopy and provided a firm surface for her to lean against. She didn't realize that the snow itself had added to the protection the nylon provided and helped her survive the storm. The emergency locator beacon. Rachel lurched to her feet when she remembered the pilot telling her that help would be on the way and would locate them by following the signal from the transmitter sewn into the shoulder of his flight suit. How far would the wolf drag the body? What if it damaged the radio when it began feasting on the corpse? What if searchers arrived, saw the remains of the pilot's body and didn't bother to look any further for her? She had to get the beacon or she would die out here. But how would she find Bill's remains? And if she found him, would the wolf be there, guarding its meal? Rachel stood for what felt like a long time, staring into the fire as she tried to decide what to do. She didn't know if John was alive or dead. The last she'd seen of him, he'd been going into a cavern system in Oklahoma to rescue Katie. Even if he had beaten the odds and emerged, how would he know she was in trouble? And while she didn't know the geography of the western U.S. very well, she did know that Idaho was a long way away from Oklahoma. How would he even get here to save her? For that matter, if he successfully rescued Katie, would he even try or would he just write her off as lost? She shook her head at the last thought. She had gotten to know John very well and had no doubt that if he knew of her plight and was able, he would be doing everything in his power to come for her. But she knew she couldn't count on him saving her this time. There was just too much distance between them. She had no one but herself, and she needed that beacon. Rachel didn't know that the Navy had been forced to abandon their attempts to reach the crash site. 2 SAR flights out of Whidbey had been shot down by Russian patrols and the invaders were tightening their control of the skies over the western part of the continent. Nothing that wasn't part of the Russian military was flying. With no way to know this and not understanding that the locator beacon was of no use, Rachel took a moment to check over Bill's pistol. Satisfied it was ready for use, but lacking confidence in her ability to wield it, she stuffed it into a pocket. Finding the flare gun, she made sure a fresh shell was loaded and thrust it into a pouch on her G-suit's leg. Spreading out the canopy she had wrapped herself in to sleep, she carefully cut each of the lines that were attached to the perimeter. Coiling the ropes as she freed them, she placed them in a neat pile in the snow. Folding the nylon several times, she held it down with her knees and cut a slit in the middle of the rectangle she had created. Lifting the canopy, she pushed her head through the slit, the multiple layers staying as she had folded them and falling around her body like a long poncho. She used one of the ropes as a belt, cinching the material tightly around her waist, thinking she must look like some medieval monk. But she didn't care what she looked like, only cared that the fabric added several layers of insulation and would help keep her warm. The light was fading as she moved to the edge of the lake and drank deeply. With a sigh of fear, she selected a thick tree branch that was about 3 feet long. Knowing the wood wouldn't burn well on its own, she dug through Bill's survival pouch until she found the small packet of sunblock she'd noted earlier. Hoping the substance was oil-based, she set it aside and fumbled with the G-suit's zipper until she accessed the cotton t-shirt she was wearing, cutting a few strips off the hem. Squeezing the entire contents of the packet onto the end of the branch, she wrapped the pieces of material tightly around and tied them off. Squeezing the fabric, she worked the thick, white gel into it, then pushed the end of the branch into the fire. It caught immediately, and when she raised it over her head it burned brightly. Standing, Rachel held the torch high and looked down at the marks in the snow left behind by the wolf. It was nearly dark, but there was enough light from the end of the burning tree branch for her to see clearly. Steeling her resolve, she drew the pistol and held it in her hand as she began following the tracks. 40. Lucas Martin lowered the plane's nose slightly and aligned for landing at the Geraldton Airport. It had been dark when he'd left his home, but the sun had risen as he flew northwest to the small town on the west coast of Australia. Approaching the field from the south, he could see a large Gulfstream jet parked at an isolated hangar at the north end of the fenced area. Though it was unmarked, he knew it was a government jet, maintained and operated for the SASR. His former commanding officer and some of the lads had arrived before him. He was mildly surprised at the response, not expecting the regiment to drop everything and show up to help him. In fact, he knew that wasn't how things worked and there had to be something else at play. Touching down lightly, he steered onto the taxiway and took it the length of the airport to where the jet sat gleaming in the sun. Half a dozen hard-looking men dressed casually in cargo pants and canvas shirts stood watching him pull up. No weapons were visible, but he had no doubt that each was armed and there were rifles within easy reach. Shutting down, he climbed out and after retrieving his duffel walked towards the small group. He didn't recognize any of the faces, having been retired for a number of years. Lucas Martin. He looked up at the open door of the Gulfstream to see Captain Reginald White descending the short flight of stairs to the tarmac. The man was dressed identically to the rest of the squad and was still in the same whip steel hard shape that Lucas remembered. Other than his British manner of speech, his sole affectation was a meticulously waxed handlebar mustache that always made Lucas think of British officers from the days of imperialism. "Sir!" he shouted back, stopping where he was. White stepped through the line of men and up to Lucas, extending his hand. They shook and he took Lucas by the elbow, guiding him into the hangar. Inside it was cool from air conditioning and well lit. Several folding tables had been erected and were loaded with equipment. Computers, printers, secure comm gear and several items that Lucas had no idea what they were. A man and two women, also casually dressed, sat inside the rough circle created by the tables, each busily working at a terminal. "What's going on, sir?" he asked when he saw the signs of an obviously sanctioned operation. "Have a seat and we'll get everyone up to speed, shall we?" White said, motioning at a scattering of chairs adjacent to the command post setup. Lucas selected a seat and dropped his pack on the smooth concrete floor next to it before sitting. The men who had been waiting outside came in, each of them pausing to introduce themselves before sitting. What he at first thought was resentment towards him soon revealed itself to be admiration. "Forgive the lads, Staff Sergeant," White said, remaining on his feet. "They've heard of your past exploits and are in a bit of awe." Lucas blushed despite himself. He had certainly had a colorful career but didn't think of himself as anyone who deserved to be treated as if he were a living legend. "Now that we've properly embarrassed you, please repeat what you told me earlier this morning." White's smile disappeared as he got down to business. Lucas paused for a few moments to collect his thoughts, then began speaking. He started by talking about the phone call from a United States Navy petty officer in Pearl Harbor that had woken him and his family in the middle of the night. He continued to describe John Chase, and with near-perfect accuracy recalled the entire conversation for the assembled men. "And you have no doubt this is the man you know?" One of the troopers, a sergeant who had introduced himself as Mick Lannister, spoke up. "Without a doubt," Lucas affirmed. "I spent time in Hereford training with him, then a month in Africa together on a pacification operation against the warlords. We have stayed in touch since. I know the man well. My son is named after him." There were nods all around as the soldiers acknowledged Lucas' statement. He spent another couple of minutes giving them a brief biography of what he knew about John Chase's military career. More nodding when he finished speaking. "Thank you, Staff Sergeant," White said after waiting a few moments to see if there were any other questions. "Now, I'm certain you are curious about all the goings-on here, but—" "Yes, sir. I appreciate the support, but it seems I've stumbled into something," Lucas said. "Right you are. There is concern in Canberra that Russia is preparing to invade. We have been spared the horrors of the virus for some reason, and the prevailing belief is that President Baranov intends to occupy us. Apparently there is intelligence that has been developed to support this opinion." Lucas raised his eyebrows in surprise. What could the Russians possibly want with Australia when they had the rest of the world at their feet? Europe, Asia, and North America were all defenseless, just waiting for whatever the madman in the Kremlin had in mind. Sir, that just doesn't make sense. What could they possibly want with us? And pardon me for asking, but what does that have to do with why I'm here? I've seen the intelligence, White smiled. Personally, I think the blokes that put it together added 2 and 2 and came up with 7, but no one is interested in a captain's opinion. As to why this is intersecting with your interests, I received orders 2 days ago to seize the CIA listening station. Our intelligence staff wants to use it to monitor Russian communications and movements. The American CIA officers who are assigned to the station have failed to respond to multiple requests for cooperation as mandated in our agreement, so it was decided that we would take the facility. We were already scheduled to arrive this morning, and this post has been monitoring activity at the station since the order came down. That's how you knew off the top of your head where the station was, Lucas said with a smile. White smiled and nodded back. I still don't understand why the presence, sir. There are enough of us here to capture a whole country. Isn't this a bit of overkill? Lucas looked around the group, smiling back at the grins that broke out with his compliment to the fighting men. Americans are a paranoid lot, White said. The station has a significant number of counter-assault defenses. Some are active, some passive, and there are almost certainly some that we don't know of. This won't be a simple door kick. After 9/11, the Americans were worried about possible al-Qaeda assaults against their intelligence-gathering facilities across the globe as a way to hinder their invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. As a result, they significantly upgraded security across the board. When we learned of what they were doing, Canberra complained to Washington. We very nearly had to cancel the cooperation agreement with them and remove them from the country, but they finally provided us with details on what was being done to harden the installation. I think only a politician would believe that they shared everything they were doing with us. That's why there has been a team on the ground at the station coordinated by this control center. We have already found 3 lethal countermeasures the Yanks didn't disclose. Bloody hell, Lucas said. I surely stumbled in a mess, didn't I, sir? That you did, Staff Sergeant. That you did. Fortunately, you called me rather than charging off like a bull and mucking everything up. But, now that you're here, White grinned. Thank you, sir, but no. You don't need me getting in the way. Lucas said, shaking his head. Despite his protests, he was itching to be involved. Ziggy would be royally pissed, and he couldn't lie to her. If he volunteered to go, he'd have to tell her what he had done, and that would likely mean at least a month of sleeping on the couch. I thought you might say that, White said, withdrawing a paper from his pocket and handing it to Lucas. Your recall paperwork. All proper and legal. You're mine until such time as I deem your services are no longer required. Thank you, sir, Lucas said, looking up from the official paperwork that reinstated him into the regiment. I don't suppose you'd be kind enough to call the missus and tell her for me, would you? The men assembled in the hangar burst into laughter. 41. It got completely dark very quickly. Rachel didn't think she'd traveled more than 50 yards through the snow before the only light was the flickering torch. The light it cast danced in the forest, and she continually thought she was seeing movement, catching her breath and turning to only see the wavering shadow of a tree or bush. As she moved farther away from the lake, she climbed the slope that she'd dragged Bill down earlier in the day. It was steeper than she remembered, and the deep snow made travel very difficult. She couldn't walk normally, rather had to lift a foot, extend it forward and lean into it as she broke through the frozen surface of the snow. Each step sank more than 12 inches before reaching solid footing and required a lot of concentration and energy. Rachel knew she wouldn't be able to run. But she also knew that even if she could, it wouldn't matter. She'd never be able to outrun a wolf, even on flat ground in good weather. If the animal attacked, her only options were the pistol and flare gun. If she even had warning that an attack was imminent. Trudging up the slope, her back itched as she thought that the wolf could already be stalking her, ready to streak in from behind and launch itself at her like a deadly missile, slam into her back and knock her face down into the deep snow. All she'd feel would be that horrific impact before the beast's hot breath was on the back of her neck. The mental image became too much and Rachel stopped, turning to look behind her, fully expecting to see the glowing yellow eyes and blood-stained teeth. But when she looked, nothing was there. Just the signs of her passage in the snow, paralleling where the wolf had pulled Bill's corpse across the surface. Below her the campfire burned brightly, providing a brilliant beacon in the dark night for her to follow to return to its safety. Or illusion of safety, she corrected herself. It couldn't be too safe if a predator had walked in and dragged a body off as she slept. But it was better than sitting huddled in the cold, dark forest, waiting to die swiftly from a vicious attack or slowly from hypothermia. Forcing herself to focus on the reason she was stumbling around the woods at night, Rachel resumed moving forward, one difficult step at a time. Soon she reached a small flat part of the slope, coming to a stop when she saw the body a few yards away near the base of a tree. It had been ripped open, exposing the internal organs, much of the meat on the lower half having been stripped off. Most of both leg bones were exposed and the snow around the corpse was stained red with blood. Turning back and forth, Rachel held the torch as far above her head as she could and checked her surroundings. The light was weak and didn't penetrate more than a few feet beyond the body, but she did the best she could to see if the wolf was lying in wait for her. As she looked, she kept the pistol up and traversing the forest, in sync with her eyes. After almost a minute of looking, she slowly climbed up and over the lip of the crest formed by the flat spot on the slope, pausing to check the area again. Still seeing nothing, she took a shaky breath and moved to stand over Bill. Refusing to look at the damage done to the body by the feasting wolf, she focused only on his shoulders. She couldn't remember which one he'd tapped when he told her about the transmitter, so she reached down and touched the one closest to her. Even this far from the damage to the rest of the corpse, blood soaked the fabric, but it was frozen stiff. And there was nothing under the material except dead flesh. The other shoulder was partially buried in the snow and she had to turn him over to get to it. Kneeling, she tugged on the body. Expecting the weight of a full-grown man, she hadn't taken into account the mass that had been removed and consumed by the wolf. Wolves, she corrected herself. She knew they lived in packs, and besides, there had been too much of the man consumed for it to have only been one animal. The body rolled easily, Rachel losing her balance and falling backwards onto her ass. The torch flew out of her hand, landing a few feet away, flaming end piercing directly into the snow. It went out and near perfect darkness descended. Even though it was only snowing lightly at the moment, a thick layer of clouds blocked any moonlight that might have helped her see. The old Rachel, the pre-attack Rachel, would most likely have frozen in place with no idea what to do. But she'd learned a lot from John. Some of it in the form of lessons as they'd had time, but much more of it from just observing how he operated in different situations. She might not be able to see, but she knew where the body was, and just sitting there literally freezing her ass off wasn't going to improve her plight. Pushing up onto her knees, she leaned forward and touched the body, tracing her hands across the frozen face before finding the opposite shoulder. There was the bulge she remembered being pointed out to her. The pistol was still in her hand and she jammed it into her pocket and pulled out the knife. Leaning in closer, she was prepared to start cutting the fabric of the flight suit, then stopped as a thought occurred to her. Was the beacon self-contained, or could there be a battery and antenna sewn into a different location? If she started cutting and severed either of those, this would have all been a waste. Unsure what to do, she stayed kneeling over the corpse, motionless. Finally she realized that if her fears were correct, there would be wires leading to and from the beacon and she should be able to feel them. Running her hand all around the spot, she was able to identify the perimeter of the device, but if there was anything attached to it, she couldn't find it. Growing colder by the moment, terrified that the wolf would suddenly appear, Rachel decided she had to take the risk and cut the material. She set to work, careful in the dark so she didn't slice her hand with the sharp blade. It only took a few seconds to cut open the suit, reach in and remove the beacon. It was smooth metal, no more than 3 inches long by an inch wide and half an inch thick. As she grasped it, a faint red light flashed on the surface. She hoped that meant it was functioning as designed and transmitting. She felt something as she withdrew her hand and reached down to touch the body. A zipper. On the back of the shoulder. Tugging it open, she stuck her fingers in and they came out the hole she'd just made on the front side of the G-suit. Shaking her head for not realizing there had to be an easy way to access the device, she wondered what else she wasn't thinking about that could make the difference in survival. Slipping the smooth metal beacon into her pocket, she stood and began forcing her way through the snow towards the campfire. She could still see it through the trees, well below her current elevation, and it didn't look like it was more than 100 yards away. Moving onto the slope, she slid a few inches with every step until her foot went deep enough to gain traction. Fighting her way down, she had covered half the distance when she came to a sharp stop, barely suppressing a scream. Between her and the campfire, she could clearly see the silhouette of the wolf standing motionless, watching her. As frightened as she was, Rachel reacted in the manner she'd picked up from John. The pistol was back in her hand and she aimed at the dark shape as best she knew how and pulled the trigger 3 quick times. The crash of the gunfire was shockingly loud in the silent forest, her ears ringing. But it worked. The wolf bolted, heading into the forest directly to its front. Rachel had no idea if one of her bullets might have hit it, but she felt a small sense of victory that at least she'd scared the animal. She rushed forward before it overcame its fear, stumbling and nearly falling several times as she ran down the slope. Reaching the campfire, Rachel finally did trip as she tried to slow her momentum, falling into the snow. Scrambling to her knees, she hastily piled more wood on the fire, keeping it roaring. Moving past it, she stayed on her knees with the lake to her back and the fire between her and the forest. Unless it wanted to take a dip in the icy water, the wolf wouldn't be able to reach her without coming into the light. Taking the flare gun out, Rachel made sure the barrel was clear of snow or any other obstructions before placing it on the ground in front of her. When the pistol ran out of ammo, at least she'd have one more shot before the wolf's jaws closed on her throat. 42. Martinez kept the hind low to the deck, flying at no more than 50 feet of altitude. She was taking them slightly east to a small municipal airport where they could refuel the beast of an aircraft. Irina sat next to her in the cockpit, prepared to speak to any Russians that might spot them and radio a challenge. The idea was that by flying nap of the Earth, they would be able to avoid Russian radar. The sun was down and the sophisticated night vision system built into the aircraft allowed her to stay low and dark, and hopefully undetected. After capturing the soldiers and the surviving pilot, Irina had convinced Colonel Crawford to let the men go. They were in the middle of nowhere, she argued, and there was no need to kill them. She reminded the colonel that the Russian military was a pawn, having been lied to by her country's political leadership about why they were really in America. Reluctantly agreeing, Crawford had taken everything except the men's clothing, leaving them some water and allowing each man to keep a knife. Igor had talked to them, explaining the reality of the situation, but they had cursed and spat at him, calling him a traitor. He had been withdrawn and introspective since they'd taken off in the commandeered Hello. The upside to switching from the Bradley to the Hind was speed. As long as they could find fuel, they should reach Idaho ahead of the Major, even with his advantage of a head start. The downside was the loss of the FSOC system. There was just no way to transfer it to the Russian helicopter, and they were now out of touch with Pearl Harbor, which meant a laborious search of the Idaho mountains with a thermal imager once they arrived. Crawford wasn't happy with himself. He should have communicated with Pearl, letting them know, but once they'd successfully subdued the Russians and seized control of the Hind, there was a scramble to get in the air and clear the area. He had simply forgotten. Now they were cut off. Martinez had needed all of 5 minutes to be comfortable enough with the foreign machine to get it in the air. With Irina sitting beside her, translating the Cyrillic labeling on the control panel, she found what she needed and got them going. And the first order of business had been to find fuel as the helicopter was beginning to run low. She had located the closest airport in a small pilot's handbook she found in the cockpit. It didn't surprise her that even though it had been issued by the American FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, it was in a Russian aircraft. Locating a small airport that didn't even have a tower, she headed straight for it to top off their tanks before heading for Idaho. "Do you have anyone back home?" Martinez asked Irina over the intercom. They were in private mode and no one in back could listen in on their conversation. "No. I've been here in the US for several years," she said after a few moments of deciding whether or not to answer. "What about you?" "I've had my helicopters," Martinez said. "There's been a few men, but they were always intimidated by what I do, so." Irina laughed sadly. "Yes, I know what you mean. Back home, before I came to America, everyone that wasn't GRU was afraid of me. Once I got here, well, American men expect a smile and you'll just fall into bed and spread your legs for them." Martinez nodded, encouraging her without saying anything. "And what is with American men?" Irina asked. "Before I came here I was expecting strong, confident men. That's what I saw in all the movies and TV shows that were part of my training and preparation. Men who weren't afraid to be men. The instructors kept telling me that wasn't what America was really like, but I didn't believe them. Not until I got here, that is. Growing up in Russia, especially in the Soviet Union, America is this mystical land of supermen. John Waynes and Gary Coopers and Clint Eastwoods. I get here and, well, the only one I've met that lives up to the Russian impression is Major Chase." "Has America always been so soft and self-absorbed?" "No, it hasn't," Martinez said. "We got soft. And don't even get me started on men. I gave up on them years ago. I got tired of worrying about their fragile little egos being bruised because I was a badass helicopter pilot." "What do you mean you gave up on them?" Irina asked, turning her head to look at Martinez. "I just meant I'm really tired of men who are threatened by a woman doing a job that's traditionally a man's. You know, I'm one of only 3 female combat helicopter pilots in all of the US military. Well, I was. Maybe now I'm the only one." "I was hoping you were." Irina was interrupted when Scott climbed into the cockpit and stuck his head between them. "What's wrong with men?" he asked. "They're always butting in where they shouldn't." "That's what," Martinez said, smiling at Irina. "Need something?" "Yeah." "What's wrong with Igor? He's acting like someone just killed his dog or something." He was speaking to Irina. "The soldiers we set free. He tried to explain to them why he was helping you, but they called him a liar and a traitor. Igor is a very proud man, and he loves his country. He's hurt, and he's having to deal with it." Irina said. "Should we be worried about him?" Scott asked. "No, not at all. He will be fine. He knows the truth." It just really hurt him to hear those words from a fellow soldier, even if they're not true. Scott nodded, accepting Irina's explanation but making a mental note to keep a close eye on the big Russian. All they needed was for Igor to decide he'd made a mistake and they'd have a very large problem to deal with. "There's the airport," Martinez said as he was having the thoughts. "Go take a seat. I'm going to do a couple of orbits to make sure we don't have a whole herd of infected in the area just waiting for us to show up." Scott disappeared as Martinez cut their airspeed and banked into a gentle turn. As the Hinds circled the area, she and Irina kept a sharp lookout through the night vision, but didn't see any movement. Completing the first circuit, Martinez widened the next one to get a better view of the area. The town was small enough to walk from edge to edge in less than 10 minutes. The main street through the center of town was paved as it was actually a small state highway, but it was the only pavement. The rest of the streets were dirt and so was the runway at the airport that boasted all of one rusting hangar with a decrepit biplane sitting in front of it. There was a hand-lettered wooden sign bolted to the wall of the hangar above the doors that read Simon Crop Dustin. Either the owner thought he was being a little homespun by leaving the G off the end of the last word, or maybe he hadn't paid much attention in school. Martinez didn't give it any thought as she brought them into a hover after satisfying herself there weren't any infected in the area. Any in the open, at least. Touching down, the massive rotor swirled up a huge cloud of dust and she cut the engines as quickly as possible. The longer they ran, the more dust that would get sucked in and potentially clog the intake filters. A small fuel truck was parked inside the hangar and Martinez ran to it with Irina, Scott, and Igor in tow. The colonel remained in the hind with Johnny Ray, who had woken with a splitting headache and a particularly nasty attitude. It had taken threatening him with Igor to get him to finally shut up. He was understandably afraid of the big Russian. Cracking open a valve, Martinez held her hand out into the narrow stream of liquid that began pouring out. She rubbed her fingers together, feeling the substance before lifting her hand and sniffing. Just because the truck had been labeled as fuel didn't mean that was what was in it. She wasn't going to risk all their lives on what someone in a town this remote really had in the tank. "We're good to go," she said. Scott jumped in the cab, sticking his head out the door a moment later. "No keys," he shouted. Irina translated and Igor stepped forward, waving Scott out of his way. Using his knife, he pried the ignition switch out of the dash and seconds later the starter whined to life as he hot-wired the truck. "I've got to learn how to do that," Scott said as Igor drove the vehicle to the waiting helicopter. 43. Rachel was shivering again. Sitting with her back to the lake, the fire warmed her front, but a breeze had sprung up. It was blowing across the lake, striking the part of her body that wasn't turned to catch the warmth of the flames. She wasn't about to turn away to warm herself. A bone-chilling howl warbled into the night, making her jerk and look in the direction she thought it had come from. The pack of wolves, she was now certain it was a pack, had been howling for half an hour and she was unnerved and on the edge of panic. The voices of the animals were all around her, only the open lake to her rear remaining quiet. The dark forest that pressed in was menacing, holding unseen terrors. Rachel was shivering as much in fear as she was from the weather. Pistol firmly gripped in both hands, she constantly tried to see beyond the fire, but the flames that were keeping her safe were also preventing her from seeing beyond the small ring of light they cast. Rachel's breath caught in her throat when a sleek gray form seemingly materialized at the edge of the light on the far side of her camp. The wolf stared at her with intense eyes that flashed yellow in the firelight. She raised the pistol, dismayed to see how badly her hands were shaking. As she watched the wolf, wanting to pull the trigger but afraid she would miss and waste precious ammunition, another suddenly appeared out of the darkness a few feet to the left of the first. Slowly standing, Rachel struggled to control the shakes as the new arrival growled and curled its lips away from sharp teeth. The primitive, instinctual part of Rachel's brain screamed at her to run. To flee. Her fight-or-flight response went into overdrive and a massive amount of adrenaline flowed into her system, calming her hands and sending her brain into warp drive. She recognized that neither of the animals facing her were the wolf she had first encountered and repelled with the flare gun. Both were smaller, perhaps females, and hadn't learned the painful lesson the other one had. Instincts still telling her to run, Rachel fought the impulse. There was nowhere to run, and she had no doubt that if she moved the wolves would attack and bring her down before she took 3 steps. The animal that was growling took a partial step forward, moving ahead of the other and farther into the firelight. It was no more than 20 feet away on the far side of the campfire. Rachel aimed for its chest and concentrated on a slow, steady pull of the trigger, just like John had preached to her over and over. Like most new shooters, she tended to jerk the trigger, which pulled the muzzle to the side and caused her to miss what she was aiming at. He had done everything he could to correct her error, telling her that she should almost be surprised when the weapon fired. Squeeze and don't anticipate the kick. That will cause you to flinch before you even shoot, he'd told her repeatedly. John's words ringing loudly in her head, Rachel was surprised when the pistol roared and bucked in her hands. Both wolves jumped at the loud report, but the growler let out a yelp and stumbled sideways. Swiveling, Rachel intended to fire at the second one, but it had already vanished into the darkness. The animal she had shot had only taken half a step before falling to the ground. It now lay there, twitching as it died. Blood was pulsing onto the snow around its chest, the hot, red liquid melting and mixing with the pristine white. Shock, terror, and relief all flooded through Rachel, warring with boldness to be the supreme emotion of the moment. Emboldened won out, and she opened her mouth and screamed a guttural cry into the night. She had killed a wolf. They would be afraid to approach the camp again. She remained standing, pistol up, ready in case any other members of the pack approached. Her breath was coming fast and deep with the surge of adrenaline, but as time passed it calmed and she lowered the weapon. The fire was still burning brightly, but Rachel picked up several more dead branches and, after knocking snow off of them, tossed them into the flames. An hour later, the only sign of the wolves was the dead animal on the far side of her camp. She was both surprised and elated that she had defended herself. But she also acknowledged that she must have gotten very lucky with the shot. The bullet had to have pierced the wolf's heart to put it down so quickly. She didn't want to think about the odds against her making such a shot, or the odds of her doing it again if they returned. Not if, she corrected herself. When they returned. She didn't believe for a second that the predators had been driven off, afraid to return simply because of a loud noise and the death of one of their pack. What did she do next? Continuing to shoot at the wolves, hoping for more kill shots, wasn't practical. The Air Force issue pistol was a Beretta 9mm and had only held 15 rounds. She had already fired almost half of them, and there wasn't any spare ammo in the survival pouch. Perhaps there was some on Bill's body, and she thought about going to check when the sun came up. Rachel realized that she needed to begin moving as soon as it was light. She needed to get out of the mountains before either the weather or the wildlife killed her. Not that conditions in any town or city she might find would be any better because of infected, but at least there was the possibility of shelter. But which way to go? She didn't have any idea which direction to even begin walking and was afraid of heading deeper into the rugged country. Sitting there, she tried to think of any city in the state, hoping that would trigger something in her mind about the geography of the region. Try as she might, she couldn't come up with the name of a single town in the state. Reluctantly, she acknowledged to herself that until a day ago Idaho had been as foreign to her as any place on the opposite side of the globe. Except for potatoes. Didn't most of the potatoes in America come from Idaho? That meant there must be flat farmlands somewhere in the state. And wherever they were, it was probably warmer there. But where? She had no idea which direction to even start walking. Part of her wanted to hang her head and cry. Give in to the situation and sit there until the cold or the wolves took her. Only faint hope that John was alive and on his way to save her prevented her from completely giving up. Stomach grumbling from hunger, Rachel wiped away a tear and picked through Bill's survival pouch, finding one of the 2 MREs. It was a hot meal with a chemical pack built in that would heat the food once activated. She set about preparing it, devouring every bite as soon as it was ready. Taking a long drink from the lake, she settled back onto the small tree trunk she had been using for a seat and waited for the wolves to return. 44. I stepped hard on the gas and we roared out of the truck stop and back onto Interstate 80. We were 73 miles west of Laramie, Wyoming now. At least 24 dead females were scattered around the parking lot we had just left. Apparently they had been trapped inside the building and until we came along hadn't been motivated enough to smash their way through the plate glass window to escape. We were still moving fast, faster than I had expected. The sun had set before we reached I-70 in Kansas, and on the narrow, rough 2-lane highway I'd been forced to reduce our speed so I would have time to react to any obstacles that suddenly appeared in our headlights. But 2 things had let me push back to the Dodge's top speed of 140. I hadn't thought, but police cars are normally outfitted with additional lighting for the officer's safety after dark. Katie, bored, began fumbling around with all the knobs and switches in the Charger. She played with the siren, the red and blues, and then turned on a brilliant bank of lights built into the roof-mounted beacons. They reached significantly farther down the road than the headlights, letting me see well ahead as I drove. Between the extra light and the smooth pavement of I-70, I pegged our speed back at 140 and held it there. We made a couple of fuel stops, then had to slow to use smaller highways to get around the Denver metropolitan area. Jessica warned us well in advance that the freeways in the city were a jumble of wrecks, and there was also a fairly large population of infected wandering around. There had been a few close calls with infected as we worked our way around the city. The roads were narrow, hilly, and crowded with abandoned vehicles, yet were still passable. Occasionally we'd crest a rise or come around a curve to see one or more males just standing in the road. I had managed to avoid all of them, not damaging our car. But the trade-off had been reduced speed. At times we were forced to move as slow as 40 miles per hour to safely negotiate stretches of road. By the time we connected with Interstate 25, north of Denver, I was exhausted from maintaining such a hyper-alert status for so long. But I was able to resume our top speed, which was a relief until we reached Fort Collins, Colorado, and had to stop for gas. Infected were in the area in large numbers, thankfully mostly male, but we still had a few harrowing moments while we were stopped. It had been a small, no-name gas station I'd spotted after bypassing the truck stop Jessica had found for us because a massive semi-trailer was on its side on top of the storage tank access. At the small station we'd repeated the process that was now routine to us. Katie and Dog kept watch while I pumped the fuel and checked over the engine. But this time both males and females had begun appearing out of the surrounding streets and alleys before I even had the pump connected. "Do we find another station?" Katie shouted as she began shooting females approaching at a sprint. "We're on fumes now," I shouted, rushing to get the fuel flowing. She didn't answer, and as I worked I could hear her suppressed rifle firing at a steady pace. I had quickly checked the oil, dumping another quart into the engine while the pump did its job. As I finished tightening the oil filler cap, a running female that had come in on Katie's blind side tackled me to the ground. Dog was on her in a flash, sinking his teeth into the back of her neck and dragging her off of me before I had a chance to do anything. I left him to finish her off, jumping to my feet and raising my rifle. Katie and I kept the infected back but burned through a lot of ammo in the process. Her aim was improving quickly as old training came through. She knew how to shoot, just hadn't done much of it in the past several years. Well, she was getting a crash refresher course now. The Dodge's tank had filled and was overflowing when I had a half a second to glance over. Apparently it had been full for some time as there was a lot of fuel spreading across the pavement and into the gutter at the side of the road. Switching to pistol, I kept fighting as I shut down the pump one-handed, slamming the hood. I gathered up everything as best I could. It was difficult to drain the hoses of fuel with one hand while firing a pistol with the other, but I managed. With every pull of the trigger I winced slightly, expecting the fumes to be ignited by the burning powder in the round, but I finally got everything loaded and the trunk closed without blowing myself up. Katie had stuck with her rifle and had a rather respectable body count in a large semicircle around her. Dog had watched our backs, taking out several females that had escaped our notice. Without him we probably wouldn't have made it out of Fort Collins. Continuing north, I'd had to slow for the terrain as we left I-25 and moved onto a state highway that would take us up into Wyoming. The Rocky Mountains loomed over us, just to the west, and it seemed as if I could feel their presence even though they were invisible in the dark. Moving slowly through their foothills, we finally passed out of Colorado and the road flattened out as the countryside opened back up. "Damn, that was Colorado," Katie said when we passed a sign welcoming us to Wyoming. "Why didn't you stop? Pot's legal there." "I think it's legal everywhere now," I said, unintentionally killing her attempt to lighten the mood. We blasted through Laramie, Wyoming, seeing nothing other than the empty pavement brightly illuminated by the Charger's lights. Our next fueling had been at a large truck stop, 73 miles west of Laramie. A large diner with floor-to-ceiling windows looked out on the apron, and a group of females had crashed through the glass when we pulled up and got out of the car. We had put all of them down before they reached us, refueled, added oil, and were back on the road after taking a moment to relieve ourselves while the other kept watch. Dog had taken full advantage, finding at least 4 places that needed his mark. Once we were back on the road, I had Katie call Jessica for an update. The Bradley hasn't moved and I'm having some issues with the archival stream. I still haven't been able to determine what happened to them, she said as soon as she heard my voice. What about Idaho? No change, sir. Just one target next to a fire. Only thing new is there are now only 8 other thermal signatures in the area where there were 9 before. I don't know what happened to the 9th. Is the weather supposed to clear? Any idea when you'll get a visual? I asked, steering a little to the left to avoid a small piece of debris on the pavement. Even something as small as a ping-pong ball had the potential to be disastrous at our speed. I've asked, sir, but don't have an answer. I'll ask again. Okay, good. What about a cold weather gear outfitter and a new vehicle? How's that coming? I've got you a Jeep dealer in Twin Falls, Idaho. That's right at the base of the Sawtooth Mountains. Zoomed in and spotted you a sweet ride that looks like it's set up really well. Outfitter is a different story. Without the internet to find a specific store, well, it's a challenge. I did find a large sporting goods store in Ogden, Utah, but it may not be a good place to stop. Lots of infected in and around the area. But I haven't stopped looking. She said. You're doing great, I said to encourage the young woman. I'm sure you'll find me something. How's the road ahead? You're wide open, sir. But you've got mountains off and on for the rest of your drive. The worst will be coming into Salt Lake City from the east. There look to be some pretty steep grades and sharp curves. You're going to want to pay attention to the warning signs on the side of the road. You try to go through there the way you've been driving and you won't make it, but. Yes, Mother, I said, laughing to let her know I was being sarcastic and not offended at her advice. Sorry, sir, she said with a giggle. Keep at it, Jessica. And thank you for everything. Call me with any news. I broke the connection. 45. We were passing through the mountains, approaching Salt Lake City, when the satellite phone began ringing. Katie picked it up and looked at the screen, frowning. Blocked number. Go ahead and answer. I said. She pushed the button to accept the call and after a pause there was the hiss of an open circuit. Yes? I said. John. Lucas. My friend said. Hello, mate. What's the word? I asked, glad to hear from him. That matter you called me about is taken care of, he said. Just like me, he was used to being very circumspect when speaking, but who the hell was left to overhear and care what he was talking about? Old habits die hard, I guess. Was I right? I wanted to look at Katie to see how she was reacting, but the mountain road at night, at high speed, was taking every bit of my attention. It appears so, he said, then paused. Can we speak freely? Katie's with me, I said. And there's a good chance Pearl Harbor is listening in, but they already know what's going on, so go for it. He was quiet for a minute before continuing. Okay then. This wanker had gone off the deep end. He'd murdered his coworker and stuffed the body in a closet. And he's definitely been in touch with the third party we were concerned about. He had set up a feed for them from one of your internal networks. No idea what they were watching, it all looks encrypted now, but the feed was still live when I got to him. Son of a bitch, I said, then realized something. Lucas, if I remember right, you know about as much about the tech shit as I do. How do you know there was a feed set up for the Russians? I've got some friends who came along for the party, he said in a tone that told me he wasn't going to expand on the topic, but it still told me all I needed to know. What about the subject? What's his status? I asked, this time sparing a glance at Katie. She was listening intently, staring straight ahead through the windshield. He's having a conversation with some blokes I'm acquainted with, Lucas said. He won't be causing you any more problems. Lucas, I don't know how to thank you. No thanks necessary, mate, he replied. Any time. You know that. So, are you about to wrap up whatever you're dealing with? I hope so. I'll know in a few hours. I didn't have a problem telling him what was going on, but it was a very long story and there wasn't time to tell it right now. Right, then. I'll ring off and let you get on with it. Don't forget my offer. I've got more land than I know what to do with. Plenty of room if you can find your way. Thanks, Lucas. For everything. I said and ended the call. You okay? I asked after several minutes of silence. Yes, I'm fine. I had just been hoping we were wrong about Steve. He was a good man. Once. She replied, staring out the side window at the dark countryside rushing past. I almost said something, but decided to let it go. There was nothing I could add that would be productive. I didn't even know the guy, only ever having met him once when he showed up on our doorstep late one night wanting to talk to Katie. I'm not the jealous type and wouldn't have thought twice about a visit at a reasonable hour. But showing up at my door at 11:30 on a Tuesday night is not a good way to endear yourself to me. Katie had talked him down and sent him on his way before I bounced him into the street. We drove for a few more miles, the curves in the road ending as we started a long, straight downgrade. I opened up the charger and we surged forward, the speedometer swinging to nearly 150 with the help of gravity on the downhill stretch. Katie seemed to be lost in thought and I was focused on the road ahead. I cut my eyes up to the mirror and she turned and looked into the back seat when dog whined. There were 2 more quick whines and I could feel him bumping into the back of my seat. What's wrong with him? I asked, already lifting my foot off the gas. Dreaming, she smiled. He's running like hell right now. I smiled and put the accelerator back to the floor. For 5 minutes dog was lost in a dream world. Whining, legs twitching, feet slapping against the seatbacks, even barking a couple of times. Then he let out with a low, mournful wail that for some reason was the funniest thing I'd heard in a long time. It started as a chuckle that quickly became gales of laughter. A moment later Katie joined me and I had to slow the Dodge for fear of losing control. Our mirth must have woken dog, who a few moments later stood up in the back seat, shook, sneezed and thrust his head between us for attention. The sat phone rang while Katie was scratching his ears and he snorted when she took her hand off his head. It's Jessica, she said as she accepted the call. Sir, you've got a group of infected wandering across the pavement 2 miles ahead, she said as soon as the connection was made. I hit the brakes, hard, our speed quickly bleeding off. Flipping the switch to kill all of our external lights, I hoped we'd shut down before being noticed. Have they seen us? I asked, coming to a complete stop in the middle of the freeway. Females coming your way, and there's too many to push through with the car. I'm looking for an alternate route. Hang on. Katie and I exchanged looks and once again I was thankful for the young woman sitting in Hawaii. 2 miles behind you is an exit for US Highway 89. Take that north into Ogden and you'll be able to get onto I-15 in a few miles, she said. Turning the lights back on, I shifted into reverse and hit the throttle. The Charger shot backwards, gaining speed. Letting off the gas and yanking up the parking brake, I spun the wheel. As the rear tires locked up, the front swung, pivoting around, completing a sliding 180-degree reverse turn. Releasing the brake, I nailed the throttle and roared back east towards the exit. Enjoyed that, didn't you? Katie asked as she slowly released her death grip on the grab bar mounted to the dash in front of her. Sir? Jessica asked. She was still connected. Nothing, Jessica, I said. Just some sarcasm from the passenger seat. Any luck on an outfitter, or am I stopping here in Ogden? I haven't had any success, sir. I think you had better stop. Should I text the directions to your sat phone? Yes, do that. And what's the infected population around the mall like? It's still heavy. Software is counting 384 visible to the camera. Of course there could be more that I can't see, just like at the truck stop. Understood. What's the status on the Bradley in Idaho? Still limited to thermal in Idaho and no change since we last spoke. I've got the archival footage, but I'm having problems getting it to load properly so I can view it. That's why I didn't give you more warning about the infected on the freeway. I was working on it. I saw the exit coming, and just to tweak Katie I didn't slow down and make a gentle turn. Pulling the brake I cut the wheel, spinning the car around before thundering forward and down the ramp. At the bottom I made a sliding right to head north on US 89. As soon as we stabilized on our new course, Katie punched my arm. Hard. Nice driving, sir. Jessica said a moment later. Hope you don't blow a tire with all that fancy maneuvering. I looked over at Katie and she was beaming that someone else had chastised me for a change. How she managed to keep her mouth shut, I'll never know. Realizing the two women were right and I had been acting like a foolish teenager, I grinned sheepishly and rubbed my arm where Katie had hit me. I hope not, too, I said, still massaging my arm. 46. We drove north into Ogden on what had once been a rural U.S. highway. It had been gobbled up by urban and suburban sprawl, widened repeatedly, turn lanes and traffic signals added and lined with businesses of every stripe. Now it was just like any major arterial route in any large city. But there wasn't any traffic and no power for the stoplights, so I blasted along at close to 100 miles per hour. A year ago, if I had driven like this on this road, I would have had a dozen cops behind me, a police helicopter in the air, and been the subject of most of the evening news broadcasts across the country. Now I was just trying to survive and save someone that I wasn't even sure was still alive. The mall is 5 miles ahead, Katie said, interrupting my musings. What's your plan to get inside the store? Depends on what we find when we get there, I said. If it's only males, we're going to fight our way through. Females, I'm thinking a loud distraction. Katie nodded, rubbing Dog's neck. He had picked up on our elevated tension and knew something was up. Alert, he kept his head pushed through from the back so he could see what was happening. As we approached the mall, I had to slow. Infected began appearing on the road in small numbers, and I didn't want to smash into one and damage the front of the car. Even a slight aerodynamic change could cause a lot of problems when our speed began exceeding 80. The road began to curve to the west as the ground on that side dropped off slightly, then we emerged from a thick stand of trees and spied the sprawling mall to our left and below us. There was nothing special about it, just another massive collection of stores surrounded by acres of asphalt. Wanting to get a good look, I pulled to a stop by a low guardrail. There were a lot of figures just standing in the parking lot. From my vantage point, I couldn't tell if they were males or females, nor did I have any idea why they were just standing there. Conserving energy and waiting for a fat, juicy snack to show up? Maybe. There, Katie said, pointing. Following her extended hand, I saw an exterior entrance to a Dick's Sporting Goods. I was thankful we weren't going to have to go into the mall proper, and might very well have abandoned the location if we had. Too many hiding places for infected and too easy to get trapped. Not that the store would be any better, but at least it had been built on a corner and there were two exterior doors at 90-degree angles to each other. That's too many to fight through, Katie said quietly. Agreed, I said, checking the mirrors and looking around to make sure there weren't any infected in the immediate area before I stepped out. Time for a distraction. I shifted the Dodge into park and stepped out, opening the rear door when I stood up. Dog jumped down, ears up and a growl coming as soon as he caught scent of the infected. He looked around and not seeing anything close enough to attack, headed for the guardrail and gave it a good sniff before lifting his leg. There were close to 100 vehicles scattered around the parking lot below me. Most were cars, but there were a few pickups, one large motor home and one of the giant city buses that bend in the middle so they can make tight turns. Katie stepped out and came to stand next to me, looking down at the parking lot. Leaning into the car, I retrieved the Russian grenade launcher and the bandolier from the back seat. Opening the cylinder, I inserted 2 high-explosive grenades into the empty chambers from when I'd fired the weapon in Dodge City. The cylinder is spring-operated and I rotated it as I loaded in the new shells, resetting it for full rotation. My first target was a large Chevy pickup, parked on the far side of the bus from the entrances to Dick's. I hoped to draw them around beyond the larger vehicle, which would screen their view of the store. Raising the launcher, I aimed, adjusted a little high to compensate for the distance and pulled the trigger. There was a thump and I tried to track the grenade's flight with my eyes, but it was too dark. A couple of heartbeats later there was a large explosion when it struck the asphalt a good 10 yards short of the Chevy. Hey, it's not like aiming a rifle. All around the parking lot, infected began moving in the direction of the blast. There were more females than I had expected, as nearly half of the static figures suddenly began sprinting towards the sound. Adjusting aim, I fired again. Even though I couldn't see it, I pictured the parabola the grenade followed, its path ending in the bed of the pickup. I don't know exactly where the shell did strike the Chevy, but I hit it, the blast lifting its side into the air a split second before the fuel tank ruptured and detonated. The explosion was truly impressive. Flaming fuel was scattered for 30 yards in every direction as a ball of roiling fire consumed the vehicle and climbed into the night sky. A wave of hot air washed across my face. "It's working," Katie said, watching the infected move as one towards the violent sights and sounds of the explosion. I waited, giving time for the small herd to collapse in on the area of the burning truck. They passed the city bus, then crossed open asphalt before flowing around the motorhome, which was being charred on the side closest to the burning Chevy. The fire was intense and the females stopped at a safe distance, beginning to cluster next to the RV. The males continued forward, apparently unaware that they were walking to their death. One after another they stumbled on, ignoring the fire that began to consume their clothing and flesh. Crawford had told me about seeing the same thing at Tinker when males kept walking towards burning jet fuel until they were killed. Shaking my head in amazement, I adjusted my aim to the motorhome, which now had at least 100 females standing within only a few yards of it. They appeared to be mesmerized by the fire as they were just standing there watching. Grinning, I pulled the trigger twice and sent 2 grenades rocketing towards them. The first one punched through a side window, detonating inside the living area of the RV. The whole vehicle shook when it went off, then the second one arrived. I couldn't tell where it struck, but it added its force to the already expanding blast. The motorhome disappeared in a giant fireball that instantly consumed all the infected within a large radius. I checked the parking lot in front of Dick's, happy to see it clear of everything other than a few slow-moving males. They were focused on getting to the sounds of the exploding vehicles. Turning back, I saw that most of the females had been outright killed in the initial blast, the rest scattered across the asphalt with gruesome injuries. More were coming from the opposite direction, and wanting to keep them busy, I picked out 2 more vehicles even farther away from our destination and lobbed a grenade into each. They both erupted, spreading more burning gasoline and killing any infected unlucky enough to be within 20 yards. I took a moment to reload the launcher, this time selecting fragmentation grenades, which are designed to cause maximum damage to the human body. Tossing it into the back seat, I got Katie and Dog into the car and headed for the exit ramp in front of us that was clearly marked as mall access. Driving without lights, I kept the speed down to make as little noise as possible. Even though I'd just taken out most of the infected that had been hanging around the parking lot, I'd made a hell of a lot of noise in the process. I didn't think for a second that there weren't more in the area that were already zeroing in on the blasts. 47. The ramp curved sharply and dropped to pass under the highway. Following the pavement, I steered us into the parking lot, bypassing a series of speed bumps as I aimed for the entrance to Dick's. Several males were still in the area, turning and heading for us when I pulled to a stop. "We're going to need flashlights inside," I said, shifting into park and shutting off the rumbling engine. "Going to be lots of tight spaces and hiding places. Take your cues from Dog." Katie was adjusting well to the new world we were living in, where you didn't go shopping without at least a rifle, but she hadn't been in many tight spaces with the infected. I didn't want her learning the hard way just how easy it was for them to surprise you inside a dark building. We all stepped out and I took a minute to put down the half-dozen males who were closing in on us. A quick look around and I was satisfied that, for the moment at least, we hadn't been spotted by any of the others. For good measure I grabbed the grenade launcher in bandolier before softly closing the back door. The doors into the store were the automatic sliding kind and made of glass set in a metal frame. Without power they didn't open as we approached. Katie took up a position to watch our back as I worked on getting us inside. I was glad to see Dog stayed next to her, looking out into the momentarily empty parking lot. Automatic sliding doors are equipped with hinges that allow them to be pushed out in the event of a malfunction or power failure. Unfortunately, they don't swing in as well, and when I clicked on my flashlight and looked closer I could see that the deadbolt-style lock was engaged. Taking a step back I pulled the rifle to my shoulder and looked into the dark interior through the night vision scope. The area I could check was very limited, really not much more than a few cash registers. Right past them was a large display of women's yoga pants and that was as far as I could see. Pulling the trigger 3 times in burst mode I punched 9 holes through the heavy safety glass that protected the entrance. Kicking with my steel-toed boot I began working on creating an opening large enough for us to get through. The glass was really tough and since I was trying to be as quiet as possible it took several minutes to clear the lower half of the doorframe. Calling Dog, I waved at the opening I created. He stepped up to it, immediately growling as he got a sniff of the air from inside the building. Great! Infected inside. Let's go, I said to Katie in a low voice. I tapped Dog on the back and he jumped through the hole. Bending, I stepped through and stood with the rifle up, scanning with the night vision scope. I nearly shot a female mannequin posed in a running shoe display, then did shoot the male that stepped around her. He was dressed like a store employee, half his face missing from some gruesome injury. Katie appeared next to me and brought her rifle up as well, both of us firing at 2 more males as they stumbled into view. I was hopeful there weren't any females in the store, expecting them to have already shown up at the noise I made breaking in. Not seeing any more infected for the moment I scanned until I spotted a large display for snow skiers. Grabbing several oversized plastic bags from one of the register areas I pointed and began moving towards that part of the store, Dog at my side and Katie right behind me. The flashlight attached to my rifle was on, as I didn't want to try and navigate with just the night vision scope. I quickly learned that moving through a dark store full of mannequins could be a bit nerve-wracking. I managed not to shoot any, but Katie did drill one of them dead center in the forehead when we stepped around the corner of an aisle and it suddenly loomed in the beam of our lights. Nice shot, I mumbled. Oops, she said quietly with an embarrassed grin. While I kept watch, Katie loaded up the bags with about $5,000 worth of Under Armour cold weather gear. The stuff isn't cheap but in my experience it's worth every penny. Fortunately I wasn't going to have to swipe a credit card on the way out the door. Ready, Katie mumbled, stuffing dual-layered gloves into the top of the bulging sacks. Dog growled before I could take a step. Glancing down I wasn't happy to see him looking intently in the direction of the doors. I turned my flashlight off and motioned for Katie to do the same. Moving forward I looked around the corner of the aisle, using the night vision to scan. 5 females were standing near the registers, and as I watched another one pushed her way through the opening. What the hell had attracted them? We'd been quiet and careful with the lights. Had they been coming to investigate what all the noise was from the vehicles I'd blown up and seen us go into the store? I shook my head. It didn't matter. What mattered was getting out and back to the Dodge. In the few seconds I'd been thinking about how they found us, 2 more appeared. 8, probably more coming, and there was a lot of cover for them to use when I started firing. I didn't think there was any way to easily take them out with the rifle. Lowering it, I raised the grenade launcher, aimed for the counter where they were clustered and pulled the trigger. The instant I fired I pulled back around the corner of the aisle in case any of the shrapnel made it this far. The explosion was ear-shattering, preceded by a bright flash of light when the grenade detonated. The pressure wave blasted over our heads and dust and smoke began filling the air. Move! I shouted at Katie, my ears ringing so much that I could hardly hear my own voice. We ran, Katie with heavy bags swinging from each hand and me with my rifle up. Dog raced ahead and I saw him attack a crawling female. There were 2 more still alive but so badly damaged they couldn't even drag their bleeding bodies towards us as we passed. The rest were dead, several of them having had limbs amputated by the blast in the enclosed space. Dog was back at my side as I approached the door. I was bending to rush through when a female stuck her upper body into the opening and screamed at me. Dog leapt, slamming into her face, and both of them tumbled to the outside. Stepping through, I had to immediately begin firing at the small group that was almost right on top of me. There were 4 of them and I shot too quickly before they were too close for me to use the rifle. One of them leapt, arms extended in front of her as she screamed. Twisting, I smashed the rifle butt into her face and she tumbled past me to the ground. The one immediately behind her tackled me against the wall. Shoving her back, I locked my hand on her throat to control her head and slammed it into the rough concrete of the exterior wall. Her struggle against my grip lessened slightly and I yanked her close and snapped her neck. Letting the corpse drop, I turned to engage the one I'd hit with the rifle, but Dog was on her throat, Katie standing on her legs to hold her down. Trusting they had the situation well in hand, I turned back to the open parking lot. The Dodge was 20 feet away, waiting at the curb, but a larger group of close to 40 females was sprinting directly at us. They were still on the far side of the car, but at inside 100 yards were close enough that there wasn't time for us to get in before they arrived. I dropped the rifle and brought the grenade launcher up, pulling the trigger 5 quick times and exhausting the shells loaded in it. Traversing left to right as I fired, I laid down a line of grenades at the front edge of the sprinting infected. The grenades detonated in a ripple across the group, but this time the target was far enough away that I wasn't concerned with shrapnel reaching me. Watching the devastation, I brought the rifle back up and picked off the 3 females that weren't either outright killed or injured too badly to keep running. When the last one fell, I looked farther out across the pavement and saw another, larger group coming our way. "Let's go," I said, dashing forward and raising the trunk lid. Katie ran forward, tossed our loot into the car and jerked the rear door open, shouting for Dog to get in. Dropping the grenade launcher and bandolier on top of the bags, I slammed the lid and rushed to the driver's door. The Dodge started easily and I slammed into drive and accelerated away from the fast-approaching females. They changed directions, trying to intercept us as we headed for an exit, but despite their inhuman speed they were quickly left behind. Ignoring the one-way sign at the bottom of the ramp I'd driven down to get to the mall, we were soon back on the highway. I relaxed slightly as our speed reached 100, looking over and smiling at Katie. "Why is shopping with you always such an adventure? But isn't it so much more fun when you don't have to pay the bill?" She smiled and ran her fingers through her thick hair, tilting her head back and shaking it out. 48. We blew past a sign welcoming us to Idaho, the freeway smooth, wide, fairly straight and climbing gently. I was glad we were nearing our destination as the Charger was beginning to show signs of more than 1,000 miles of full-throttle driving. The first indication I'd had that the car was getting tired was a barely perceptible change in how quickly I could push us back to top speed after slowing for a curve. This had been somewhere in the desolate landscape of northern Utah after we'd left Ogden far behind. Progressively, I'd noted that we were losing more speed on inclines than before and taking longer to get the needle back up to 140. I was concerned, but not too worried. Yet. The engine could very well keep running for another 1,000 miles. Or it could crap out the next time I accelerated. Or it could be a transmission problem. I suddenly realized I'd been careful to check and fill the motor oil as needed but had neglected to check on the transmission during any of our stops. I'd be sure to correct that oversight during our next fueling, which would be within 100 miles. Katie had drifted off to sleep after our last stop, her seat slightly reclined. Dog was on his back, legs straight up in the air as he snored loud enough to be heard over the exhaust and wind noise. I was fatigued from driving but alert and worried about Rachel. I had called Jessica just prior to our last stop and she hadn't had any good news for me. More weather was pushing into the mountains from the north, and she was having difficulty even getting a thermal view of what was happening on the ground. She had identified a corruption in the archived satellite image data and still had not had any success in finding out what had happened to the group in the Bradley. But the icing on the cake had been the report on the large herds moving east from Seattle and Portland. I was going to arrive ahead of them, but by the time I switched vehicles, got up into the mountains and found Rachel, we would be cut off. The herds were still heading east and no one had any idea where the Russians were sending them. As I pushed deeper into Idaho, the external temperature readout on the dash steadily dropped. It had been in the upper 70s in Ogden, and as I drove across northern Utah and the night wore on, it had dropped to the low 70s. In the past 20 miles it had fallen another 10 degrees. We were approaching the southern edge of the storm that had blanketed the mountains with snow. 20 more miles and something flickered across the windshield. Snowflake? It had been too quick for me to tell, but as I stared through the glass I saw two more somethings. I glanced at the thermometer readout, surprised to see it had dropped to 47 degrees outside. Now I had something else to worry about. It was still well over 100 miles to Twin Falls, where Jessica had spotted the Jeep dealer, and we would change vehicles. If I was already encountering an occasional snowflake, it was certainly possible there was bad weather ahead that would slow me down. A check of the trip odometer told me we were now 40 miles from our next refueling point, a large truck stop in the middle of nowhere. 17 minutes if I could maintain our current speed. But we were climbing steadily, and as the temperature continued to drop, the snow changed from an occasional flake to what would have been a misty rain if it were warmer. Still climbing, I caught a glimpse of a heavy steel gate mounted on the shoulder of the freeway that was large enough to completely block the entire road. It was locked in the open position, and there was a sign bolted to the middle of it that would face oncoming traffic when in position. It read, "Road closed due to winter weather." We must have been climbing into a minor mountain range, as no sooner had the gate flashed past than I saw a yellow sign warning of curves and steep grades ahead. Right after it was another one with an arrow curving to the left. Below the arrow it read 50 miles per hour. I took my foot off the gas and let the speed bleed off as I steered into the curve. Even though the snow was falling faster, the pavement was still dry and clear, and I took the curve at over 100. There was another incline after the curve, and as we made our way higher, the snow suddenly changed to larger flakes and was falling harder. Cursing, I found the switch for the wipers and turned them on to keep the windshield clear. A thin layer of snow was starting to build on the road, not thick enough yet to obscure the pavement, but enough to force me to slow further. The Dodge was outfitted with summer performance tires, and I knew there was no way I could scream through these mountains without spinning out and killing us. I couldn't help Rachel if I was dead. We went through another curve, much slower this time, and I felt the charger start sliding. Taking my foot off the gas, I didn't dare touch the brake and risk sending us into an uncontrollable spin. Speed bled off quickly and the sideslip stopped as the speedometer swung below 60. The 40 miles to the truck stop took 35 minutes instead of the 17 I'd expected. I was antsy with the lower speed, worrying that the weather we were in would continue all the way to Twin Falls. If it got worse and I had to slow any more, we were going to have infected from the approaching herd showing up before we could make it into the mountains. That would be a real problem. We'd lost a lot of time in Dodge City, and if we didn't make a clean exit into the wilderness, unseen, there was a very real possibility that there could be hundreds if not thousands of infected following us. I couldn't let that happen. On foot, in deep snow and rugged terrain with infected attacking? That wouldn't be good odds for survival. I shook Katie awake a couple of miles before reaching our fuel stop. She stretched, raised the seat and looked out the windshield. "Oh," she said in surprise. "Yeah. Not good. Really slowed us down." "How much farther to Twin Falls?" she asked. 87 miles from the stop," I said. "Almost 2 hours if this shit continues." Katie dug out the ticket book she'd been using as a scratch pad. It was covered with her shorthand math, formulas obscuring most of the white space. She worked quickly, putting it down as I slowed for the turn into the truck stop. That's too long, she said. We'll very likely have infected in the area. We need to be there in no more than an hour to have time to swap vehicles and head north into the mountains. I didn't have the time as precisely in my head as she just calculated, but I was pretty close. Wishing she'd had better news, I slid to a stop next to the fuel storage access plates. The air was cold when I opened my door, a gust of icy wind greeting me with a slap to the face. Katie shivered as she and Dog took up watch while I got the fueling started and checked the oil. Nothing was moving in the area, and after a few minutes Katie popped the trunk and fished out a white parka she'd taken from the sporting goods store in Ogden. It was thick with insulation and the hood was trimmed with what looked like real rabbit fur. She shrugged into it without stopping her scan of our surroundings and pulled the hood up. "That's better," she said as I coiled up the fuel hoses. "Want yours?" "No. Too bulky to drive," I said, starting the engine so I could check the transmission fluid. I hated spending the time, but if there were a mechanical problem that I could prevent, it would be worth every second. Engine idling, I pulled the dipstick and wiped it clean on my pants leg before reinserting. When I drew it out again and checked, only the very tip of the spring steel showed any fluid. The tranny was very low. "I've got to go inside and find some transmission fluid," I said to Katie after looking around the area for a display like I'd been able to get motor oil from. "Want me with you?" she asked. "Stay with the car and keep Dog with you," I said, hoping to make a quick dash inside and grab what I needed. I shut the rumbling engine off so it didn't mask the sound of any approaching threats and headed for the large building that was a combination convenience store and gift shop with a large restaurant to the side. There were a lot of windows and I looked through them with the night vision scope. Nothing was moving. Pausing at the double doors, I scanned again, still seeing nothing. Before pushing through, I clicked on the flashlight and directed the beam through the glass. I was hoping to spot where the automotive fluids were kept so I didn't have to search once inside. Seeing a shelf full of plastic quarts of oil and tranny fluid, I took a final look around and pulled the door open. Moving quickly, I was reaching for a bottle when a sound from deeper in the store caused me to freeze. At first I'd thought it was a squeaking hinge, but it had been so quick I wasn't at all sure what I'd heard. I remained rooted in place for several seconds and was starting to think it was just something being pushed around by the wind outside when it sounded again. Longer and louder. A child crying. The voice was coming from around a corner, in a direction that I believed was the restaurant. Rifle tight to my shoulder, I killed the light and carefully moved, pausing and listening when I reached the edge of the wall that defined the convenience store part of the building. The crying was louder, more of a mournful wail with hiccuping sobs each time she took a breath. My skin was crawling as I eased forward and peeked around the edge. There weren't supposed to be any uninfected people left alive unless they'd been vaccinated. Had I found another immune, like the man in the jail cell back in Oklahoma? Stepping around, I zeroed in on her location. She was young, not a child but not quite a woman yet either. 30 feet away, she was on her knees, bent forward and holding herself as she wailed. Long hair hung to the dirty floor, obscuring her features. I had been very quiet and was using the night vision scope, so I didn't think she knew I was there. Carefully I scanned the rest of the space, coming up empty. As far as I could tell, the girl was the building's only occupant. Lowering the rifle slightly, I moved towards her, pausing 10 feet away and clicking on the light. She was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, and though I couldn't get a good look because of the way she was sitting, they appeared to be soaked in blood that hadn't been visible in the night vision. "Hi," I said softly, taking a cautious step forward. The crying continued and I wondered if she was in some sort of shock. Blocking out the world and retreating inside herself to escape the horrors she had to have witnessed. I took another step, then another until I was looking down at the sobbing girl. Bending, I was reaching down to touch her shoulder when she suddenly snapped her head up and screamed in my face. Bright red eyes flashed in the beam of my light as she launched herself off the floor. I was momentarily frozen. My mind had already categorized her as a child in distress, not a threat. That moment of hesitation allowed her to slam into me and send me sprawling onto my back as she landed on my chest and went for my throat. All that saved me was the rifle. It had been in front of my body when she attacked, and as we fell it twisted and was pinned under my chin, inadvertently protecting my flesh. She pressed her face against it, trying to reach me, then shifted her attempts to my face when thwarted by the weapon. The extra second gave me a chance to get a hand up and locked onto her throat, barely avoiding having a bite taken out of the side of my face. Pressing, I opened room between her teeth and my head. Twisting, I threw her off of me and started to roll. She was fast, not wasting time getting to her feet but rushing me on all fours. I snatched the pistol out of my thigh holster and whipped it up, pulling the trigger as her face came into contact with the muzzle. She was no more than 2 feet from my face when the bullet snuffed out the light in her eyes, her body flopping to the floor and coming to rest against me. "Fuck me," I whispered as the shakes took over. 49. Rushing out of the building, I was halfway to the car before I realized I'd forgotten why I'd gone inside. Reversing course, I dashed back in and grabbed several bottles off the shelf. I wasn't worried about noise discipline, just wanted to get the hell out of there. "What's wrong?" Katie asked, aiming her rifle at the door I'd burst out of. "Let's get out of here first," I said, slipping and sliding on the slush-covered cement. I was still shaking and didn't have a funnel, so I'd probably spilled about as much transmission fluid as I managed to pour into the Dodge. But I still got the level back to full, slammed the hood and tossed the extra bottles into the back seat. Dog and Katie piled in and I took off with a lot of tires spinning on the slick surface. "Easy," Katie said. I took some deep breaths and backed off the accelerator. Snow was thick in the lights, but I still pushed our speed up to 80. We were all but out of time and safety was going to have to take a vacation. "What?" Katie asked, concern clear in her voice as she placed a hand on my arm. I took another breath and told her about what had happened. Talking about it calmed me, or maybe it was just because the truck stop with the dead girl was now several miles behind us. We began to drop down out of the mountains and the snow stopped as quickly as it had started. The pavement cleared and I pushed our speed up, roaring through a long curve and onto a level, straight stretch of road. I stepped on the throttle and was glad to see the hesitancy I'd noticed in the car's performance was gone. We were quickly up to 140, but I thought I could hear a faint whine from beneath the floor. "She was crying?" Katie asked, shocked. "Just like a normal girl," I said. "I don't know if she was really crying or it's a new ploy. Regardless, it sucked me right in and damn near got me killed." "Next time you're taking Dog with you," she said, rubbing my arm. Hearing his name, Dog stuck his head into the front and used his nose to pry Katie's hand off my arm and onto his muzzle. With a smile, she began petting him as he pressed as far forward as he could. "I'm tired," I said after a few quiet miles. "Want me to drive?" "Not what I meant," I said. "I mean, I'm tired of running and fighting. I'm fucking exhausted. Lucas' offer is sounding better by the minute." "Not the Bahamas?" Katie asked. "The fighting will never stop for them," I said. "There's always going to have to be raids into Conus for supplies of some sort. Food, medicine, fuel, vehicle parts, always something. You know me. I won't be able to sit on my ass while others are getting on a plane. I'll be right in the thick of it and I don't want to be. Not anymore." "Okay, so how do we get to Australia?" "I haven't figured that one out yet. But I'm going to start working on it. Maybe get Rachel and head for the coast and find a boat. Not that that's a bad idea, but does Rachel know how to handle a boat and navigate halfway around the globe? I sure don't, and the last time I checked you weren't in the Navy, so." I didn't say it was a good idea, I grinned sheepishly. The road stayed clear and straight and I was able to keep our speed up. As I drove, I turned over half a dozen different ideas, finally settling on calling Admiral Packard and begging for transit on a Navy ship. That probably wasn't the best idea, either, and I knew I'd have to come up with something better. I didn't see the Admiral, or Colonel Crawford for that matter, agreeing to let me sail off into the sunset. Babies, Katie said after another long stretch of silence. What? That's what we're going to do when we get there, she said. Have babies. Babies? Plural? How many? I asked. How many times do you think you can knock me up? Katie laughed. In this world? I asked, still not convinced. Yes, she said firmly. If people had stopped having babies every time things were bad in the world, there probably wouldn't be a human race. What we need now are babies. It's a big world and there's not a lot of people left. I'll be a shitty dad, I said. Really? Why? She wasn't going to take no for an answer. Afraid you can't teach them to shoot and fight? I didn't have a good answer to that. And, she turned and ruffled Dog's ears with both hands. There's got to be a female German Shepherd left somewhere in the world we can hook up with the big boy here. We need lots of dogs, too. 50. The weather held off and we quickly covered the distance to Twin Falls. Katie dialed Jessica as we were reaching the edge of town and she talked us into the Jeep dealer. It was a surprisingly big place for a town no larger than the one it was located in, but I wasn't complaining. We passed a couple of males stumbling around when we exited the freeway, but fortunately didn't see any females. The edge of the lot that faced the street we arrived on was parked full of new vehicles. They were dirtier than I'd ever seen on a dealer lot, but then there hadn't been anyone to wash them for some time. Swinging into the entrance, the headlights swept across the large, glass-walled showroom and I saw two males and a female pressed against the windows. The female watched us intently as we turned in. Before parking, I circled the large area, driving around behind the service department and body shop before coming back to park in front of the showroom. No other infected in the immediate area. How long? I asked Katie, referring to the ETA for the leading edge of the herd. Less than an hour, she said without having to check her figures. We're okay if we don't get hung up haggling with a salesman. That won't be a problem, I grinned, holding up my rifle. We stepped out and I headed straight for the row of Jeep Wranglers. Like many dealers these days, this one had taken a few of the new vehicles and added on a lot of aftermarket parts that they then marked up about 200%. There was a pair of 4-door Wranglers that had been lifted and outfitted for serious off-road travel, to include a rack on the back that held spare fuel and water jugs. Noting the inventory code on each so I could more easily find the keys, I hoped, we headed for the showroom. The infected stood there watching us through the glass as we approached. Well, the female was watching us, but the males had probably heard the sound of the Dodge. They pounded on the thick glass, but she just stood there and tracked us with her eyes. I'm not in the mood to play around, I said, opening the Charger's trunk. Lifting the grenade launcher, I loaded a high-explosive round into the first chamber. Turning, I aimed at the glass and pulled the trigger. The grenade blew out the large panel and two on either side of it, a shower of shattered safety glass raining down all around us. Dog shook to clear the glittering chunks out of his fur. The two males had been standing directly in front of the point of detonation and both had been killed instantly. Standing a few yards to the side, the female had been injured but was still on her feet, limping towards us. Katie put her down with a headshot from her rifle. Get it out of your system? Feel better? She asked. I nodded, smiling, and heading for the showroom. High explosives do have a way of helping one exorcise his demons. Katie put Dog in the car so he didn't walk on the glass and cut his feet, then ran to catch up with me. It took some searching, but we found both sets of keys hanging on a pegboard in the sales manager's office. Back in the lot, we let Dog out and checked over the two Jeeps. Other than color, I couldn't tell any difference between them. Each was lifted several inches and tall mud tires had been installed. The deciding factor was when I walked around and saw the winch mounted on the red one's front bumper. Where we were going, there were decent odds we'd need it. Climbing behind the wheel, I started it up and pulled over next to the Charger. It took a few minutes to transfer all of our supplies, weapons and spare ammo, but soon we were ready to go. Dog seemed to like the elevated back seat, sitting tall and staring out the large windshield. Driving off the lot, I went less than a block before pulling into a gas station. Katie shot 3 males that had been attracted by the sound of our engine while I topped off the Jeep's tank and filled the 2 5-gallon jugs mounted to the back. Fueling complete, we headed out, Katie reading directions that Jessica had texted to the sat phone. We quickly left Twin Falls behind, heading north on State Highway 75. The Jeep drove much like my truck and I drove as fast as I was comfortable pushing the vehicle. Other than being top-heavy, the mud tires were only rated for a max speed of 90 miles per hour. Even though they were brand new, I didn't feel like tempting fate and having a tire suddenly come apart, so I stayed under 95. After the Charger's high-performance Hemi, the Jeep felt absolutely asthmatic. The 6-cylinder engine made a lot of noise when I stepped on the gas, but all that sound didn't translate into much power. Kind of like the guy at the bar that can't shut up about how big or tough he is. Until someone who really is tough comes along. We had to cover just over 100 miles, the highway winding up into the Sawtooth Wilderness, where we would then take a Forest Service road that would probably be nothing more than a rough dirt track cut into the ground. From there I was going to have to depend on Jessica to talk us in to where she was watching either Rachel or the pilot on thermal. It was pitch black, apparently a thick overcast blocking the moon. The Jeep was outfitted with a long LED light bar and it lit the road for at least 200 yards to our front. The terrain began climbing only a few miles north of Twin Falls and soon we were back in the snow. Only a few flakes at first, but steadily growing in intensity as we gained altitude. The pavement changed from dry to slushy to snow-covered in just a few miles and I was forced to reduce speed. The big tires were providing good traction, but even I wasn't crazy enough to drive over 90 miles per hour on a snow-covered mountain road. We pushed on, Katie adjusting the heater as the outside temperature continued to drop. "You're quiet," I said after 20 miles of silence from her. "I'm worried about what kind of shape Rachel will be in when we find her," she said, pointing at the thermometer display. It said it was 27 degrees outside. "You sound confident it will be Rachel and not the pilot that survived." "I have to be," Katie said. "I wouldn't leave the pilot out there, but we haven't busted ass to get here for him. This can't have all been for nothing." "Well, not that he's nothing, but..." "I get what you're saying," I said, letting her off the hook she'd stuck herself on. "I'm just not letting myself think about it." "So, is that Air Force Sergeant single? The one with the cast on his arm?" She changed the subject. "Scott? I have no idea." "Why?" "I was thinking Rachel needs someone," Katie said. "Babies, remember?" "Jesus," I said. "Didn't you learn your lesson about matchmaking with the mess you made last year? You set a lesbian up with a man. How was I supposed to know Kendra was gay?" She asked, innocently. "Maybe because we never saw her with a man? Maybe her propositioning you every time she had too much to drink? Maybe her kissing you at the Christmas party when you both got really drunk? But you were CIA. I can see how little clues like that could slip past you." I smiled, but got punched anyway. At least I made up for it. "She's really happy with Trisha," her voice fell. "I guess they're probably not very happy anymore, are they? If they're still alive." I reached across and took her hand in mine as a tear rolled down her cheek. 51. The farther we pushed north on the small highway, the more we climbed. With altitude came colder weather and more snow. We passed through Ketchum, a tiny town with a large ski resort, at 0600. There was just a hint of light on the eastern horizon, but still not enough to see anything that wasn't in range of the Jeep's lights. I couldn't see them, but I suspected there were some large ski chalets built into the slopes that overlooked the town. I'm not a skier, so didn't pay attention to the destination ski towns, but for some reason I seemed to remember that Ketchum was an up-and-coming place. Not that this mattered to us now, though we were going to need to hole up and rest for a while once we found Rachel. A small group of females began pursuing us in town. The snow was nearly a foot deep on the road and they could barely move faster than a swift walk. I had shifted into four-wheel drive some time ago and the Jeep churned along without any difficulty. The road grew steeper as we continued on, narrowing as it clung to the side of a mountain. I didn't see how two vehicles would have ever met and passed each other, even without the snow making for difficult driving. The highway continued until it was no more than a narrow track and I wasn't sure there was pavement under the snow. We kept passing small signs with 3-digit numbers on them and I realized these were other forest roads cut into the mountains by the Forest Service. "Call Jessica," I said to Katie, who had already paired the satellite phone with the Jeep. "I want to make sure we aren't driving right past a road that we need to take." "Hi, sir. I've got you on thermal," Jessica said as soon as she picked up. "Good. I've been passing a lot of forest roads and wanted to make sure I'm on the right track. Keep going. Within a mile you're going to reach a whole bunch of switchbacks. They will take you over a mountain and when you come out of those, cross the valley and climb the next mountain. At the top, turn left onto Road 205. 16.3 miles after that you stop. You'll be on the north side of a ridge. You're on foot from there. Up and over the ridge, then 4 miles straight down to the lake. If you go due south from where you stop, you'll find the target on the lakeshore." "How can you see all this with the cloud cover?" I asked, checking to make sure Katie had written it all down. "Naval Intelligence has just about every digital map ever made of every place on the planet." I overlaid a Forest Service map on top of the real-time image. She said, sounding satisfied with herself. "Good thinking," I said. "What's the status of the target, Dot?" "Still stationary, sir. The fire is burning hot enough for me to clearly see on thermal and the target fades in and out depending on the density and moisture content of the overcast, but no change. By the way, you're easy to spot because of your vehicle's engine heat. I may lose you when you start walking. Any update on the Bradley?" "Negative, sir. I'm still working on the archive and my CO brought in some help. I'll let you know as soon as I can determine anything," she said. I thanked her and ended the call. Just as she'd said, we entered a long series of switchbacks soon after I finished speaking with her. The road was steep and narrow, the snow deep and the curves were hairpin sharp. The Jeep negotiated all of them with only a couple of but clenching moments when the tires slipped on a particularly steep grade. "Should we be worried about avalanches?" Katie leaned into me and looked out my side window at the side of the steep mountain we were climbing. "You can worry, but there's not a damn thing we can do about it." She nodded and settled back into her seat, but every few minutes I noticed her casting a look to our left. It was slowly getting lighter and we began to see details of the area beyond the reach of the light bar. Snow was still falling but not as heavy. The terrain was breathtakingly rugged and beautiful, especially with a pristine blanket of white covering everything. The going was slow and especially tedious when we dropped down into the next valley. Four-wheel drives are great for giving you enough traction to go, however they don't slow or stop one bit better than any other vehicle on the planet. You're still at the mercy of the ability of your tires to grip the driving surface when you apply the brakes. White-knuckling the ride down, I breathed a sigh of relief when we began climbing again. The farther back into the wilderness we went, the deeper the snow became. Looking out the side window I watched as the Jeep's running boards passed over the surface with no more than a couple of inches to spare. If we hadn't taken a lifted four-wheel drive, the front bumper would be below the level of the snow and we wouldn't be going anywhere. As it was, if it got much deeper we were going to have a problem. I pushed on, climbing up out of the valley, and at the top of the next mountain was Forest Road 205, exactly where Jessica had said it would be. I made the turn and drove into a canyon of tall pine trees that pressed in on each side. 16.3. Set your trip odometer, Katie reminded me. I pushed the button to zero out the counter, grinning a thank you at her. I was glad one of us remembered. Don't suppose you grabbed snowshoes when we were in the store, I said. Not snowshoes, but they had these things that are made of plastic and look like someone spilled a bucket of paint that congealed after spreading out. They strap onto your boots for walking in snow. They're made for skiers going short distances, and I didn't have time to look for snowshoes. At least we've got those, I said. Walking in that is going to be a bitch. It's not near as bad under the trees, Katie pointed. I looked and she was right. There was enough light now for me to see a short distance into the forest, and I was surprised how much less snow was on the ground there compared to the road. Looking up, I saw the reason. All of the branches were heavily loaded, having collected much of the snow that fell. The road was rough and I had difficulty maintaining even 10 miles per hour. The snow concealed rocks, ruts, holes, tree stumps and God knows what else. It seemed I managed to find every single one of them. I wanted to push faster, but I knew from a lot of off-road experience that going fast only breaks vehicles. Finally, the trip odometer rolled over to 16 as we were climbing a steep slope. The trees were just as thick, perhaps even thicker. The ground under them looked to have about a foot of snow, but it could have been less. Trying to guess from a moving vehicle is about impossible. At 16.3 on the display, I came to a stop and looked to the south. The ground swept up, away from the road. That would be the way to the ridgeline Jessica had told us about. It was too far away to see, but I had no doubt it was there. Katie had pulled on a parka at the truck stop, but other than that neither of us had put on any of the winter gear. Shutting down the engine, I stepped out, sinking to my knees in the snow. I pulled the back door open and Dog jumped down, most of him disappearing. Only the top of his head, back and tail were visible. Land shark, Katie said, looking at him from the back of the Jeep. Chuckling, I fought my way to the rear hatch. Katie had crawled over the seats, staying inside. I dumped the large bags and she helped me sort out the gear. Happy with what I was finding, I was momentarily confused when there were obviously 3 sets of winter clothing. Rachel's going to need them, she said, reading the expression on my face. I gave her a smile and began removing weapons from my body so I could change. In hindsight, we should have done this somewhere that was a little more comfortable than knee-deep in snow in the midst of a forest, but I'd been in a hurry. 10 minutes later, both of us had stripped, donned the synthetic long underwear and layered moisture-wicking clothing over it before covering everything with white snowsuits. While we changed, Dog had made his way to the trees, breaking free from the snow. He ran around, bounding from one clear patch to another, sniffing and peeing on every tree he came to. Where the hell he stored that much urine was beyond me. Dressed, I rearmed myself, pulling the vest on over the snowsuit. Filling it with loaded magazines, I strapped the thigh holster back in place, fighting with the adjustment to compensate for the thick clothing. Next, I brought out an extra rifle and slung it down the middle of my back, wrapping the bandolier of grenades over it. My own rifle, then the grenade launcher, and I was ready. I checked Katie over quickly. She had her rifle, a good supply of loaded mags, and a full pack on her back. She carried our food, water, and the cold weather gear she'd brought for Rachel. Before we set out, I used my K-bar to slice the fingertips off my right glove, then did the same for Katie. It's difficult at best to operate and fire a weapon while wearing winter gloves. Pulling mine on, I flexed my hand and gripped the rifle, then drew the pistol to check. All felt good. The substitutes for snowshoes that Katie had found were called glops. They were made of heavy, purple plastic about an inch thick and oval. Maybe 15 or 16 inches on the long side. The top had an impression for boot soles to fit in, a row of clamps ringing it that would snap onto the edge of the boot and secure the device in place. The bottom was a series of rough, irregular ridges designed to give traction in the snow. Getting mine attached, I took a few tentative steps on the deeper snow of the road. They sank in a few inches, and though not as good as real snowshoes, were a huge improvement over just my boots. Katie, way more than 100 pounds lighter than me, was able to walk on the surface of the snow like some kind of fantasy forest creature. She looked up at me and smiled. "Let's go get her," she said. 52. The night had passed slowly for Rachel. Colder than she'd ever been, she had stayed as close to the fire as possible. As the temperature continued to drop, she debated taking down the windbreak she'd created with the other parachute canopy and using the material to further insulate herself. But if a strong north wind came up again, it would be of more value where it was, so she left it alone. Never having felt so alone, she fell into despair. She mourned the loss of the world. The end of her dream to become a doctor. The point where she would have chosen a specialty hadn't come for her, but she had always thought about being a pediatrician. Not that she was particularly fond of children, but she liked the idea of caring for them and watching them grow. She thought about John, her heart breaking as she admitted to herself she would never see him again. How could he have survived the caverns he'd gone into to save Katie? And even if he had survived, there was no way he could find her. Besides, what did he need with her now that his wife was back? She was unimportant. Not needed. But she still loved him. Heart aching, her eyes slowly closed and her head began to nod. Her chin finally came to rest on her chest and she slept, somehow her body remaining upright on the log serving as her chair. When the growl woke her, she jerked upright with a sharp inhale of breath. 2 wolves stood just within the ring of firelight, near the body of the one she'd shot earlier. She didn't see the one that was circling the fire and approaching from the side until it growled again, drawing her attention. It was only 10 feet away when she saw it, gathering itself for an attack. Despair and heartache turned to white-hot rage in an instant. Screaming, Rachel lifted the pistol and began pulling the trigger even before she was aiming at a target. Standing as she continued to fire, she charged the wolf. More frightened by the gunshots than her screams, it turned and raced off into the darkness. Spinning, she looked for the 2 on the opposite side of the fire, but they too had disappeared. Rachel stood there for several minutes, panting as the rage subsided. When she began thinking more clearly, she moved back to the log and frantically ejected the pistol's magazine. 1 round left in the mag and there was 1 in the chamber. She only had 2 rounds left. Angry with herself, she tossed more wood on the fire and forced herself to think over her options. She only had 2 shots remaining in the pistol. The wolves weren't showing any sign that they were moving on. It was snowing harder again, and from the feel of the breeze coming out of the north it was going to continue for a while. Dead wood for the fire was running out unless she began moving deeper into the forest to collect it. If she made it through the coming day, she knew she wouldn't survive the next night. She had to try something before it was too late. When it gets light, she mumbled to herself. After 2 shots with the pistol, there were 3 shells for the flare gun. Once she could see, she would start walking. She had no idea which direction to go or how far she was from any place where she could find shelter from the weather and animals, but staying where she was would be resigning herself to a horrible death when the wolves finally took her. Rachel looked over her shoulder when the thought came to her. It wasn't uncommon for fishing cabins to be built on the shores of remote lakes. She had known avid fishermen and remembered hearing them talk about being glad they had a cabin at a certain lake. They would have a several-hour hike to reach their favorite spot where they'd spend several days fishing and drinking. A cabin, even a rough, primitive one, was better than sleeping on the ground in a tent. As soon as there was light, she'd start around the lake. Her impression of it from the previous day was that it was large. Thinking about it in the dark, she convinced herself that there would be shelter somewhere along the shore. And walking next to the lake would give her protection on at least one side from the wolves. They probably weren't any more eager to go into the frigid water than she was. Plan in place, Rachel felt better. She was hungry and was tempted to eat the last MRE, but not knowing where food would come from after that was gone, she resisted the temptation. At least she would have water as long as she stayed near the lake. Rachel passed the rest of the night lost in thought, staring into the flames. She heard the wolves howl a couple of times, but they sounded far away. The snow stopped for an hour or 2, then just as the first sign of light showed over the peaks to her east, it began snowing again. She gave it half an hour, the light slowly growing until she could make out details of the forest beyond the limits of the campfire. Shouldering the survival pouch, she gripped the pistol in one hand, the flare gun in the other, and started walking. 53. It had been a long time since I'd walked in snow. Or dealt with truly cold weather. I'd grown up in America's desert Southwest, and other than some quick missions into Europe, both Eastern and Western, most of my military career had been spent in hot latitudes. Snow skiing or boarding, or any winter sport, had never interested me, so cold weather had primarily been something I saw on TV. Katie had grown up in Michigan. Snow was nothing to her. She used to talk about going snowmobiling, ice fishing, driving her car out onto frozen lakes, all kinds of things that made me shiver and appreciate the desert all the more. Moving lightly, she gave me a bright smile when she caught me looking at her. The snow was coming down harder as we climbed the ridge. I was breathing heavily due to the thin, mountain air. Remembering watching football games, I wished for one of the oxygen masks that teams visiting Denver would use to help their players deal with the altitude. I had no idea how high up we were, but was pretty sure it was a lot higher than Denver's mile of elevation. I was keeping a constant scan going as we trudged up the slope, Dog moving easily a few feet to my left rather than his normal position on my right. It had taken him a while to learn that if he didn't want hot brass raining down on him, he needed to be on the other side of me. The wind had been at our backs when we started walking, but as we approached the crest of the ridgeline, it swung around until it was striking the right side of my face. Dog stopped at the top, looking down into the next valley. As I stepped up next to him, his nose went into the air, a moment later his hackles going stiff and a low growl rumbling in his chest. "Infected?" Katie asked from the far side of Dog. "I don't think so," I said, scanning the terrain that opened up below us. "Not all the way out here. Probably some wildlife." The valley to our front was massive, a lake far below that filled the entire floor. Spread across the horizon beyond were dozens of spires of rock that soared into the sky, all of them disappearing into the heavy overcast. Looking at the peaks, I understood how the Sawtooth Mountains had gotten their name. The slope down to the lake wasn't steep, at least the parts of it I could see. It was just a long way down and would be an even longer climb back up. Dog growled again and I placed a hand on his back, feeling the tension in his body as he sampled the air. Deciding to call my eye in the sky before heading deeper into the forest, I fished the satellite phone out of a Velcro-sealed pocket and dialed. "Hi, sir. Jessica, we're on foot on top of the ridgeline overlooking the lake. Is the target still stationary?" "I can't tell, sir. Thermal isn't getting through the clouds. Too dense, and too much water vapor. I can still see the fire, but at the moment that's the only thing on the ground hot enough to show." "Sorry, sir," she answered. I thanked her, turned the phone's ringer off and slipped it back in my pocket. Making sure the Velcro was secure so I didn't lose our only connection to the outside world, I stepped over the crest and started down the slope. It was much easier going down than climbing in the thin atmosphere. The trees grew thickly, the footing tricky with the snow concealing fallen branches that would roll out from under our feet if we weren't careful. I cautioned Katie, as it would be easy to sprain or break an ankle on the treacherous terrain. We were about halfway down the slope to the lake when Dog stopped and lifted his head, looking to the southeast. I held up my fist as I stopped, Katie, who was 5 yards behind me, halting when she saw my signal. Dog didn't growl, just kept looking in the same direction. Then I heard what had drawn his attention. Rotor noise. There was a helicopter in the mountains. I glanced back at Katie and she nodded that she was hearing it as well. The heli was distant, the sounds echoing off the hard rock of the peaks, so it could well have been in a completely different direction. I listened hard, but it was faint, fading in and out depending on how much bounce the sound waves were getting from the mountains at any given moment. I had hoped to be able to hear it well enough to recognize the signature. Every make of helicopter, if you're familiar with it, has a unique sound. Different rotors, different rotor speed, and a few other factors that only an aerodynamic engineer can explain. I can distinguish an Apache from a Black Hawk, from a Huey from a Russian Hind or Havoc, just by the sound it makes while in flight. Most ground combat troops can. but this was just too faint and inconsistent for me to identify. We stood there until the sound faded completely, still with no clue whether it was Russian or American and unsure which direction it was really in. At first I felt a swelling of hope in my chest, thinking it was Martinez coming to the rescue, but I quickly dismissed that idea. Colonel Crawford and Jessica both had told me the Russians were building up their presence and had complete control over the skies of Western North America. I doubted there would be an American helo flying around. Continuing our trek, I kept a close ear out for the helicopter, but it had either landed or moved into an area of the mountains where its noise was screened from us. We covered another mile, the slope growing steeper in places and slowing our progress. I was getting glimpses of the large lake through the trees and an occasional whiff of a fire when the wind was blowing directly in my face. We were getting close and I reminded myself not to hurry and fail to watch for threats. Jessica had told me she believed there were wolves in the area tracking the lone survivor. Even though I had dog, I didn't want to let myself depend completely on his senses. Plus, there were some new players in the neighborhood in a helicopter. Getting close enough to the lake to see occasional glimpses of the fire through the trees, I stopped next to a set of clear tracks pressed into the snow. They looked like the prince dog was leaving, but were nearly twice as large. Jesus, just how big did wolves get? Dog lowered his nose and sniffed the tracks thoroughly, finally looking down the slope in the direction of the campfire. Katie had stopped when I did and I waved her to move up next to me, pointing at the tracks when she arrived. She looked down and knitted her brow in a question. "Wolf," I mumbled, looking all around us. "Stay close." She nodded and moved with me when I continued down the slope. We saw more tracks crisscrossing the area as we cautiously picked our way through the snow. No more than 30 yards later I came to a stop when I saw what looked like a bloody pile of clothing on a small shelf that overlooked the lake. I pointed and Katie nodded before resuming her scan all around us. There were many more tracks as we moved to the shelf, the snow churned up by multiple animals passing back and forth through the area. I could now tell that I was seeing a body, recognizing the dark color of the flight suit against the crimson-stained snow. Heart in my mouth, I approached the corpse and looked down. Relief flooded through me. I didn't recognize the man, but all I cared about at the moment was that it wasn't Rachel. The body had been torn open and devoured as well as much of the flesh stripped off the legs, arms and back. The face was damaged, horribly, apparently having been gnawed on, but it clearly wasn't Rachel. Katie and I exchanged glances before continuing on. We cautiously approached the fire, spreading apart as we got closer. I made Dog stay with Katie as we moved through the trees in case anything was in the area and we just hadn't spotted it yet. The fire was abandoned, yet still burning. There was a large bed of coals and ash from having been built up and I had no doubt that Rachel hadn't been gone long. Motioning Katie and Dog to stay at the perimeter, I moved in, noting the dead wolf and the parachute canopy tied between two trees with a tall drift of snow against the far side of the fabric. Several brass shell casings from a pistol lay in the mud where the heat from the fire had melted the surrounding snow. I did a quick count and wasn't happy to arrive at the conclusion that she was either out of ammo or dangerously low. Visually searching the ground, I easily spotted her tracks heading off along the lakeshore. Moving to the very edge of the water, I raised the rifle and used the scope to scan along the edge of the water in the direction she had gone. I didn't see her, but there were places where the lake lapped against bluffs covered in thick trees. If she were following the lake, she would have to move deeper into the forest to get past these areas. I signaled to Katie and she moved close to me as we began following the tracks. It was snowing heavily and they were already starting to fill in and would soon disappear. We needed to move fast. Based on the state of the campfire, I was guessing she'd taken off about an hour ago. The same time we were cresting the ridge. Leading the way, I moved quickly. The terrain was mostly level here next to the lake and we were able to make good time. Within the first 100 yards I spotted wolf tracks angling in from the forest and pursuing. I pushed faster, to a near jog, Dog sensing impending action and moving in front. Katie stayed close behind as we moved through the silent forest. 54. We followed the tracks for over an hour, pushing as fast as we could. Frequently we moved back into the trees as the shoreline would suddenly rise and had forced Rachel to find an easier path. Staying in her tracks, I was heartened to see that even despite the heavy snow the imprints appeared sharper and better defined. That meant they were fresher and we were gaining on her. I considered taking the suppressor off my rifle and firing some shots in the air to let her know I was in the area, but was uncertain how she would react. She might turn back and come towards the sound, or it might frighten her and send her off in a new direction even faster than she was already moving. The wolves were definitely tracking her, and by now I had identified at least 5 separate sets of tracks. Why were they waiting to attack and bring her down? Had she succeeded in scaring them enough that they weren't willing to charge in while she was up and moving? Had her killing the wolf in the camp instilled some fear in them? We moved for another half an hour, the tracks steadily becoming crisper in appearance. Then Dog came to an abrupt stop. His head was down below his shoulders as he stared through the thick underbrush, his tail straight out with the tip slightly elevated. I froze, searching the forest ahead as I noted the faint sound of Katie stepping next to me. I didn't see anything. Taking a closer look at Dog, I tried to follow the direction his eyes were locked on but still couldn't see whatever had him on guard. Slowly lifting the rifle, I pulled it tight to my shoulder and looked through the scope. It took me several long seconds, then with the help of the magnification I spotted them. 2 gray wolves, each about the size of Dog and less than 50 yards away. They were standing next to a large, moss and snow-covered boulder. A thick tree trunk was between them and us, little blots of snow stuck to the vertical surface. Their mottled fur blended so well with the grays, greens, blacks, and whites of the environment that they were all but invisible. The wind was in our face, so they hadn't scented us as we approached. Both of them were intently watching something in the direction of the shoreline to our front, so for the moment we were undetected. I was grateful that Dog hadn't growled and given us away, or worse, charged forward to fight as soon as he saw them. I've never been one to derive pleasure from killing an animal for sport. I learned to shoot by hunting coyotes, but there was a purpose to that. If the packs weren't kept under control, they'd run out of food in the wild and come looking for a meal at the ranches in the area. Chickens, lambs, calves, goats, even dogs would get taken. When that happened, many of the ranchers were so poor they would have to depend on the kindness of neighbors, or a handout from the state, to even put food on their table. No. There had been no sport in shooting the coyotes. I had no animosity towards the wolves, and in fact would have preferred to leave them unmolested. I'm neither unaware nor insensitive to the part they play in nature. But when they decide to hunt someone I care about, I have no hesitation to take the fight to them. Sighted in on the closest animal, I pulled the trigger and it dropped dead without a sound when the round pierced its head. The second one jerked away from where the first one fell, snapping its body around to see what happened. I fired as it was in motion and the intended headshot missed, the bullet knocking a chunk out of the rock beyond it. It turned and fled, vanishing instantly into the forest. Hopefully I'd put the fear of God into it and it would keep running for a while. But I didn't count on it. Moving forward, I paused long enough for Dog to sniff over the one I'd shot. Considering how the pair had been acting when we came upon them, I thought we were getting close to Rachel. I was reaching down to tap Dog to get us moving again when 2 shots rang out, and they sounded close. 55. Rachel was tense, alert to every tiny sound in the forest when she started walking. But as she kept moving and there was no sign of the wolves, she began to relax. Slightly. Frequently turning to check behind her, she was relieved to not see a snarling beast ready to leap every time she looked. She had heard a noise that she thought sounded like a helicopter, but it faded away without her being able to tell. Perhaps it had been distant thunder? Could it thunder during a snowstorm? She didn't know, and when the noise didn't come back, she didn't spend any more time thinking about it. The path along the shore was easy walking, but there were several places where she had to move into the forest to bypass difficult terrain that came up to the water's edge. She was cold, shivering, her hands feeling more like 2 blocks of ice swinging at the ends of her arms. She gripped the two pistols tighter every time she had to move back under the trees and leave what she perceived as the safety of the lakeshore. But despite her fears, she didn't see the wolves, nor did she hear any of their haunting voices. Maybe they only howled at night? It didn't matter. As far as she could tell, they had decided to leave her alone. Maybe she really had scared them off with all the shots she'd fired. Continuing on, she saw a large uprising of the shoreline ahead. The side facing her was steep and went 30 or 40 feet up. The crest was covered with a thick stand of trees. The natural barricade was narrow and she could see a way around the back, only a few yards in from the water. Circling, she hugged the hillock with her left side as she moved, failing to notice that the ground a couple of yards to her right was beginning to rise. She came to a stop when she realized she had walked into a natural choke point. On either side of her, the ground rose up steeply, boxing her in so she could only go forward or back. To the front, she could see the ground open up in another 30 or 40 yards and took a step to continue, wanting to pass through as quickly as possible. She froze when the large wolf with the burns from the flare gun walked into view at the far end of the cut in the terrain, blocking her progress. It stopped, facing her, legs spread as it growled and lowered its head. Pistol raised, Rachel glanced over her shoulder. Her knees went weak when she saw 3 more wolves, all smaller, blocking her retreat. They had trapped her neatly. Had probably been stalking her since she left the camp, waiting for the right spot. And she'd walked right into it. None of them charged immediately, which was a surprise. Maybe they were more frightened of her than she thought. Not scared enough to leave her alone, but there was seemingly enough fear that they were exercising extreme caution. Doubting she had more than a few moments before one of them grew bold enough to attack, Rachel made the only decision she could. She aimed and fired a pistol round at the large wolf she'd come to think of as the pack leader. The animal shied away from the gunshot and jumped back several feet. Spinning, Rachel fired her last round at the 3 smaller wolves and ran at them, screaming. The bullet struck the one on her left in the front leg, shattering the limb as the impact knocked it back and caused the animal to stumble into the one next to it. Dropping the pistol as she ran, Rachel transferred the flare gun to her right hand, raising it to fire. The injured wolf was back on 3 of its feet, holding its bleeding leg off the ground as it began backing up. The other 2 moved with it, a moment later all of them breaking and running. Rachel wanted to shout in triumph, but her toe caught on an exposed tree root that was masked by the snow and fell headlong to the ground. The flare gun flew out of her hand and tumbled a few feet before disappearing into a small snowbank. Frantically twisting onto her back, Rachel looked for the alpha wolf, unable to breathe when she saw it begin a charge directly at her. It remembered the pain from their first meeting and had held back until she had fallen to the ground. It was no more than 100 feet away, lips skinned back to expose long fangs as it ran at her. Scrambling on her back, Rachel plunged her hand into the snow where the flare gun had vanished without taking her eyes off the swiftly closing predator. Feeling the round, steel barrel, she grasped it and pulled it to her, looking up as the beast accelerated. 56. I broke into a sprint when I heard the shots. They were close, the reports coming sharp even with the heavy snow falling and damping every sound. Dog raced ahead of me and I could hear Katie's steps as she stayed close behind. Now I heard a woman's voice screaming and that lent wings to Dog's feet. He lunged ahead and I lost sight of him. Bursting through a thicket of young trees that were covered with leaves quivering in the frigid wind, I saw Rachel on the ground. She was seated with legs splayed out in front of her, trying to bring what looked like a flare gun to bear. Movement in the direction she was aiming caught my attention and I whipped my rifle up when I saw a huge wolf charging directly at her. Dog had picked up Rachel's scent when he'd started running towards the gunshots. He'd also smelled the spoor of the wolf, not recognizing the specific animal but knowing he was sensing danger. He leapt forward, speeding through the heavy brush, pushing through as if it wasn't there. He raced past Rachel to meet the larger beast. She was tightening her finger on the flare gun's trigger but at the last instant lifted the muzzle when Dog flashed past. The gun popped, a red trail rocketing high into the sky and out over the lake. As the shell exploded in a brilliant red blossom of fire, Dog and the wolf collided only a few yards from where she sat in the snow. The fight was ferocious, the two animals rolling across the ground, loud snarls punctuating each one's attempt to kill the other. Dog was big, fast and strong, an experienced fighter, but the wolf was larger and stronger. He hadn't risen to be a pack leader without being a good fighter, and only Dog's greater speed prevented a quick ending to the battle. I hadn't been able to fire even a single shot as Dog streaked into the fray. As he impacted the wolf, I ripped the two rifles and single grenade launcher over my head and let them fall to the ground. Charging, I drew the kukri as I covered the open ground to where Rachel was scrabbling away from the fight. The wolf would kill Dog. I had little doubt of that. I'd gotten a good look at the beast before Dog attacked, and it was huge, probably weighing nearly as much as me. And this was probably the most foolish thing I'd ever done, but I wasn't going to stand back and watch Dog die. Pounding past Rachel, I launched myself at the whirling combatants just as Dog yelped in pain. Slamming into them, I succeeded in knocking them apart. Dog rolled, then sprang to his feet to stand next to me, snarling. He held his left front leg off the ground, blood pouring off his paw onto the snow. The wolf snapped to his feet, and I could see the damage Dog had done to his face. He crouched slightly, preparing to leap, Dog starting to move in front of me to meet him, his snarl the thing of nightmares. The wolf staggered, blood appearing on its coat in several spots. Then most of its head exploded and the corpse flopped to the ground. I was breathing like a locomotive, thinking Dog and I were both about to die. Blood pounded in my ears, and it was a moment before I looked around to see Katie lowering her rifle. I hadn't even heard the suppressed shots. Dog whined and I turned to him. He had been chewed up pretty badly. Deep lacerations in his face and neck were bleeding freely. His right leg was also torn open, but I was most worried about his left, which he held off the ground. Gently rubbing his head in a spot that wasn't injured, I carefully took it in my hand. A large chunk of meat had been bitten out of the muscle, but my fear that the bone had been broken was unfounded. I took a moment to check him over, finding more lacerations on his flanks from the wolf's claws, but none of his injuries were immediately life-threatening. Standing, I turned in time for Rachel to run into me and wrap her arms around my neck. She was shaking so hard I was concerned about her, but she had me in a headlock and wasn't letting go. A moment later the sobs began, racking her entire body as she cried. I circled my arms around her waist and looked at Katie. I wasn't sure what I expected to see in my wife's eyes. Perhaps anger, or jealousy, or even pain. But I saw none of that. What was there reinforced my love for her? It was a mixture of relief and profound happiness. She was smiling from ear to ear and I grinned back at her. 57. It took several minutes to calm Rachel and peel her off of me. It was several more before the tears stopped and she could talk without a hitch in her voice. How? She asked as I tended to Dog with the first aid supplies that were in the survival pouch on Rachel's back. It's a very long story. First things first. I brought you some warm clothes. Katie had dropped her pack to the ground and was pulling out the extra cold weather gear she had brought. Rachel was nearly frozen and needed help to untie the rope holding the folded canopy to her body. Katie supported her, unzipping and assisting her out of the flight suit, then removing the clothing she had on beneath before working the synthetic long underwear over her feet. They kept layering until Rachel was fully dressed in a white snowsuit that matched ours. I've got one last present for you, Katie said, digging through the pack. I knew he'd make fun of me, so I only got a pair for me and another for you. Katie handed over a pack of small batteries, which Rachel took with a thoroughly confused look on her face. A moment later a pair of electric hunting socks were proudly displayed and Rachel pulled them on while Katie installed the batteries. Smiling, I shook my head and held my face close to Dog's. I wished I had a great big soup bone to reward him with, or even a small little doggy treat for that matter. I settled for opening the MRE in Rachel's pouch and giving half to Dog. Rachel got the other half while Katie and I packed up. With Dog lame, it was going to be a long walk back to the Jeep. I handed Rachel the extra rifle I'd brought for her, and began adjusting the sling on the grenade launcher for Katie. I was planning to carry Dog across my shoulders and needed to shed some weapons. I'd still have my rifle and a vest full of magazines. Working on the sling, I paused when the sound reached my ears. A heavy rotor. The helicopter again, only this time it quickly grew louder as it approached. The flare Rachel had fired. God damn it! I had been so wrapped up in everything that was happening I had forgotten about the helo and just how far away that flare would have been visible. And I had no doubt it would have tripped some thermal alarms as well. Into the trees! I shouted, snatching my weapons off the ground and making a hurting motion with my arms. But I was too late. The sound of the rotor suddenly grew dramatically in volume and I recognized the signature of a Russian Mi-24 Hind before I turned and saw it roaring towards us over the lake. There was no way they hadn't already seen us and I abandoned the idea of the forest for the cover of the terrain where the wolves had trapped Rachel. We all dashed in, pressing our backs against solid rock. A few seconds later the ground under our feet vibrated as the hind came into a hover. Peeking through tree roots I could see it hanging 100 feet over the water, about 50 yards offshore. The huge rotor was churning up spray as it slipped sideways, trying to see into our hiding place. Turning back, I met Katie and Rachel's eyes as I opened the grenade launcher and traded the fragmentation grenades for high explosive. Closing the cylinder, I put a hand on Katie's face, kissed her, then stepped around the edge of the rock and lifted the weapon. Hinds are tough, but they aren't impregnable. Hit them in the right spots with HE grenades and they will go down. Any helicopter is most vulnerable at its main rotor hub and its tail rotor. These two spots can only be hardened so much and still allow the aircraft to fly. As I aimed, the hind's nose tilted up as the pilot recognized the danger and moved to place the armored belly of the helo directly towards me. I pulled the trigger twice, adjusted and fired 2 more times, adjusted again and fired the final 2 rounds. I watched as one after another the grenades completely missed the helicopter as it juked up and down, the pilot frantically trying to open some distance. But the 5th grenade detonated against the undercarriage, shearing off a chunk of armor and part of the landing gear. The hind changed attitude as a result of the force of the explosion, tail coming up and spinning directly into the path of my last grenade. It disappeared in a cloud of smoke when the shell detonated, the tail rotor shearing off and slicing into the lake with enough force to send a plume of water higher into the air than the crippled helo. Without a tail rotor there's nothing to counteract the twisting force generated by the rotor and the hind began to spin around the axis of the main rotor hub. It lost altitude quickly, spinning faster and crashing into the lake a few yards offshore. I had leapt behind cover as the machine started to go out of control, poking my head back around as it came to rest in the water. While I watched I reloaded the launcher with fragmentation grenades so I was ready when the Russians came boiling out of the down hind. Katie and Rachel moved to the far end of the cut, aiming their rifles at the smoking helo from amongst a tumble of large rocks. The muzzle of the launcher was on target. Ready. Waiting for the troop compartment door to open. I wasn't fucking around or waiting to give them a chance. As soon as that door opened a grenade was going through it. I could see movement inside the cockpit so I knew that at least one of the pilots had survived the crash. Returning my attention to the door on the side of the aircraft I tightened my finger on the trigger as it began to move. But it only swung open a foot before sticking. Damage from the crash, no doubt. A moment later someone began pounding on the door from the inside, slowly widening the opening. Double-checking my aim, I made sure the launcher was firm against my shoulder and wouldn't wobble. Finally the door swung open with a protest of warped metal and I squeezed the trigger. Also by Dirk Patton. Unleashed, V Plague Book 1. Crucifixion, V Plague Book 2. Rolling Thunder, V Plague Book 3. Red Hammer, V Plague Book 4. Transmission, V Plague Book 5. Days of Perdition, V Plague Book 6. Indestructible, V Plague Book 7. Rules of Engagement, a John Chase short story. Afterword. First and foremost I want to recognize and remember a man who recently passed away. U.S. Army Master Sergeant James Bost. I was saddened to learn of his passing from his son, who told me that his dad was the best man he's ever known. One tough old warhorse and a badass Green Beret, he fought in Korea and Vietnam. He survived 2 bloody wars, but in the end death caught up with him. Rest in peace, brother. How much do you really know about wolves? I personally knew very little, having never encountered one other than at a zoo. As I began to research them for their inclusion in recovery, I was surprised by almost everything I learned. For example, European wolves are much more aggressive than their North American cousins. Several theories abound for why this is, but I couldn't find anything that presented a rational scientific explanation for the difference. The farther away from the equator, the larger the wolf. Some varieties in more central latitudes are no larger than a small dog, while the largest recorded, in northern Siberian Russia, was more than 6 feet from nose to rump, tail not included, and exceeded 200 pounds. Stories exist of much larger specimens but lack even basic proof such as photos to support the claims. I had always assumed that wolves were strictly predators, consuming only freshly killed prey, but it turns out I was incorrect. They are opportunistic and will eat a corpse without hesitation. Wolves in Europe contributed to the duration and spread of the Black Plague. Though the disease was transmitted to humans by fleas carried by rats, wolves would drag the bodies of the dead into the wild to eat them, helping to spread the plague into areas previously unaffected. The same behavior is also documented in North America when European settlers brought the smallpox virus that wiped out a huge percentage of the Native American population. The Ballard Locks. If you ever visit the beautiful city of Seattle, they should be on your list of things to see. They are a wonderful way to spend a sunny afternoon, especially when the multi-million-dollar yachts come through. It's a great way to see how the other half lives. Also, while you're there, don't miss the fish ladder. The North Pacific is home to a lot of salmon, many of them swimming through the locks, across Lake Washington and into a myriad of streams and rivers to spawn. The fish ladder is a stepped, underwater passageway for the salmon. At the locks there is a subterranean tunnel where thick windows are set in the wall so you can watch the fish migrate from the ocean into the lake. The best time of year is July and the first half of August. A final note on the locks, especially before a Seattle area resident calls me out. The level of the lake is actually around 20 feet above sea level. That wouldn't have worked for my purposes in this book, so I took a little literary license with the facts and made it just a few feet. If you haven't figured it out, literary license means I'm full of shit or I don't know what I'm talking about. Usually it's the former, but sometimes the latter slips in, too. You can always correspond with me via email at voodooplague@gmail.com. Visit my website at www.voodooplague.com, and if you're on Facebook, please like my page at www.facebook.com/feartheplague. I enjoy interacting with my fans and I try to answer all of my email, eventually. Thanks again for reading. Dirk Patton. 2015.